Mama got game. Mama got game. Yeah, mama got game. Yes. Yeah, mama got game. Mama got game. Yeah, mama got game. Yes. Yeah, mama got game. Taking my time, up in them clouds, rocking them shades, we rollin'. Look at them moves, yeah, we can dance too. Yeah, we be tick-tocking, body rocking, check my clock, we ain't stopping till the sun comes up, till the sun comes up. Taking my time, up in them clouds, rocking them shades, we rollin'. Look at them moves, yeah, we can dance too. Yeah, we be tick-tocking, body rocking, check my clock, we ain't stopping till the sun comes up, till the sun comes up. Hey, 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 hey. High class, up in stacks. We be changing systems, we be Gen Z flash. High class, face with masks. We be changing systems, we got Gen Z cash. Taking my time, up in them clouds, rocking them shades, we rollin'. Look at them moves, yeah, look at us too. Taking my time, up in them clouds, rocking them shades, we rollin'. Look at them moves, yeah, look at us too. Taking my time, up in them clouds, rocking them shades, we rollin'. Look at them moves, yeah, we can dance too. Yeah, we be tick-tocking, body rocking, check my clock, we ain't stopping till the sun comes up, till the sun comes up. Taking my time, up in them clouds, rocking them shades, we rollin'. Look at them moves, yeah, we can dance too. Yeah, we be tick-tocking, body rocking, check my clock, we ain't stopping till the sun comes up, till the sun comes up. Hey, 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 hey. High class, up in stacks. We be changing systems, we be Gen Z flash. High class, face with masks. We be changing systems, we got Gen Z cash. Taking my time, up in them clouds, rocking them shades, we rollin'. Look at them moves, yeah, look at us too. Taking my time, up in them clouds, rocking them shades, we rollin'. Look at them moves, yeah, look at us too. Hey, 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 hey.
raise the bar. I go to work, I make it look easy. Play hard, work smart, I'm easy breezy. Sugar daddy. Wanna live lavish, you need a clue. Then look to me, I'll tell you what to do. Repeat after me. Confidence is key, and my keys all jingling. I can open any door, serving body, face, and more. Confidence is key, and my keys all jingling. I can open any safe, serving body, hair, and face. Now bring it out, it's your time to glow. You all the baddest, put on a show. Don't be afraid, let everyone know. Don't be shy, just lose all control and work it. Go hit a full split, tear up the floor. Go ahead, snatch those whips. Repeat after me. I am the vixen, I am the stallion. I don't need fixin', but I do need all your attention. All these diamonds on me, they glisten. When I talk, yeah, everyone listens. Cause I'm somewhat of an addiction. Now work those hips and thighs. You're out here changing lives. It's time, so let's get wild, 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 wild. And put in work. Work, 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 put in work, slay, work, okay, work, slay, work, today, work, work, today, work, slay, work. Confidence is key, and my keys all jingling. I can open any door, serving body, face, and more. Confidence is key, and my keys all jingling. I can open any safe, serving body, hair, and face. Confidence is key, and my keys all jingling. I can open any door, serving body, face, and more. Confidence is key, and my keys all jingling. I can open any safe, serving body, hair, and face.
I'm a punk chick, and I make you wanna ride around town with my own clique. I'm a bad girl, and I make you wanna see you in the club when I'm getting lit. What's your number? I'ma call you. Brand new whip, I'm a baller. Got my own money, I don't need you. I'm out here with my girls, that's how we do. That's how we do. That's how we do. Yeah, that's how we do. That's how we do. That's how we do. Yeah, with my new clip. That's how we do. That's how we do. Yeah, that's how we do. That's how we do. That's how we do. Yeah, with my new clip. That's how we do. 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 How do you do? You can't do it like us, cause that's how we do. I run this, and I'm gonna do it harder. You ain't my sugar daddy, I don't need no father. Figure it out, that's what we do. Riding around town with my whole crew. Yeah, see me in the club, getting tipsy. Never gonna kiss me. Hell no, a drink won't convince me. Got my own money, I don't need you. Out here with my girls, that's how we do. That's how we do. That's how we do. Yeah, that's how we do. That's how we do. That's how we do. Yeah, with my new clip. That's how we do. That's how we do. Yeah, that's how we do. That's how we do. That's how we do. Yeah, with my new clip. That's how we do. 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 How do you do? You can't do it like us, 'cause that's how we do.
Number one in the street, so that one a bang bang. Everybody touch a road, everybody bang This I wanna so broad, this I wanna bang bang, this I wanna so wicked, everybody bang bang. Sun a shine and everybody bang bang. This a bang bang bang.
I'm a different berry on the plate. They've been slipping on me in the late. Got a juice to communicate. Small in size, heavy in weight. I'm not a bitch, I'm a daughter of king. No compromise, cause I know what I bring. I stand for love like a star.
Won't stop going till a player on top know it. Rooftop, penthouse suite. If you really want it, gotta own it. Fight through it, we was at the lowest. Blood, sweat, tears, the components. Riding all year, now's the moment. We are not afraid, we are opponents. Yeah, I'm coming for mine. Yeah, I'm making a play, the game on the line. Yeah, I've been on the grind. Yeah, I jump in the spot, I made it my time. Yeah, look in the sky. Yeah, the stars align, no shade to shine. Can't stop it already. Emotional work and devotion, we put in this time. Look.
You won't stop my stride. I'll just break your line. I don't tolerate wasted time. You take us down, keep fighting.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and Kachi Shop.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. You are now tuning into the Snapdragon Pro Series Mobile Legends Bang Bang Season 1 Challenge Group Stage. My name is Husky, and alongside me is Gideon Q to bring you guys the rest of the action for this evening.
So far yesterday, we've already seen teams drop down to the lower bracket. We're going to be finishing up the upper bracket here, and ideally, we're going to know who's going to be moving forward and who's going to have to be playing for their lives in the upcoming weeks.
And so far, we've seen the teams who directly qualify from their open qualifiers completely smash their bracket, so hopefully that will continue as well. But just for those who need to catch up to speed, let us take a look at the qualified teams who have already made it through. We have 16 of them, 8 from the open qualifiers and 8 from the open finals. From the open qualifiers, we have A8 Esports, GPX, EGOIST, TUPAI Esports, EUPHORIA Esports, MHRLK Esports, See You Soon, and The Drift.
And not to forget about the advanced teams from the open finals: ALVA 8, PBN Strike, Tiger WONG Esports, Miracle Gaming, GameLab, Sway Esports, Error 404, and of course, Evo Esports. And so far, a lot of these teams coming in from the advancing from the open finals itself have been looking really, really good.
Yeah, they definitely have. We have, Miracle Gaming. During the open finals, they did put up a fairly decent fight. GameLab coming in as one of the favorites from the Philippines. If we don't look at MHRLK and EUPHORIA, GameLab is probably in the 3rd position. So far, I think we have a very tight competition going on.
Very, very tight indeed. Let's have a look at what these teams are going to be fighting for. They've already had a small cash up, but the question is, how big can they actually get from the pie itself? The prize pool, first place starting off with 20,000 USD. Yes, you heard me right. In USG, 20,000. In second place, 10,000. Third place, 7.5K, and so on and so forth.
And all these teams need to do is to get into top 8 to secure themselves at least a piece of the pie, right? The bottom place will get at least $1,250 but the teams who qualify directly from the open finals have already bagged 2,000 USD. So this is just extra cash on top of that. The main question is, how much can they get?
You know, one of my favorite formats of all time is the double elimination format overall. And I think, you know, the Snapdragon Pro Series has done a phenomenal job at making sure that these teams are always going to be playing for something. Now, let's have a look at our best of threes. This happened yesterday in the upper brackets where MHRLK here took down PBN, sending them down to the lower brackets with a 2-0 victory. We didn't get to see GPX, but 2-0 against Evo. And finally, TUPAI up against Tiger Wong at an 0-2. EUPHORIA against Miracle Gaming, 2-0 as well.
A walkover day yesterday, and the only team from the open qualifiers that was not able to kind of keep going was TUPAI, but they still have a lower bracket run to go. And at least there is a bit of representative from the open final qualifying teams, which is Tiger Wong Esports. So far, so good.
Yeah, so far so good, but more importantly, today's matches in these best of threes, we are expected to see CU Suntrail up against Sway, a match that I personally am very excited for. TD up against AES, Eagle against GameLab, A8 against Error 404.
You're excited for match 5. I am excited for match 7. I want to see how far can GameLab go. During the open finals, they felt unstoppable, invincible even, basically sweeping the entire open finals. But this is the big boy league. If GameLab can put up a good show today, then it gives us a bit more of a confidence moving forward.
And that's the beauty of the, the double elimination system overall, right? You have that first initial life, you feel comfortable, you get a bit of a taste of the power levels of the teams. If you ever drop down to the lower bracket, you have one life, but you just play that much harder knowing what to expect later on in the future.
And it's very important for these teams to kind of savor that victory, because there's just so much more happening throughout the entire challenge group stage. You want to get to the challenge finals. Obviously, we have Evo and PBN in that lower bracket, duking it out. TUPAI Esports and Miracle Gaming also having to face that lower bracket gauntlet. And by the end of that, one of the Malaysian representatives will be out of this tournament.
Absolutely, and more importantly, we're seeing who else is going to be joining them in that lower brackets. But for today, what we're going to be broadcasting, if you are interested in your favorite teams, please support them as much as you can. CU Soon is up against Sway in our very first match in these round of 16s. Afterwards, it's going to be Ego against GameLab. Again, Husky's personal favorite one, wants to keep an eye on GameLab, but A8 versus Error 404. Again, I'm not 100% sure which side is going to be taking it that round.
And at the end of the day, I think today's storyline is also very interesting because you have two teams, CU Soon and Error 404, who are, from the Laos, Cambodia region, which is a region that has brought out some pretty interesting archetype of compositions across the seasons, but they haven't been able to consistently prove themselves, and I think Snapdragon Pro Series is the best platform for them to do so.
Absolutely. It's a great way to start off and really start testing your limits and see what it's going to take to get into that professional level of play. And, speaking of professional play, their international counterparts have actually done significantly well in international tournaments, so therefore, what does it take to get to that point of, strength?
Yeah, so far, I think during the open finals, we've seen a hint of what Arrow 404 could do.
Just a bit, yeah.
Just a bit, they brought out the Johnson tag. I think they are also the team that went for the Minotaur jungle. That one didn't go well, but you can see a bit of ingenuity from that roster. We're going to take a look at, the first matchup though. This is where things start to get heated up. We'll start off with CU Soon with Trabot, Kyrie, Azgi, Na, and Laflami in this roster.
Yes, I mean, the roster is already looking good. They're under a banner who has represented their nation before. They're not the main lineup, but they're definitely looking to take their spots sometime in the future. So keep an eye out for these potential talents breaking into the scene. And
this main roster of this org has made it onto MSC before, and they have left a pretty big impression onto everyone. So if the main squad can make such a big imprint, I think there's a lot of expectations riding on this roster as well.
Yeah, Academy rosters is something that has been talked about for a long time. It's like, is it necessarily having them a good thing? I think CU Soon has the right idea, especially if the extra funds. But their opponents are no slouches just yet. Sway Esports here with their lineup. It's going to be Harowski, Merps, Barbichi, Gyome, and Break Even.
I'm just happy to see that Sway Esports finally have player portraits during the open finals. We do not get to see how these folks look like, but here are the members of Sway Esports. And during the open qualifiers, they have had one of the craziest games series played. I believe they played one against PBN Strike, if memory serves, and that one was one of the craziest full best-of-3 series that included the longest game and also the craziest comebacks.
Yeah, it was a very tight game. Maybe we might get to see a little bit in the highlights itself, but just to get you guys acquainted with these teams. Again, a lot of teams so far in the meta are focusing down on team fights, and more importantly, the big question on everybody's mind, are we going to see more ALVA today? Are we going to see more assassin junglers or tank junglers?
Yeah, and they have been ping-ponging in terms of the jungler picks. When the Open Final started, we saw a lot of Arkai jungle. It was either picked or banned. And come second week, Arkai was completely ignored. And yesterday, I feel like Arkai has made it back onto the radar.
A couple of times, yes, Arkai has made it back onto the radar, but it doesn't change the fact that Frederick is still way too good at his role. But we do expect to see it banned, well, based off of yesterday, banned in the second phase rather than the first, which I find kind of interesting, but we'll have to see how these teams actually approach the draft.
Yeah, definitely love how the meta has evolved in the tournament itself. Vedrin, even though he was kind of the hardest hero on the market, but he doesn't necessarily have the highest win rate, right? He has been picked a lot, but he also has lost a lot of the games that he's picked in, and mostly those are in first phase.
Yeah, so again, it really depends on the overall team compositions that these teams want to actually bring out. I think the marksman, especially within the gold lane, has been kind of interesting, but guys, if you haven't known about it just yet, and you're tuning in to support your favorite teams, the simplest way of doing so is to jump onto the Twitch chat and cast your vote for the Snapdragon match predictions. It will be shown on later down the line, just to give us an idea of where your thoughts, minds, and hearts are going to be at.
And I'm expecting a very, very crazy game number one, just because we are looking at See You Soon, just from a region that has their own way of approaching Mobile Legends. And honestly, it's very interesting, right? Even though it doesn't work out most of the times, but when it does, it just looks so, so great. You do ponder, are these guys breaking the meta? Are they breaking the stereotype?
I think they're just really, really confident, honestly. Like, you know, if they play in their own region, they're kind of limited to that circle, but their overall circle is just aggressive, and they just want to fight all the time. You get diamonds in the rough.
Yeah, you certainly do, and See You Soon is here to prove it. But when we talk about Sway Esports, I think there's a lot to be desired. These 5 players have really shown that tenacity during that Open Finals. They didn't win the whole thing, but if you're any fans from the Philippines, I think Sway Esports is a team that you can really bank your hopes on.
I'm not 100% sure, because I'm really liking the performances that we've seen from both EUPHORIA as well as GameLab. Sway is going to be catching up. I don't know how they're going to perform this time around. Hopefully, they don't need that warm-up game. And
we'll see what our prediction says, because honestly, when I came into this, I agree with you. See You Soon, 2-1 is kind of a long shot, right? Yeah, so Esports fans might not be happy with this, but hear me out, guys. At the end of the day, we just want good Mobile Legends game. Doesn't matter who wins, it's a double elim. Loser gets another chance.
Absolutely. We're connoisseurs of fine wine. We just want a bit of a taste, just to know where they're at. But my main logic coming into this prediction is I feel like the region allows, and you know, See You Soon in general has the best odds against Filipino teams just because they're used to people playing very impulsively. And Filipinos, yes, they are extremely disciplined, but they still have that urge. Maybe they can make them tick. It's hard to say.
Yeah, if you just can dangle the carrot in front of them long enough, they'll bite the bait. And all of this, though, would not have been possible without our friends and partners over at Snapdragon Elite Gaming. When winning matters, they were the one who brought this vision and turned it into a reality. This is why we are here commentating the best Mobile Legends game there is in Asia Pacific, and it's all thanks to these folks. So very, very grateful for them. They've done this for such a long time. It's Season 1 for Mobile Legends, but it's Season 2 for many other game titles.
Yeah, they're absolutely crushing it, so thank you so much. But let's not forget about some of our other sponsors here as well. And not to forget that if you guys haven't picked one up, the Galaxy S23 Ultra is already up. So snag it while you still can. Improve your gameplay and make sure that you don't ever miss a beat.
And with that being said, we are going to let you guys go just for a short while, because when we come back, the action will just start rolling and there won't be any times to catch your breath. So do not go anywhere. We'll be right back for game number 1 of the first series.
Then have the Croc do his job. And look at this, wall charge connects until it's huge, but the instant re-engagement with the Black Dragon repaired by 3 men as well, and it's gonna be huge. Arrow 4-4 will try and turn tides, but they do trade a 1 more as well. But finally, when all the dust settles, this is where the Google comes in. He's gonna try and finish him off. He only gets 1. behind. Rixie, he tries to engage, he goes for the catch, but Blood's Ansai won't disengage from the fight. They're going for the pick-off, but the retribution will be stolen from Tiger Wong Esports. But the real elimination comes in, catches into play. They're going for the Petrify play, and it's all a blood brawl right now. And PBN's try is going for the fight. They finally take him down, but guess what? From behind, Yuji, Chenko, and Raizo, they want more. But they do not know. From behind, Tyler's revenge catches onto, saves the day, turns the tide, sacrifices life. They get a double. The Numenor Blast comes in, kills off Rinse. First item coming from Blood Ansai, but middle lane, they get the diver on towards Aizawa. That's huge for them. They called in Xbox, so wants to join the fight. They are going to go for the stick. They get the catch onto the side as well. They get the chain stun on Raizo. 2 deaths in a row on this jungler means it is going to help them scale into the turtle, but it seems like the fight is going to go on a little bit long. Linny getting kited with the coup for a bouncing ball, and that's going to be another one that falls, and GameLab takes 2-0.
Proactive moves across the map, and now they can go in for a little bit more of a split now that the Lord is slowly marching away. Oh, Biston, he's in trouble.
Thought he could get out. Danny Duneno from the corner clips it. And Evo Esports already losing that marksman. This is pretty much a done deal unless Zanmi can save the game, able to knock them back. I mean, your game doing his best, but it's a wild Moskov coming in from behind, and then Appraisal's Rave almost killing the Martis. I think Era 4-4 could not do anything in this situation unless Swasingo gets to the late game, but oh boy, you are so out of position, my friend. Minguku just shouted the Tempest of Blade, knocked up 3 people. It's on a monster kill streak. It gets out. They lost 4 Secret, they lost Cloven, and now everyone is getting gone on. That's the last man alive is Paquito. He's also no more Tiger Wong Esports. Gets a wipe out 7.5.
Meta heroes.
Meta hero.
I would prefer to choose my favorite hero because when you have confidence, there's nothing that can stop you.
I prefer meta hero.
Favorite hero.
Favorite hero.
Meta hero.
Favorite hero. 5 mage. 5 mage.
5 mag in my team.
5 match in a team.
5 mage.
5 mage.
I think no kill but win the game because in the current meta, the kill.
And this is it, people. See you soon against Sway Esports. It's Cambodia Laos against the Philippines. And one see you soon from the Open qualifiers. And Sway Esports had to battle through the Open finals. Here they are to kick off this evening's first best of 3. Very excited to see if See You Soon can really pull out the kind of that rabbit in the hat.
Yeah, personally for me, this is going to be a really good litmus test against, well, especially the Filipino meta so far, because it feels like they are leagues above everybody else at this point of time. They've been dominating, the Filipino dynasty has been dominating the professional scene, and now even at the semi-pro level, they're looking really good.
Yeah, this is a region that is considered second best in the world, right? They've only, well, not the best actually in the world. They bagged 3 M Series trophy, just missing out on the very first one, which was backed by Indonesia. But at the end of the day, when you look at Philippines as a region, you look at, you know, big figures like Blacklist International, Echo, who just won the recent M4 series. It's just such a robust region. Sometimes it does overshadow other regions in Southeast Asia, but I think when you get to see a Filipino team really get put to the test, it gives you confidence that Mobile Legends is true and still competitive.
Yeah, extremely competitive. I mean, even if their tier 2 teams are playing at this current level, you can imagine how much of a grind it really is in their overall professional scene, or people aspiring to get into it. It's not an easy task here, and hopefully See You Soon has the right tools or the right attitude or the way that they're looking at the game that can actually give them a leg up on their Filipino counterparts.
If you guys got to watch some of those highlights during that break, you would have seen in kind of the Laos/Cambodia region bringing out some very interesting technology, right? The Johnson +1 is something that they've been really familiar with. They were the one who pioneered it on their regional stage, and they have found decent result. But that's the ALVA team. Let's see if this academy team can bring in something similar.
Yeah, but pretty sure they have plenty of practice with the Johnson. I think it's a very useful pocket pick in terms of opening up the map and really catching people off guard, because it's something that you have to be consistently aware of and respond to constantly as, you know, the game continues to progress. But we have See You Soon on the blue side with Sway Esports on the red side. Fanny as well as Ling, 2 assassins already taken out. We're expecting to see tank junglers at the end of the day.
Yeah, a lot of priority that has been shifted compared to yesterday, right? When back then it was kind of like first ban Glue, first ban Joy, Faramis, but these two teams have a very different idea coming into this first game. You know, Ling, Fanny, Kadita also ban out. There are 3 assassins removed instantly from the draft. Is this kind of like a hint that they are looking not just for the tank junglers, but just for longer drawn out fight?
Agreed. No, yes, you're absolutely right here, because if we start thinking about what plays good against Kadita, what plays bad into Kadita, I'm thinking of Melissa almost straight away, right? Melissa has been pretty dominant overall in the gold lane, quite a heavy lane bully, but that doesn't change the fact that there's still options like Brody, there's still options like going into Harrington as well as Lunox that could be considered, but this is a very good first step. Joy gets banned out for the side of Sway Esports as well, so again, even they are looking to play marksmans.
And I think both teams are also looking to eliminate as much heroes as possible. They can kind of cut through that front line and make that fight an advantageous, right? You get the assassination through and suddenly you're in the lead. And this brings me to, where does 1-1 stand in this situation? Because that hero has been pretty much prioritized overall. Well, she's gone.
Yeah, and she's gone. But the reason why is mainly because she is a very stable marksman. As soon as she gets 3 items, you already feel her impact in the game. She can outplay a lot of tough situations, and most importantly, once you hit that 4 items, it's like, all right, now she's ready to brawl.
This last ban from Sway Esports is going to be pretty important. So Hayabusa, another assassin being banned out from the jungle. We had a bit of a discussion behind the scenes where I believe, our friend Ikuto said, very strong right now, but if we're pivoting towards tanks, are we looking at Fredrin, Arkai? Feels very likely, right?
Yeah, I definitely think so. I think for the playstyle of See You Soon, Faramis is not a bad option here. It's pretty flexible overall, but most importantly, it allows you to teamfight as aggressively as you want, which has been, I wouldn't want to say stereotype, but they have been profiled to be the aggressors in a lot of teamfight situations.
Looking forward to see if that aggression gets translated into that jungle. This first pick, for part of me, expects kind of Kaja to be prioritized. It's a very stable first pick. You not only get to be aggressive, but you get to stop Sway Esports if they try something funny, right? We've seen responses into heroes like Glue and Arkai, but See You Soon goes for more safer approach. They get the Fredrin.
Yeah, they get the Fredrin here. They don't really want to dictate the pace of the draft. They want to kind of see where Sway Esports is targeting their counter picks overall. And I think within this first phase, we should be able to get some form of direction. Unless Sway Esports decides to go for, hey, you know what? Let's play a little bit more flexible. We can go Edith into Cho. We can go many different angles. But Yves has been a prominent problem. Do they want to pair it up with Kaja to make sure that See You Soon is limited in their answers in terms of stopping the box?
Does this feel like a Valentina approach though for See You Soon? I think that has been this rock, paper, scissors where Valentina, Fasa, and Eve, during the Open Finals we didn't see too much of that, but Valentina has always been kind of the stable response, at least for a lot of these teams. But at least for Sway Esports, they went for the Glue, one of those stable picks in that XP lane. It definitely feels like for See You Soon now they have ample info to respond to what Sway Esports has.
I think Sway Esports is wanting See You Soon to actually play the Faramis. Yes, Faramis is good. Hopefully they don't tunnel vision on how good it actually plays against Glue specifically, but half the time when you have these artillery type mages, whether it be Farsa, whether it be Yves, Faramis tends to struggle because you can get rid of the temp HP relatively quickly with such strong AoE. So I don't know about See You Soon. I feel like Kaja is always going to be good in this position. Yep, they lock in the Kaja. Now, if they go for Valentina, I think that's perfectly fine. It forces Sway Esports to really consider the next couple of picks that they're going to do. If they lock in something like Farsa, for an example, I would expect See You Soon to instantly start thinking about, hey, EXP laners, we need to get them out. They don't touch the midsection just yet. They lock in the Arlet, which is already great. 2 forms of CC so that you can follow up sounds like a good idea.
And it also kind of gives See You Soon this window where if Sway Esports wants to play a comp that sticks together, you have so many ways to really break that apart. You have Isolation from Divine Judgment, and you have Arlet with his with that ultimate, you just sweep everyone into a corner. it does feel a bit unique from See You Soon. We are expecting them to be the aggressors, but right now it seems like this response from See You Soon in the first phase is kind of like daring Sway Esports to come into them when they already have an answer to it.
Absolutely, absolutely. And I think, you know, Sway Esports is playing this really, really well. They're dictating how the draft is going. They were expecting at least maybe a Kaja to go through. The Arlet, okay, not that big of a deal, because at the end of the day, Arlet is going to generally struggle against Glue. Glue's really tanky. You all in him, he's like, whatever, I'm just going to heal back up, even if I'm a level down and come back into lane. Martis, more importantly, at least they have a spearhead to kind of throw into the middle of these fights. Can check bushes safely, has anti-CC to keep him alive. Now we go into the second phase where we see Claude from Sway Esports instantly banned out.
This does feel like Sway Esports are looking at the potential of, if I run this Martis in the jungle, which is most definitely, then you get to put pressure on See You Soon's early first 2 minutes, right? Veteran jungle into Martis. I feel like Sway Esports have that tendency to kind of make aggressive moves and really slow down See You Soon's tempo. If they continue to play this more responsive draft, I think Sway Esports are definitely looking to punish them.
Yeah, I think also Sway Esports understands that no matter what they do, now that they've locked in the Kaja, even if they get Farsa for an example, it's going to be a really difficult time for them to actually keep up with the wave push coming in from Yves alone. So personally, I feel like Sway Esports, they understand the position that they're in within this first phase of the draft, and because they have that mid control, they could start opting for things like, hey, even if we don't want Martis to go into the jungle, we can start switching things up, put Glue into the support position, put Martis back up onto the EXP lane. If we see Arlet get thrown there, they have plenty of options to play around. I just think that banning out the Valentina is a good way to say, hey, now we can actually really set up for the EXP.
Yeah, and I want to follow up on that ban as well. I think Sway Esports really made a good judgment, seeing that how See You Soon have locked in three of their heroes, but none of them are cores, right? No marksman, no mage, and it really gives Sway Esports an easier approach to the second phase. So now they can safely pick the farmers. There's no more artillery aside from the Farsa, but even if the Farsa goes through, I think Sway Esports are not going to be too worried about it.
Yeah, getting the farmers on their side is great because not only does it deny the mid lane options and say, hey, even if we do happen to make a mistake, we can still get out of the situation with the help of the Cult Altar, protect the Yves if necessary. But let's see how See You Soon plays this, because they've been setting up for this Melissa for quite some time, all the way from the beginning of the ban phase when they started banning out Wan, when they started banning out Fanny, and as well as Kadita. Generally, these three heroes do alter well, decently well. 2 out of the 3 do decently well into Melissa.
Yeah, when we look at the analogy of unstoppable force and immovable object, I definitely did not expect See You Soon to take up the role of the immovable object, right? It really, this draft is more like, Sway Esports, if you want to come at us, we have ways to keep you away. A part of me was looking at the Xavier, but I personally don't like that Xavier that much into what Sway Esports has.
Okay, think about it this way. Xavier, he's going to be scaling towards the ultra late game. They basically said, hey, we're going to lose mid lane control anyways. I might as well have some global presence. I need an enabler for my Arlet. I need to be able to start peeling back for Melissa. Xavier kind of fits that bill through and through. And now Sway Esports saying, hey, you know what? You're going to lane bully us in the gold. We've sacrificed a lot to make sure that the gold lane is going to get bullied. So therefore, well, break even. Here you go. Lock it in. Get us that carry. At least help us deal with the Fredrin.
So Sway Esports, we haven't seen carry as often as I thought we would, at least in the open finals. But right now, Sway Esports getting that into that last pick, I don't think it's too much of a surprise if you are See You Soon. This is a pick that can be their last resort, considering there's no more Claude, there's no more 1-1. But it does feel like Sway Esports are looking to not only, like you said, dictate the pace of the game, but they also have that guarantee that, into that late game, at least.
Yes, they absolutely do, and I think most importantly, Sway Esports have set this up quite well. Even though they knew that the gold lane is going to be a losing matchup at the end of the day, they have many ways of actually controlling it. Number one, having Yves in the mid lane just kind of hunker down. Don't care if the enemy pushes first. We're just going to get our support farmers who can traverse the map a lot faster as soon as he gets his Ghostbusters, allowing him to kind of roam around. Sorry, Shadow Stampede. But the important thing here at the end of the day is to see which team can execute it just a little bit better. See You Soon on the blue side as well as their opponents here, Sway Esports on the red. Wow, okay.
Quite a lot on the line, I mean, for See You Soon.
Yeah, quite a lot on the line here. We're seeing Trabot actually decide to take Flicker, so he's opting for gap closing rather than clean chain combos. The gold lane is basically left on its own, and mid lane is being fought over.
And I think that's kind of what See You Soon needs to prioritize. Well, you can say the same for Sway Esports. This is what we expected, but you have that Mortis jungle. It's just so much easier for you to invade See You Soon. The Glue is taking that cam in the bot side as well. They even was able to drag a flame over that wall. Just so much oppression from Sway Esports that I feel like See You Soon just have no answer to.
Yeah, I mean, Sway Esports basically just has all the options in the world. See You Soon, on the other hand, they have to be extremely careful with these movements. They cannot get mirrored. They cannot start following up on weird angles. I think for now, See You Soon, just focus on getting your level 4, and then you can start making things happen. Unfortunately, jungle invades are bound to happen with this lineup that we expect to see from Sway, but where is it going to happen? Where's the first engagement going to happen? It might be the top side.
Definitely feels like that's a possibility. I think Sway Esports, yeah, they are reading this right. Flame can pull back again. Just this farm is break even, making sure that he is everywhere and at every place. Gyomei hitting that level 4 already, so ultimate up for that first turtle fight on that bot side. Trobot not doing too bad, honestly.
Yeah, Treboy is doing pretty good. He is holding on to his own. He expects to, I mean, Merps specifically expects to do badly. Barbie G is making sure that he's, you know, helping out, trying to control that wave, considering that Xavier has shown himself, and now this is where it's going to get interesting.
Looking forward to the flicker of value. Can he reach the backline? Haroski, though, not doing well. Turtle secured by Sway Esports, and just as Xavier are piercing through 3 members of Sway, no one goes down. Sway Esports able to just walk away.
Best cause of action for See You Soon. They knew for a fact, okay, we're not really, it's going to be really difficult to contest for this turtle. Aski doesn't have any items to really help him out. He's got cooldown boots and he's slowly building up. It could be Enchanted Talisman or Clock of Destinies. We haven't seen enough components to determine that. However, topside, Swade just trying to make sure, hey, at the end of the day, Merps is still our win condition. He's level 5 to Neha's level 4. Rather surprising considering that Neha has the range advantage.
And kind of we set up to have this Melissa being the stronger lane bully, right? Early on, you make the life of this carry extremely hard, but we saw that early rotation from Sway Esports and See You Soon, and Sway was able to push See You Soon's roamer away, and I think that really gave Merps a lot more space than he should have deserved. So far, another contest up in the top side. See You Soon just really looking for an opening, but they're not getting it.
Yeah, Sway is playing this really, really well. They know for a fact that Flosky down on bot side, he's going to be fine by himself. As long as he doesn't die, he's doing a really good job. Merps, on the other hand, he could use a little bit of help. He's honestly going even in this lane, but it's forcing Neha to really think about his trades, right? He throws the doll, but he's not continuously committing to it. He's not trying to take space to get an advantage in the lane because he knows that Sway has got him covered.
And I think another concern for See You Soon is that the presence of break even. With this Fire Mist around, you don't really want to commit fully to it. And on top of that Fire Mist pick, I really do think that this early first phase commitment into Arlott and you get a Fire Mist response just makes so much sense. And with Arlott, even if he flickers and hits that backline, you have the Call Alter to really negate what the Arlott wants to do in the first place. But in this case, we're looking at Trobot. He goes for this tank emblem, so he's not looking to one-shot the backline. He's just looking to sustain the fight for as long as... Is this prepping See You Soon for just that Melissa and Xavier?
Maybe. I guess. It's a little tough to say. It really is a little tough to say. Personally, I would have imagined damage here just to start snowballing out of control, but this turtle fight is going to be quite important for both sides. See You Soon, for all we know, could just give this up, but considering that they all have their ultimates ready to go, let's keep an eye out here. Hosky coming in from the back.
Yeah, Flicker instantly dragged the members of Sway Esports. The turtle still gets secured, this time by Merp. And See You Soon, they have committed into this, but they don't have the damage to finish off any members of Sway Esports. 2 of them get assassinated, and Sway Esports once more walks out cleanly.
Instantly responded to. I mean, Trabot was trying his absolute best to try and, you know, follow up and get that kill, but Call Altar is just a little too good in these early stages of the game. Potential dive here on top side.
Yeah, Gyomei just taking slow and easy, break even, able to just instantly go over the wall. Not able to drag Na back, but it was enough space for Merps to get the 3rd kill for Sway Esports.
Perfect, and they managed to get it on Merps as well. I thought Gyomei for sure was going to secure it with a Decimate, but with a little bit of help in the mid lane in the jungle, they managed to deny him that kill. Oh man, Merps is in a really good position. Like, he should be significantly further behind. We're expecting the next wave to get hard shoved, and then we're going to see a lane swap between Merps as well as Haroski. Oh man, the R's and W's. Ugh.
But that was exactly a good demonstration of what we discussed earlier, right? The Fire Mist pick into a lineup of, you know, the Kaja and the Arlott. You deny so much agency. And You know, after witnessing that, I mean, what if you're Seosun, what are you looking for right now? You don't want to drag the Fire Mist, but and anyone else gets dragged, you just have to call Alter to save him.
Yeah, I mean, just look at the situation here, right? See You Soon is thinking very one-dimensionally. They're thinking, okay, we get the we get like a prime target. We're looking for Barbie Chi. We pull him into our comp. We get a kill. We bank out. I think they have to start thinking a little bit further than that. And number one, as the lane swap has occurred, glue is a little difficult, but they should look to specifically punish Barbie Chi as he rotates for these motions. Say, hey, let the dive happen. You can just back off if we have to. If you can get a kill on Barbie Chi, that is going to significantly boost our odds to allow ASKI to scale even faster.
Break Even's presence is just negating everything that Seosun wants to do, and we are seeing a bit of a problem for Seosun in general, because all these moves mean nothing if the Fire Mist has that call alternate. Now, if you look at this 3 versus 3 fight, there's no way that Seosun can commit to this. ASKI already pushed back, and Merpsy just goes forward, and ASKI forced to retreat.
He's very confident there. I think, you know, LaFlame had an opportunity to try and do something, but the 2v2 down by Turtle's side, this could, unfortunately, still falls into the hands of CU Soon for now. Merps, on the other hand, is going to take these trades.
And LaFlame looking for an opening, but he might not reach that in time. Call Alter, use Break Even. Able to survive that one, now drag right back by the Divine Judgment. This should be an easy kill over for CU Soon, but LaFlame gets it instead of Nah. Bit unlucky.
There we go. That's the first mistake we're seeing from Sway Esports. They're getting really, really confident, especially when they know that a dive could potentially happen. However, see you soon. This is what they want. They want these counter engagements. They work better against Sway Esports at these counter engagements, even, especially when you have the Kaja, and especially when it's not a full team fight to get the maximum value of the call Altar.
And that's what CU Soon's draft has been kind of crafted, has been designed to be, right? Well, if we can't get active thanks to the call Altar, we will wait for you to get active, and then we'll punish you. And the Flame, with that pick and knowing that Call Alter is still not back up yet, we can see CU Soon having a lot more presence on that bot side. Obviously, both teams really mirroring that movement. And so far, the goal disadvantage isn't too big. Kyrie, though, good a two-man taunt. The real one manipulation is out, zoning out everyone. As he gets dragged back, Merps gets the second kill.
Oh my goodness, that was so cool. Trabot used this ult and it actually pushes them across from Riverside onto their side of the map. It didn't really matter at the end of the day as their team still took an L. However, Sway Esports need to be a little bit worried about Trabot pushing them and displacing them, especially when they get really clumped together. Just something to keep in mind.
The Flame will at least open up the map. Get rid of Sway Esports present on their bot side. Can't do too much though. Needs a bit of help. Kyrie shows up. 20 seconds until that next objective spawns, and Nah is in danger. He's getting surrounded. Sway Esports looking for a potential dive, not already taking so much damage. Forced to use that ultimate, but they are just gonna dive him. Easy pickup for Gyome.
They should expect... the response coming in from CU Soon is very, very late. I mean, Lord is already up. They could have taken mid turret. They could have taken top turret if they really wanted to and say that, yes, this is a lost cause. You need to start backing out here rather than the indecision. So Sway Esports, on the other hand, they don't mind. They can just sit back here. There's almost no way they can actually lose this fight. Oh,
Kyrie, it might attempt a steal. The Lord is very low, but he can't get in range for the red tree. 3 members of CU Soon getting dragged back by the Fire Mist. Break Even is dropping low. They need a bit more damage. Trabot dashes onto him and gets the kill. It's an even fight so far, but Gyome is looking for Trabot. Has to decimate just on top of the armor. Should be able to finish him off. So Esports looking for second one. Trabot, you're still alive. He's still healing up. This man is unkillable. Trabot with the dancing shoes gets out.
Oh my goodness. I didn't expect him. All right. I really wasn't expecting him to survive for that long, and now mid turret is under attack.
They get the root. Harovsky is low. Gyome putting up a last stand to defend the structure, able to do so, and Sway Esports gets out almost cleanly.
And honestly, well played to see you soon. They found an opportunity to actually punish Barbie Chi, stop his ultimate really early on in the fight, and as soon as they did, just the plays coming in from Trabot alone allowed CU Soon to not only take the space, but opportunely take away big battle spells from Sway Esports. And because of the late reset, they have a little bit more control over the waves. They're still clumping up together down by the mid side. They probably should have spread out a little bit, cleared up the waves, and at the very least, mitigate these Lord-empowered minions' damage.
That was one of those fights you really wish that Melissa is there, and we get to see CU Soon just overwhelming in terms of the vote. But so far, Sway Esports are the one in the lead. Able to take that top tier 2, the mid tier 1 also goes down. CU Soon have to attend to the Lord.
Yeah, CU Soon just has to let go of mid tier 2. They could have actually decided to fight for it, but there's just too many members to actually deal with. They deal with the Lord on top side. They still have one more empowered wave down bot side, and Sway still full wave control on all sides, eliminate all tier 2s.
And this map is now going to get extremely dark for See You Soon. Trebot even used his ultimate. No follow-up though, he used it on Horowski of all people. And just like that, in one fell swoop, Sway Esports also able to capitalize on the fact that See You Soon doesn't necessarily have the best way to clear waves, let alone the Lord. So now we see this big goal injection for Sway Esports. Almost 5,000 advantage.
Yeah, almost 5,000 advantage indeed. And like, I'm keeping an eye on Trebot right now, mainly because he's building full tank. The most damage he has is from his Molten Essence. Let's see whether or not his dash is going to be enough to actually make the difference in this upcoming fight, because this Lord could prove to be fatal for See You Soon.
And I honestly think that now instead of looking for LaFlame to open up the map or start a fight, I think Trebot is not a bad candidate to do so. Kyrie getting gone on, getting the taunt onto Gyome, but this Martis against Sway Esports just making sure that they get majority of that map control.
Yeah, Carry right now is really, really good. It's way too many items to actually deal with, both Kyrie as well as Trebot. Something to keep in mind for these upcoming fights. Her position is going to matter, but more importantly, Barbie Chi, he has to recognize that he's getting hard targeted by See You Soon. Every single one of these fights, he has been flickered on by LaFlame, who's saving his battle spell just for your boy. So with 6 seconds on the clock here, oh boy. Looks like teams are calling it a pause. Technical issues probably on their side. Thank God it didn't happen right at the Lord fight.
Yeah. Honestly, I like this pause because you know what? The Lord has just spawned. It's just an extra layer of suspense.
Yes, an extra layer of suspense indeed. But like, when I'm looking at these fights, I'm surprised that the gold lane has actually gotten this far into the game without getting hard punished within the early to mid section. Mid section even, we were seeing that See You Soon were trying a particular strategy. Realize being too aggressive and trying to set up for these dives isn't going to work, especially since the draft allows us to go for picks. However, it's telegraphed. All of it is telegraphed, and Sway is just so prepared.
And I think that is very evident from the first 2.5 minutes, right? We were looking at the mid lane, having, you know, Sway Esports just falling coming up ahead a bit more in that mid lane and falling behind in the gold lane, but it was completely the reverse. They targeted that top lane, the gold lane a lot, got Murphs ahead, and that first turtle fight really showed us how the Sway Esports draft was able to respond to what See You Soon has.
I mean, you can see the planning in motion here. From the first, minute to the second minute to the third minute, there was always different steps that needed to be done. Like how we saw Glue deciding to walk into enemy jungle after clearing the first wave, tries to take the beetle while the rest of his team is invading on the top side against the bear bug, and not a lot of teams end up doing that. Like we saw two camps technically get stolen away, and now that equated into a level lead for Suede later on into the game. By the 6th minute, you can clearly see it. Hey, I'm a full level ahead. It's going to be really tough for you to take these neutral objectives. And because you've been so busy trying with these pickoffs onto Barbie Chi, Merps ends up getting ahead with the pressure from mid.
There's this old saying that it is always good to make the first move, and I think Sway Esports is demonstrating that pretty well. See You Soon has been really trying their best to respond and being that kind of I would say responsive. I couldn't find the right word. They've been trying to respond a lot to Sway Esports, but this has allowed Sway themselves to really get a good lead. Now slowly just withering down the Lord. Horowski doesn't care.
No, he does not, but the rest of the team might actually. His Lord's getting lower. Here comes the fight.
Break even, looking to get a pull. They use the real manipulation, but actually not finding anyone. Well, they're able to drag Trebot back of all people. The guy to cancel Barbie Chizal is now gone. The Lord not canceling the aggro on the Lord, and Sway Esports should be able to secure this. Kyrie not even in range. Sway Esports a clean objective take.
Yeah. Unfortunate for Trebot indeed. He even lost his flicker in that process, which is it's pretty terrible because flicker allows you to get into the backline easily. You flicker, use your ult, it's instantly, once you get that demon mark, you start dashing onto your priority target, which in this case is going to be Merps. Barbie Chi, unfortunately, well, he knows it. He's standing really far back. He's keeping away from those bushes. He knows that LaFlame could flicker on him at any time. So he's playing very conservatively so far. And not to mention that he is on his way to his 3rd item. He's got his 2 util items down with the Ice Queen's Wand, as well as the G. Oh no, not Neha. He can't deal with this damage.
Clear out that bottom lane. They actually get a catch. Mervs, that is the guy you need to kill. The call altar has already been blown out. Trebot finds the assassination. And now the Demon Mark resets are coming through. See You Soon mounting a monstrous defense. 4 dead on the bot lane.
And that's why people play Fredrin. He's so good at following up. He takes so much damage, even though Merps is significantly further ahead. This 2k gold lead is just because of the Merp factor. Murphy's Law, in a matter of fact here. But let's have a look at this fight one more time, right? They had that crashing wave in mid. They had that crashing wave down bot side. The unfortunate turn of events is once Merps was focusing too hard on this turret, while the rest of his team members, especially those who were supposed to hold the front line, were backing off. I think he needs to respect that space to maintain the shape of the fight.
Best case scenario, they only lost the bot inhib. They got 4 kills. They swung the goal back, literally dead even. And they still have both the top and mid inhibitor up.
Yep, and this is a great position for CUC in all the flame. He's in so much trouble.
He's probably going to give his life up for this. It will go onto him with the decimate. The damage is enough for Merps. Call Alter broken as well, but Seiyusun can't follow up.
Alright, now that we're getting into the later stages of the game, this is where Seiyusun is really going to shine. Neha, when he has Inspired available, hey, clump up. Use that call Altar if you want to. I can instantly shred it down. And if anybody walks away low, they have Aski to actually follow up with his own ult, if not opening the gates to enable people like Trabot and as well as Kyrie to make those plays.
And Seiyusun just has to remember that responding to Sway Esports in this team fight where Sway makes the first move has been more efficient, right? The response, the counter engage with Trabot. And honestly, Sway Esports will find it a bit harder to access the backline of Seiyusun just because you have to deal with so much disruption. And the only condition that I've seen Sway Esports really pull off to give them a lead is that if they were able to isolate the Flame or if they isolate Trabot. But aside from that, if Seiyusun gets that window, it just allows this Melissa to do so much damage.
Absolutely. So Seiyusun has to pick and choose exactly where to fight. Choke points are very ideal, but let's also not forget that Aski, he's scaling up really, really fast now. He's built up to 8,000 gold, very close to actually catching up with the 10k gold lead that Kyrie actually has himself. Oh, here we go.
They don't have the Xavier with them. Flicker onto the Flame. He is dragged back. Flickers the safety. Can they get on top of him? No, they cannot. Yome not in range for that ultimate. He even gets rooted down, taunted back. Yome gotta get out, knocked up by the Fredrin. He is out. No more jungler for Sway Esports. And Seiyusun turns it around. 2 kills for Kyrie. The Lord is theirs.
Oh, great play. Great play coming out from Seiyusun. And this is what we were talking about earlier. Sway Esports, they keep trying to force these situations, but Seiyusun, at this stage of the game, they have more than enough cooldowns to not only trap you, but follow up and punish you for that engage. The counter engage from Seiyusun is just too good as of right now.
Yeah, and like what you say, Gideon, the 2 conditions, you know, responding with their crowd control and choke zone. So Esports walk right into the kill box, and now with the Lord in Seiyusun's favor, this is definitely not done and dusted, but for the first time in 17 minutes, we see Seiyusun having a goal advantage.
Yeah, and a significant gold advantage at that. 3k ahead of Sway as of right now. Soon the gold lead is not going to matter, but now we have to start talking about who scales better. Barbie, unfortunately, in this situation, he's going to scale as much as he possibly can, but he needs damage items. Look at what he has right now. He's got the Enchanted Talismans, Ice Queen Wand, Glowing Wand, right? We haven't seen those big items just yet. We don't see a Holy Glaive. We haven't seen the Holy Crystal even, or the Divine Glaive, something that he needs because there's so many people on the side of Seiyusun who have a Radiant Armor.
And partially because Sway Esports are so far in the lead. Yome! Oh no! They cannot reach and break even! Oh, having to go forward. Haroski now forced to throw his body to save his friend, but can he get out? He can with that ultimate Divine Glaive. Finish for Barbichi in the process. But yeah, back on the point, I think it's also partially Sway Esports felt that they're so far ahead. The Barbichi can just play utility. But I think that is out of the question right now. He needs damage.
Yeah, he really does. Aski is getting it way further ahead. The man already has a Divine Glaive. He's going to start hurting. Barbichi losing 40% of his HP after getting hit by the ult alone. And that's going to be starting to prove a lot more problems for Sway Esports than most would expect. But here's the thing I've noticed, right? I didn't realize, I never really thought about it. It's a very small micro mechanic, but when you're using Arla, his sweep always starts from left to right.
Yeah.
So that's why we are seeing him positioned towards the top side of the map, because if he catches somebody with his ult, he could literally push them back into the team. I never even thought of that.
Yeah, it's a very interesting mechanic, and that also kind of makes Arlot not that great if you're on that bot lane.
It makes his flicker way more valuable as well.
It does, it does. So many ways to cancel its crucial ultimates, and it's one of those that completely ignores what you have as a hero. He sweeps to the side, you know. Take out the trash.
Yeah, let's see here how they're going to play this out, because now Seiyusun is in a position where they don't exactly have tempo or control. They regained the tempo, but now it's, you know, it's a balancing act. They want Sway Esports to come out of their base and fight them in an ideal position. So what Seiyusun, my guess, is going to look to do, use the ultimate, use the ultimate coming in from Xavier. Make sure he is checking each bush, making sure that if they have an opportunity to bait Sway into a fight, LaFlame, just walk up. Maybe Trabot, just walk up. He still has his flicker, and they might catch them in a choke point.
This is the situation that CU Soon is going to revel in, right? So Esports not having the courage that they previously have to just walk into a brush. Now you really have to be worried about getting isolated. Both teams have all of their battle spells online. Obviously, if you look at Sway Esports, they have 4 flickers just so they don't get ambushed and get kidnapped.
Yeah, they just need a traditional front to front, right?
Hirosky down to half health. Does have the immortality, but look at him! He's getting bursted! They didn't even get the call ulted up in time. Dawning Light cutting through. Hirosky is dead. Who's gonna get the Lord? Who is gonna get it? Oh my goodness, Barbie G saving this one for Sway Esports. The Lord was stolen. ASCII goes down. Sway Esports still in the game. They used the real-world manipulation to stop CU Soon. Trabot, he is forward. Gyome is the target. Break even, able to get away just for a while.
Okay,
but his immortality is gonna pop. CU Soon looking for a second kill. Kyrie on top. Trabot to follow up. And Nga gets the mega kill streak.
Dude, this is so frustrating. Wait, Merps!
Why, Merps? Why are you there? He's gonna use the win chat. Build the damage engage. No, they kidnap him. He is held hostage. He is assassinated. CU Soon looking for the end. This game number 1, exactly how we wanted it to be. Can Sway Esports hold on? Break even is back. Gyome able to go on to 3 members of CU Soon. They're running out of health. Gyome able to get the immortality, and now Barbie G comes in with the ultimate, shuts down the Melissa. Kyrie is isolated. The Lord is pushing into the base. CU Soon, your base is in imminent danger. Can ASCII clear it out? He's just a Xavier.
No,
he cannot do it. The Lord has done it. Sway Esports. A game number 1 victory that shouldn't have gone that way, but what the hell, man.
Oh, Sway, they're breathing a sigh of relief. One bad call coming in from CU Soon, turning that fight. They stayed for a little too long, forgot about the bottom side of the map with the Luminous Lord walking at their base. Sway take game number 1. Well done. Well done to both of these teams.
And I think they will have to pay a cut of the salary to the Lord.
Yeah, for
100%.
sure.
That's player number 6 on Sway Esports team. These moments do happen, but an absolute heartbreak if you are CU Soon.
I mean, they played so well. Like, CU Soon understood. They adapted their plan towards the mid-game. They managed to get to the breaking point, and unfortunately, Break Even was the one who had to pay that price. And CU Soon, they were moments away from winning, realizing they had already won this fight by the Lord side. They had put Sway Esports in a super awkward position as long as they play their front to front as perfectly as possible. But at the end of the day, Merps, he's so good. He ends up dying here, and Gyome at the very end, oh, you wouldn't have expected it.
Guy just lived for longer than he should have, way longer. And if that's the savior for Sway Esports, Barbie G, the hidden MVP, steals the Lord, and that's the steal that led them to an eventual victory. A bit anticlimactic, but if you are CU Soon, you gotta really feel the sting.
Yeah.
17 minutes to get to the point where you could win the game comfortably, and you lost to 1 Lord steal.
Yeah, it's just, it's the worst. It's the absolute worst there. CU Soon took a very risky call. They lost the coin flip, unfortunately, in Sway Esports. They understood, and they were extremely aware. I mean, look at them. They all knew that the Lord was pushing down. They just had to make sure they had enough members to stop the recalls, if not turn around that fight, and they predicted the future.
And this is the game 1 that we all wanted to see. Your favorite series, in fact,
yeah.
right? Sway Esports and CU Soon. We expected a very tight game 1, but for it to be this tight to start off the evening, we're going to have a long evening ahead of us.
We definitely do. Like, CU Soon, they definitely have the game sense. They definitely have, the forethought about how the game is going to start looking like. And they adapted their plans super, super well for the mid-game especially. But one bad call ruined it all there. They should have taken their recalls. They should have dragged out that fight. 11-11, and with the gold lead slightly ahead in the favor of CU Soon, Sway Esports takes it away despite getting 2 turtles, 3 lords in total, and pretty much all the neutral objectives.
And this is, again, the comparison between the unstoppable force, the immovable object, and CU Soon, they finally got to that point where it really felt like they could not be moved. So Esports just had enough strength left to kind of crack through that brick wall. So CU Soon got to come back in game 2. But honestly, to take a beating for 80% of the game, and come back with an advantage by the end of it is not easy.
Yeah, I mean, it's all technically pre-planned here. Like, you got to give it to the guys. You got to give it to the guys at Seiyusun Trial. They did a really good job. One bad call made all the difference. But if we're looking at the items, like even Barbie Chi adapted her item selection, right? Towards the end there, getting that Divine Glaive, and more importantly, getting the Athena Shield to make sure, hey, even if I do get caught up in the Xavier ult, it's not going to put me at a detrimental level of health.
Yeah. Very breakneck game number 1, but of course, it's a best of 3. But looking at how it has turned out, I think if you are Seiyusun, you're not going to be... You would feel a bit defeated, right? Bit of
disappointment, of course.
In your chest. But at the end of the day, I think they have to realize that they have achieved what they wanted, and it's now more of making those late game calls. And honestly, it was a unlucky coin flip.
Yeah, it was quite the coin flip, and honestly, we wouldn't even be seeing these two teams just clashing it out time and time again if it wasn't for our sponsors here at the Snapdragon Pro Series. Of course, Snapdragon Elite Gaming, when winning matters. Oh boy, they're going to be looking at each other. It's like, am I sure that I have a Snapdragon processor in this phone? Like, I need to make sure I have one, because that could have been the difference.
Yeah, that is what winners are built from. If you have that Snapdragon chip, you're going to have a great time in your game. But aside from Snapdragon Elite Gaming, we also got to thank Samsung Galaxy for being a part of this. They have been awesome, and they've given us so much opportunities. So check out the latest product, the Galaxy S23 Ultra. I have seen our peers review it. It is a very sick phone.
It is. It is
low
a very
lighting
sick phone.
camera, photography. Oof.
Look, when they say share the Epic, that camera alone, if I fit it in my hand, you need to have wide hands for that, and it fits like a lot of people with their wide angle shots. So I'm just saying, it's something to keep your eyes out for. But that's not all here, because we also have to thank our other sponsors as well, like Monster Energy Drink, for making sure that they are unleashing these beasts here up on stage. Go check out their website at www.monsterenergy.com/gaming. Maybe you can, sneak a deal here and there, get a couple of discounts, and more importantly, keep yourself energized for your upcoming tournaments.
Speaking about good deals, we have just the one for you. It's none other than Kachi Shop. If you're looking for great deals and game top-ups, this is the pit stop that you need to go to, www.kachishop.com, to get all the best diamond top-up deals you could ever find in the Mobile Legends universe. With that being said, we're going to leave you guys to top up those diamonds in-game while we take a short break. But when we come back, this bloodthirsty series between...
Hold up. We got... No. I don't want this break to happen. Stop it. I need to see this next game. I'm looking at our producers, Danny. I was like, no, this game has to go on. We need some conclusion, if not something to end off on a more climactic, to build up that suspense in case this actually goes into a game 3, okay?
Let's get straight into it.
Let's get straight into it,
see you soon. And so Esports Game 2, what are we looking at?
Yeah, honestly, I think what I'm looking at here, and especially for Seiyusun, I think they recognize that, hey, they have a very solid early game plan. There's a couple of options they can do. Number one, they can kind of shift their draft a little bit to have that kind of early pressure to curb some of the things that happened in the game. Number one, we did expect to see, Glue actually win out ALVA in the earlier stages, have that priority over the lane, and that costed a lot of jungle for Kyrie. So maybe they could start changing up the way they look at the EXP lane. Maybe they could start picking up Farsa in the mid lane instead of Xavier. The one thing I like about Xavier, yes, he does scale especially well. He's really good at being an enabler for the team, but we need a carry. We need a hard carry for this one, and I'm pretty sure Seiyusun are like, you know what, if I was playing Farsa there, this game would have been done.
Honestly, that was one of the options, except aside from the Xavier, right? We were even looking at Valentina at one point. But I think it's also a good time to address that first phase pick from Seiyusun. We saw Fredrin, Arlott, and then I believe we also saw the Kaja coming through. And a part of me feels like that Arlott was really prioritized, maybe a bit too much. I think second phase Arlott wouldn't be the worst. We kind of were in slight agreement with that Valentina first phase.
Yeah, for sure. I think, in this case, Arlott is in an awkward position. It's like you want to be able to kind of play your Melissa, but you also don't want to give it over to someone like Sway, because, I mean, that ult is going to, especially if you're Melissa, you put the getaway from me, you do your first dash, and all of a sudden, this man with a sword just not even sword, lance, pushes you aside outside of your ult, and even he can still get you in your ult with his dashes alone. But our MVP of this game from Sway Esports, Gyome, to buy that bit of space and time to allow the rest of his team to collapse and win through the Lord.
And that's what we call the say no die, no say die.
No say.
I completely forgot about the unbreakable spirit.
The heroes never die situation.
Heroes never die situation. It's kind of like this game I played where you survive a death blow.
Oh yeah. I know I know what you're talking about. But here, Gyomei has been surviving too many death blows, so much so that our stats have literally broken out of the seams. Look at his damage taken, 20,000. Even the words damage taken cannot handle the amount of abuse this man has taken.
That's 202,000.
202,000. It's so big, I'm blind.
Yeah, I cannot comprehend how much damage that is.
It's more than one person should take, honestly.
Yeah, any mortal being, you should not take over 100 damage. That is the basic HP.
Yeah, that is the base HP, and I think for the most part of it, like, he played an exceptionally good role. I think Martis is something to keep an eye out, especially the way Gyomei plays it. When you have a team coordinating with these invades as well, it's up to Gyomei himself to make this snowball happen. He is the spearhead.
And he is so annoying because he really just pushes you away he can throw his body in the front line and not worry about kind of getting isolated in most situations.
Look, he's a humble guy, right? And one thing I know about humble people is that they all use, and one of our sponsors as well, to thank these guys, the Samsung Galaxy S3 series that has, you know, some Snapdragon inside of it in its processor. Because the Galaxy S23 Ultra, they like to stay humble. They like to share the epic and level up their own game. But hey, sharing that epic, I'm just saying.
Yeah. Phones of the winners, phones of the humbles, and phones of
the best.
The best.
You're like, you want to say it, but the man is humble, and I would agree that in a lot of these situations that he is playing a very vital role for the team. So I don't know. For See You Soon, hopefully they're able to actually even out this game, actually bring it to a full series of 3, because I think both these teams definitely have a really good outlook on the game.
I think they deserve a game 3, right? It would kind of be an injustice if this Sui just wins 2-0. Not to say that I'm not on Sui's side, but I just want to see more. And I think we will see more from See You Soon. And on top of that, it's also great to see them pivoting over to those long, drawn-out teamfight comps instead of having assassins diving backlines. And I want to see if that will be the case in the Game 2 draft.
Personally, I do feel that a lot of teams have kind of leaned towards, like, you know, I'm just going to play Xavier into the mid lane, right? I need that enabler at the end of the day. I want to be able to control choke points very, very well. But then you start thinking about it, and honestly, you need control. You need that early control. And I think a lot of teams are sleeping on that. They're willing to sacrifice mid lane control. But personally, this is my personal bias, right? I believe that mid lane is the enabler for everything. Your side lanes can't do anything without the help of the mid lane anyways.
Yeah, and that also kind of shows us why picks like Farsa has so much value, right?
Or Lilia.
And Lilia is also one. And this time, both teams will switch sides. Sway Esports on that blue, See You Soon on the red. Of course, with Sway Esports getting that first pick, I feel like if you are See You Soon and you look back at game number 1, red side is a spot where you tell yourself, yeah, it's pretty great. Now we get to respond more appropriately to Sway Esports.
Nothing to kind of predetermine here, nothing to kind of push the envelope at the very least, but let's see how Sway Esports actually handles being on the blue side of the map. Hayabusa, first ban instantaneously without, they did, again, I wouldn't have expected Hayabusa to be first pick, first ban in any of these situations, except for here in the Snapdragon Pro Series. See You Soon respond with the Fanny.
And I wonder if Sway Esports will take out the Ling as well. That's what they did in the first game. We also saw the Joy getting banned. It's just assassins all around. And yeah, they do. Sway Esports once more getting rid of the Ling.
I think See You Soon, do they have any answers? I think as long as Kaja isn't banned out, might as well leave Joy. Might as well leave Joy open. No reason to put yourself in that position. Maybe get rid of Fredrin if you don't like tanks. What else would be a really big issue? Usually it would be Yve in a lot of these cases, but it felt like See You Soon knows how to play around the Yve overall.
And that's what they did in game 1. They see the glue from Sway and then they just instantly pick the Kaja. And honestly, Kaja are good into most picks anyways. So 1-1 getting banned out, very standard, just like game number 1. And I do agree, if the Kaja is left up in the open, then the Joy isn't, it goes down in priority a bit.
Oh yeah, a little bit here. So let's see how Sway Esports wants to kind of position themselves in the first half of this ban phase. What else could they ban out here? I mean, technically Kaja wouldn't be that bad of a ban on their side. Farmis if they don't want a team fight. Oh, Claude. Okay, so they're really... So Suede Esports, it's very clear that they have identified potential threats on the side of CU soon. Number one, their gold laner. Number two, their jungler. So immediately they're limiting their hero pools. Make sure that they don't feel comfortable. At the very least, they don't feel safe on these comfort picks.
So a lot of those big picks go through. Fredrin, the Kaja is also out in the pool as well, and this really feels like CU Soon are going to go for the Kaja again. Yve being prioritized by Sui.
Yeah, I think Yve is just good overall. She doesn't have too many bad matchups, and the only people who can counter her are both Franco and as well as Kaja, both having that suppress keyword in them. And unfortunately, I wish it worked the same for Barats, but it doesn't.
It doesn't. We've seen a couple of Barats, but most of them didn't end well. It's a pretty slow hero.
He's a very snowbally hero, and I think that's for like every tank jungler in the game right now. But see soon, get access to Fredrin once again. Do they want to lock in the Kaja straight away to deal with the imminent problem? That does mean that mid lane is still going to be quite an issue.
Yeah, I do feel like that Kaja is going to gain a bit more importance over the Arlot in this case. If you are on red side, and see you soon, they will go for the Kaja once more. Pull a flame. Does Sway Esports care about the Arlot though?
Yes and no. It really depends on what they actually prepared for this game. If they want to play Arlet, they absolutely can. The box is a great way to kind of get free CC stacks. I keep calling it CC stacks, but Demon Marks. But at the end of the day, they still need to come up with a couple of solutions. Number one, I think Martis is going to get locked in here. Might as well mirror your opponents based on what they've picked so far. I would also make an argument for maybe getting a Lolita early on, but we don't know what the EXP looks like, and See You Soon hasn't really revealed much.
So you can even go for the same, glue pick if they want to, right? That's what they did in game number 1. What else? I think it was the glue and Martis. Yeah, there it is. So
yeah.
Same identical picks. So far, nothing out of the ordinary. Feels like we're watching a replay of game 1. Just teams on different sides.
Look, to be fair, a lot of teams, and especially for professional teams, what they do is that they have like an entire week when they are scrimming, they have an idea of what they want to play for that week. So they just keep on practicing it again and again and again with slight variations to either the side lanes or depending on a team that they have to face against. And I think Sway is very similar to that. We can tell they are comfortable playing with the Yve. Not a lot of other teams actually wanted to pick up the Yve. Most of the time either gets banned or just let through the draft entirely.
I think most of the time it's either third pick or second phase.
Yeah.
Sway is one of those teams that really, locks in that Yve in that first phase, and you can see from that first pick as well. But if CU Soon wants to go back to the same archetype that they have in game 1, but without the Arlot, you're looking for an XP laner that can do the same thing as Arlot, right? Jump to the back line, able to flicker onto that Yve and really get that cancellation through. On that real-world manipulation.
I think if they want to, they could go for Lapu Lapu or even Yuzong.
I was thinking of the Lapu Lapu actually.
Yeah, but like the thing is, when you have Lapu Lapu, there's nothing much you can really cancel. Like you're trying to threaten Yve with like sheer damage. You can't even cancel the ult, which feels so very bad. And if we're talking about marksmen, Winds of Nature is always a problem for both Yuzong as well as Lapu Lapu. So I think CU Soon recognize that. They understand, hey, we're really good at team fighting. At least let us dictate where and when we want to fight. Good engage and disengage tool with the Farmis.
And when you start peeling off the onions of CU Soon, you realize that there are just so many layers of defensive mechanism that they have. And it's once more kind of the same approach that they have in game number 1, just that right now you see that mid lane of locked in that first phase. Arlot and Melissa both banned out, and I do like the response from CU Soon. Arlot getting banned out, so Esports threatening a Melissa pick, we banned that.
Oh yeah, I'm liking this. See You Soon, again, their second phases have been very, very good. They know exactly what they want to play. They know exactly what to get rid of. The Melissa, no more bullies anymore. We want to get on top of you safely. Second of all, we have to deal with the Kadita. Kadita, as a support in this particular situation, if Sway Esports were to pick it up, generally one-shot your backline. Farmis walks up, blow him up before he can even use the call altar. And even Sway Esports understand, Benedetta, I don't want you to leave your lane so quick. I want you to get rid of that Arla just in case we had access to maybe a Melissa, maybe even a carry who's a little bit more short-ranged.
This really does feel like we are kind of going down that list. We're hitting the Yuzhong and Lapu Lapu territory for CU Soon. And with Sway Esports haven't already locked in the XP lane, I think CU Soon is going to feel a bit more comfortable revealing that anyways. They have that last pick for themselves. You think the XP lane is going to be shown first?
I think if I was See You Soon, I would probably get carry. Okay, carry here because the EXP lane, the matchups just don't matter, right? How many of them can actually get 2-for-1s against Suede Esports? I don't think any, really. Glue's a tough matchup. Like, Martis doesn't care about CC. Unfortunately, Yves is basically unstoppable unless you have Kaja nearby. I think that, like, if See You Soon lock in Edith, it wouldn't be that bad. At least you have another layer of peel.
A lot of it now banks on this carry alone. We are going back to potentially a 4 protect 1 composition for See You Soon. And Nga has demonstrated just great mechanical prowess on the Melissa in game 1. One of the big reasons that they even held on for that long, and now they really put all the weight on his shoulders.
Yeah, absolutely. And, well, let's not forget that there's other people involved here. Number one, it's going to be Kaja who has to find the opportunity to stop the real-world manipulation, and better yet, you have the Farmist to kind of back up the carry overall in fights. He needs to keep her alive and make sure that people like Glue get punished when they use the split. Suede Esports, really, really smart here. Moskov, so very good. Kaja comes at you, I'm just gonna spear you away, knock you back. But even better, the Grok. You want to clump up together? I can set up a huge unstoppable force.
And they cannot even pull the Grok. You have 2 heroes that completely ignore crowd control, and both of them are gonna frontline in these fights. So See You Soon, I feel like they aren't as poor as options as they were in game number 1. Now this is where we get to see that XP lane. Not too much left in the pool, honestly. Like, are you looking for damage, or are you looking for kind of a front line that can stand on its own? I feel like that Yuzhong feels a bit more appropriate for this pick.
I feel like no matter what, it's really, really awkward. I think Sway Esports really got the nuts on their draft pick so far. Edith is like kind of meh. Terizla, maybe you can get something out of it, but Lapu Lapu and Yuzhong would probably be the best other than Edith. What else can...
Okay.
I guess you get a Dyroth even if you really want to win the lane hard, but it looks like the final pick is going to be Terizla here. Just a way to actually try and deal with Glue in the earlier phases. At the very least, you have a faster clear.
But what would be the function though when we hit that mid to late game phase? What is this Terizla? What are we expecting him to do?
Oh, he is just a punching bag. He's going to become a punching bag very quickly. He's never going to be able to catch Moskov, and even if he does, Moskov can just dash out of the penalty zone. He's basically going to try and hold as many people back by himself as possible, build up a lot of health to abuse the body of the Smith. Maybe his team wins, and then they can start pressing their advantage forward.
So we're looking at a brick wall response to another brick wall.
Absolutely, yep.
So Esports in the lead, 1-0 up in this best of 3. Remember, it's upper bracket, so the team that loses the series still has a chance down there, but you don't really want to be there. And See You Soon, they have to win the second game. And with this different approach, or slightly different approach to the game, are we still expecting kind of this stagnant goal lane and priority on that mid lane?
Yes, I would expect a very stagnant goal lane, and especially when you have Grok on your side, he can actually manipulate those waves with the Nature's Barrier. As you can see in the mid lane right now, it slows down the minion, so it's closer towards your turret, making sure that you don't have to take trades and you can play it safe.
And this makes it a bit awkward for ASCII as well, but at least the plus side is that See You Soon now has a better control of their own jungle. They're not getting invaded as they did in game 1. But that also, you know, Breakeven is still playing the same role as he did in game number 1, right? Where his presence stops any sort of engage or attempted engage. And MHRLK is just doing glue things.
Yep, MHRLK, he's going to have an okay time here. Yeah. It's not going to be the best time in the world because Trabot basically soft counters him to a certain degree. But for the most part, I think Breakeven is going to be the spearhead, the battering ram for Sway Esports to break through the defense of See You Soon.
But slower early game, I think, you know, we have a bit more time to kind of really talk about what to expect coming up, right? I know Turtle fight is going to come up in at least half a minute, but are we still looking at the same conditions for both teams where See You Soon just wants to hit that late game?
No, I think it's going to be very different conditions, right? I think both Sway Esports as well as See You Soon have very similar compositions, except Sway Esports is a battering ram compared to See You Soon, which is essentially a wall, right? Based around Neha to try and scale up, because Neha basically counters every single time with 2 damage. Oh, Gilmate in trouble.
Empty zone, and they actually able to negate the Divine Judgment. See You Soon walks away with the turtle.
Yep, really nicely done. I mean, Sway Esports could have lost a lot more there, but they managed to walk away, give up the turtle, nobody dies, nobody has to sacrifice anything crazy.
You gotta love this prediction, right? Yeah. See You Soon fan favorites, And the fans still very loyal.
I mean, kudos to them, honestly.
Yeah.
Keep supporting your teams as much as you can, but we're hoping that they can actually bring this game up to at least a Game 3 against Sway Esports, even though their draft is going to take some time to come up online.
Having such a better time compared to Game 1.
Oh,
He's actually
for
keeping
sure.
up in levels, able to pressure Merps a bit more. He's actually ahead in XP just by a bit. And the presence of Break Even not as threatening as game number 1. You just have so much more agency. You're not worried about this what called auto mechanic, at least not from Sway Esports. And when you have a carry that can just walk up and bully you, it is an indicator that you're having a good time. Trabot though, rooted down, Yomei onto him. He is rooted, but does have that flicker.
Yep, he's got some support with Aski nearby just in case they want to dive him, just to ensure that he gets that recall. If he can deny this River Crab, nope, does not deny the River Crab, unfortunately. But you can see the response on top side, right? Again, both of these teams are going to be playing for gold. Unfortunately for Sway Esports, they have the opportunities to try and punish Terizla in this particular scenario, maybe even the mid lane for the most part of it. And Seiyusun don't have those options, unfortunately.
And now with the Terizla not having the flicker, I think Sway Esports will have a better window if they want to hit that bot lane. But they are just so occupied trying to keep Merps in a good spot, and they just can't do it in the same way that they did in Game 1. You can see that level 6 is about to hit 7 soon, and Merps is still 5.
Yep, and that's the thing. LaFlame has just been hunkering down on that top side, and Merps unfortunately can't do much about it. He's even utilizing his ult to double check to make sure, hey, I cannot walk up here. I cannot do anything. I need some help. Where's my team? If we're going to do something, oh, turtle spawns on our side of the map, get me involved because the laning phase is basically done.
Yeah, banking it on this skirmish, well, a team fight in fact. Wall is built as well, and without that wall, Seiyusun can just walk on forward. So Esports need to be really careful. Kyrie re-engages onto the turtle. It has been fully resetted.
Oh, this
Very
is so smart.
unfortunate for both teams.
Yeah, no, they're just playing this turtle dance here. I expect Seiyusun to fight, but notice that Moskov has made his way down to the bottom side of the map because he's done getting bullied in lane.
And LaFlame now he can pick and choose. Flicker forward, unstoppable force, but they cannot secure the turtle either way. And first blood goes over to Kyrie. Break even is gone. Seiyusun run them out of the turtle.
But all of this, Break Even sacrificing his life and even utilizing a very valuable spell in his arsenal in that flicker just to make sure, hey, I'm going to get a turn down bot side and Trabot can't do anything about this. He's too slow and he's too late.
And Hiroski, he is getting pushed out from the top lane. So Seiyusun will get the top tier 1. Break Even shows up again. Kyrie with their Appraisal's Wrath just heals back up. They could not get any kills. Both teams trade a turret.
Yep, really nice play coming in from Sway Esports, especially how they're playing around their gold laners so far. That's going to put him at least catch up his farm. Let's have a look. Where is it? 3.4 compared to 3.8. So he's only like, what, 200 gold behind?
Yeah, just a good recovery, right? Just one call to head to that bot lane, and they really threw all their bodies to get that slight recovery for this Moskov. But if you are Seiyusun, you are delighted at the state of the game. 2 turtles so far. The first objectives have been sublime, and they are just facing lesser pressure from Sway Esports. Getting to secure more of that jungle, now also getting decent farm as the carry. Aski able to hold that mid lane on his own.
Yeah, I mean, Seiyusun can just keep on playing passively right now. As long as Trabot doesn't die, things are generally okay, and Trabot understands. They are communicating very well with him. And even for Sway Esports, they're like, they did the lane swap, now we gotta go deal with it. And Hiroski is like, don't worry, this is as much as I can do, just give up the turret and hope for the best.
Yeah. And this is what we kind of wanted to see from Sway Esports almost 2 minutes ago, where you say that they should focus a bit more on the Trabot. Didn't do it, lost the turtle. But I guess at the end of the day, Trabot is doing way more than you expected, right? He's not getting as punished as much as you thought he would be.
Absolutely. I definitely thought he was going to get punished a lot more, but even for Sway Esports, they recognize that Merps is their win condition.
I mean, what do you do, right, as the crowd?
Yeah, what do you do? What do you do right now? Because your team is just not ready to fight. All you can do is just try and deny space.
Yeah, we'll try to protect this top tier 2. Very, very important. And they will do so, but that tier 2 is down to 50% health. We're 7 minutes in. And now Flicker, that's the Divine Judgment. They get Barbie back up. Can they get rid of this Eve? Then the Unstoppable Force is there, but Flicker forward from the Flame Call out are used as well. Eve goes down. They build a wall, but Seiyusun, they run away.
Yep, and not to forget, tier 2s are falling here. Seiyusun, they got bored there. They now have a 2k gold lead, which is great, but how much can they extend it? If they can get Yomei here, that would be insane. But you can see the rest of the Sway members just slowly coming towards that mid lane to try and collapse.
This is peak Moscow gameplay, just split push the side lane. Love to see that. Mid lane, another scuffle. Both teams really trying to kind of tussle over this lane. And I think if you are Sway and playing a Grok, you don't want to give up that map presence. And I think the only way to do so is to keep this mid-tier one alive.
For sure, for sure. Mid-tier one is by far the most important turret. One of the most important turrets in the game right now. See you soon. They're still playing for the gold lane, so they're just waiting to scale, but it's great that they have Kaja because they have so much beautiful dive and potential with the call Altar as well.
40 seconds until Flicker comes back up for the flame, but he already has the Divine Judgment. And even as kind of the front line for Sway Esports, you can't just walk on forward. That's the conceal play, Barbie Chi.
Ooh, okay, all right. Barbie Chi managing to get on out there. I definitely thought that auto attack was the Divine Judgment, but very nicely done coming in from LaFlame to zone him out. They get another tier 2 because of this, and now Siusun are in a phenomenal position, right? They've denied a lot of space, a lot of options, a lot of information from Sway to set up for a potential turtle fight.
But Sway Esports does have a silver lining. Lord spawning on that bot side, and they just took the bot tier 2. So they do have some ways to control that area. Maybe not for long though. Mid tier 1 just went down. Kyrie getting a taunt onto Gyome. See you soon have broken that deadlock.
Yeah, this is to be expected here. Like Sway Esports, they understand we need the Moskov to scale up as quickly as possible. We need Barbie Chi to stay alive. See you soon are in a position where they can actually dictate the tempo and they can start setting up for this Lord fight down on bot side. Now look, even Trabant, he needs to start clearing up these waves, but he doesn't want to get involved with Merps just yet.
And with Break Even showing up, Trabant will have to kind of show his face, but he's getting pinned into the wall, and Break Even might just get rid of him. This is a free kill. Merps looking for exactly what is needed, getting the top tier 1, and he's still going.
Yep, he's going to get this tier 2 at the same time, but now Siusu looking to respond.
Yeah, Flicker, Divine Judgment, Merps, sacrifice to the Lambs, Break Even, having the Flicker as well. See you soon.
Wait.
Getting there in time, and Lord engaged as well. Rumor manipulation is there. Flicker from both ASCII and Hirosky. Hirosky able to bring ASCII back. The Fire Mist might just go down. Call Altar has just been destroyed. ASCII is still alive, but Hirosky burns him down with the Molten Essence. And Kyrie able to taunt Gyome back. This is a jungler for Sway Esports that needs to survive a bit more. LaFlame cannot get to him. Oh, Hirosky saves his buddy, but LaFlame is still going. Gyome pushed out. See you soon having priority over the Lord.
And this just shows the importance of the gold laners for each of their compositions. Without the gold laners, look at Break Even. He's just getting chunked out here.
Yeah, just see you soon in the best possible state. 10 minutes in, the Lord is theirs. No contest at all. Feels good to be in the lead. Feels good to be in control.
Yep, feels good to be in control for now. And that's the scary part, because now with Sway Esports, they're falling further and further behind. They're basically playing like See You Soon in the previous set. And that's going to be... it's going to be awkward, but let's see if they can find the right timing here. They need to get a good choke point on Siu Soon.
Siu Soon able to draw attention from Sway onto that bot lane, and this time Trabant makes the right call. Instantly recalls back. He's going to deal with that top wave. Lord will spawn there as well. And Gyome, well, not Gyome, Merps actually read that. He didn't even commit to stopping that wave. He just recalled to join with his team. They need to keep this mid-tier 2 alive.
Yep, for as long as possible, they need to start dragging this out until Merps is in a good spot, because unfortunately, Neha is really far ahead in the game so far. I saw Radiant items already being purchased for the side of Sway Esports, but how much is that really going to matter, considering that the majority of the damage is going to be coming from true damage from carry.
It's mid-tier 2 under fire, and they drag Gyome back. River manipulation is there. 4-man taunted and controlled, but there's the call Altar. Everyone from See You Soon kept alive by the Farmer's ult. And now they get to continue their siege.
God, that's such a feels bad. That's such a feels bad. All the tier 2s will start falling. If they can get an inhibitor off of this, See You Soon are in prime position to win this game.
Be careful though, See You Soon. No more call Altar. Sway Esports, they have a chance to fight this. Taunt onto Break Even. This Grok getting forced back, dragged back as well. Break Even still having some health to survive. See You Soon not able to push the envelope as much as they should have, but they got all the tier 2s.
Yep, I think See You Soon are playing a safer game here. They don't want to end up throwing the game like they previously did, and more importantly, they don't want that turnaround that they performed on Sway Esports not too long ago.
Yeah, we saw what happened, right? Sway Esports took an inhibitor turret, and that was the turning point for See You Soon. But if you are Kyrie, you are very happy as a Fredrin in this game. You can finally walk on forward, not get bursted, and actually get those, use those combo points, and then translate it into multi-target taunts. And honestly, I didn't expect it to turn out this way. Not when we see a Grok on the side of Sway. I was looking for isolations, I was looking for all these, you know, terrain-changing walls, but Sui hasn't been able to do that.
Well, not just yet. I think the hardest part about playing Grok, and I think this is the most important mechanic you need to know, is just going into that, you know, finding an angle to wild charge and then flicker to instantly get the stun. I think that's the most important skill that Break Even needs to perform in this match. But the problem with it is like how many people can you catch, right? Ideally, you don't want to just catch 2, you want to catch at least 3 or more, considering that See You Soon want to actually stick together.
And a minor change of role as well is not Break Even that is walking into brushes and opening up the map. They're using the Moskov ult, they're using Yome and Harovsky to do so. And Break Even does understand if they spot a target, he needs his wall to go up instantly. So someone else has to do the job.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. Winds of Nature already purchased by Merps. That's going to be a game changer for him. It allows him to actually take these 1v1s against Neha, who I would assume already has her own Winds of Nature. Oh, this is an awkward spot to be in.
And it all started because of a wall, right? Kyrie goes in, Harovsky, uh-oh, drag back. His team isn't there. He forced the flicker away, and that's it!
Huge!
Break Even hits on all of them! Sui Esports knocked them down like bowling pins. Kyrie is still there. Can they get the Lord?
No!
He cannot! Oh, Yome, a wonderful retreat, steals the Lord, and this is where Merp goes to work, destroying See You Soon, and they all fall. See You Soon lost the Lord, they lost 2, it's an even trade, but Sui Esports needed that.
What an engagement there. 5 members, whether they got stunned or knocked up, Break Even does it again, living up to his namesake.
The last game, he did that as a farmer, saved his team. This time, he was the one who not only saved his team, he was the one who made that first move. This is a series worth remembering, Gideon.
Yep, it truly is. And unfortunately for See You Soon, it means that this game is going to get dragged out a little bit longer. As Sway Esports will utilize the Lord, and they're trying to sync up the waves. However, See You Soon making sure that they're clearing, controlling the tempo of the waves, making sure that if they can mess with it, they can absolutely do so before it actually reaches to critical mass.
It's a bit more time until that mid-wave crash, but you gotta get rid of the Lord, so See You Soon will have to surrender that mid-tier 1, but all things considered, the fact that Trebot is already dealing with that top wave is great damage mitigation, but uh-oh, the flame pinned into the wall by Merps, killing spree for this Moskov, so Esports can keep going.
Now the flame is just playing disrespectful. Like, he should be very careful about his positioning at this stage of the game. Like, there were many times he could have looked for a potential flicker ult onto members like Barbie Chi, for an example, which probably would have been their best target. However, See You Soon are more concerned with waves than anything else, rather than to capitalize on the situation.
And See You Soon able to keep all the inhibitor turrets at tip-top condition. Not even touch. This is the best case scenario that could have came up from that disastrous Lord Pit fight. And it all started from Break Even, setting up a wall, kind of zoning the Lord to that top side of the map and having Break Even just finding a monstrous engage. Right now, we're back in an even state. The goal deficit doesn't matter too much. Is this where Sway Esports hits critical mass?
Yep, this is where Sway Esports is going to get huge. I mean, they have max items on Moskov as of right now. Everybody else is going to continue to get tankier and tankier, but their second win condition in Barbie Chi, right? As we saw previously, you get your first 2 utility items, the Glowing Wand as well as the Ice Queen's Wand. Not to mention, it's really nice if you do actually have the Enchanted Talisman. Definitely love the CDR on that, but more importantly, he needs raw damage at this point.
The Flame just constantly checking those brushes. Break Even having a bit more confidence to walk in right now. Immortality just got purchased, so now 2 lives for this Grok. It's not the ideal target to kind of isolate and burst down anymore. The bottom side completely relinquished over to Sway as well. See You Soon, they don't really have much spots to work with, but this is the Lord fight.
Yeah, okay, so previously what we saw here was just an absolutely insane engagement coming in from Break Even. I think See You Soon needs to understand which walls that Break Even is going to be looking at, and how they position themselves is going to be according to that, right? So instead of trying to play on the heavy top side of that Lord pit, they probably want to control through mid and actually play through river.
Now this is the Lord. Second time that we reach the stage of the third Lord. See You Soon definitely having a lot more guts to walk on forward, right? They have done it just now, and it feels like we're in the same position. But Trebot getting forced away, penalty zone, nasty engage. Both on the tanks, the water wall from Break Even, just completely stopping See You Soon from engaging, and they're just walking into those EU spells as well. Not the place that they want to be in.
Okay, 3 ultimates for 2 ultimates right now. See You Soon in the ult economy, they're still a little bit ahead, so LaFlame now getting more aggressive.
Gotta be careful though. It's not easy to walk on forward. Trobot constantly keeping Haroski in check. Break even, not the target they want to go on. And there is so much walls that Break even is looking at. And he's just threatening and engaged. They need to get him away from the Lord Pit. We'll do so for now, but the Moskov, whoa, pushing the base again. See you soon. What is the call right now? You gotta do something. You're gonna lose everything. The Lord is going down. Base is under attack. Trobot is gonna respond to that backdoor, and now the Lord fight ensues. They get the Lord for themselves, but Trobot is going down. He actually kills the Merp. What a solo kill! That is perfect for See You Soon. They will not be denied a second time. 3 dead on the side of Sway Esports. About to be 4. Haroski fed to the wolves as well. He's just gonna buy as much time as possible, but See You Soon have pulled this back.
Yep, Haroski should die here. Aski should instantly kill him with the Ghostbusters. There we go. Wow, I did not expect Merps to actually die to Trobot there. I really didn't. Like, Trobot didn't have his flicker. Merps, he didn't have Inspire, of course, but he should have been able to out-kite him, no issues whatsoever. Disrespected the space, got caught in the penalty zone, and was honestly very surprised with the damage Trobot was actually able to pump out.
Yeah, Kyrie with the red tree of a lifetime. Now with this Lord marching down that mid lane, Sway Esports, they still need 18 seconds for Haroski to come back, but they will now start to engage. Kyrie completely caught out. Immortality pop. They still have the call altar though. They can use it if they want to, but they realize there is no opportunities. They will have to give Kyrie away.
Yeah, unfortunate. Siusu cannot close out this game just yet. They're going to be stuck in here for another 3 minutes at the very least. So this does mean that the Lord is going to be at its max power, and more importantly, this gives Sway Esports an opportunity here. And oh, I can't believe it. Despite Siusu technically losing an inhibitor turn off of that, they still managed to get the Lord. And Sway Esports, they lost 3 members in the middle of that fight. So again, they need to start cleaning up their game. They really need to start tightening up their mechanics here, because so far the game calls have been good. It's just these micro mistakes that are costing them more than it should.
And it's just a lot more value getting that inhibitor compared to the bottom, the side lane ones, right? I think Sway Esports feels like they need to start looking at that bot lane and realize, okay, we have that inhibitor turret in our favor, set up the way for the next Lord so that Trobot has to respond once more. They technically lost a 4v4, but also because Trobot was able to solo kill the Merps.
I mean, yes, but mainly because Neha was there, and Sway Esports didn't have their goal laner at all. So, again, Sway Esports making some intelligent decisions, just micro mistakes happening across the board is really costing them this game. And See You Soon, on the other hand, I think they have a very clear idea, and they're pretty glad that Sway Esports were making mistakes like that, because they were about to lose everything. An inhibitor turret, if they lost Lord there as well, they probably would have been out of the game.
Good news for both teams is that Kyrie and Break Even has already lost their immortality, but Haroski just bought his. So Sway Esports kind of have a 6th life when it comes down to the next Lord, and even better, Sway Esports, they definitely can't see this, but they have most control of that Lord Pit.
Yep, very good control, in a matter of fact. And I think, Sway Esports, in terms of the way they can actually siege turrets, it's going to be a lot better compared to See You Soon, because See You Soon really have to get close and personal to try and make it happen. And even a quick bro fist coming in from the Sway Esports members to ensure that they're still in it to win it.
Just good punish. See You Soon arriving at the Lord Pit. They still don't have Nga with them though. So Esports have plenty of time. This time this wall is good, able to stop this Lord from forcing him to take the wrong way. Actually re-aggroing the Lord towards the bot side. Now this carry is just going to wait in the shadows.
Yeah, Carrie cannot reveal herself too soon in this fight, because if she does, she's going to get hard targeted, and Haroski is going to start opening up the map here.
Oh, Break Even again with the real manipulation. Call also use Haroski straight to the back line. He has the immortality. Can Nga shred him fast enough though? He's going to get gone on by Gyomei. Gyomei dropping low. Nga walks away, but Merz gets the kill into the flame, and Gyomei follows up with the second. Aski, he at least needs to get a trade, but they are all so low. So low, but not dead. Break Even looking for the 3rd Winter Trunken. Aski avoiding damage for a while, but not for long. Sway Esports, they all get out with a slither of health.
Yeah, they're so low. I think Neha can outplay the situation. I really think Neha absolutely can.
Need a hero. This is the time for the carry to shine.
This is a good moment.
Aski just respawned. The passive stack is enough. They got the immortality out of Haroski. Lord still getting gone on. Merps focus firing it down. See You Soon. They just pull back. They don't want to risk it.
They can't claim the space back, unfortunately, because again, they're getting funneled into that choke point. They recognize that if the front line gets attacked by Moskov, Neha indirectly takes that damage.
just another moment where Sway Esports able to come out on top off of one great engage. Break even gets that out off and they instantly follow up with the real world manipulation. So much lockdown. And we are starting to see that Call Alta keeping Seosun alive long enough to fight, but not long enough to kill all members of Sway.
Absolutely. I think, the Call Altar is really good and Farmus is great at dealing with glue specifically, but as soon as they utilize those resources for that purpose, people like Barbie Chi are forgotten about. People like Merps especially clump together. He likes it when, Moskov loves it when people clump together. More importantly, if the Guardian's Barrier blocks off Neha, it forces Neha into a situation where he must decide, do I hop over the wall and fight this or not?
This is the last stand, and here we go. Call to actually use very early from ASCII. They're not going to have it for the actual fight. Lord still very healthy, and now Break Even engages again. Sway Esports going for the jugular. All the spell thrown at the Crystal and to pat that KD. They get rid of Mirth, but the Crystal is still in danger. The Lord not dead yet. Can see you soon. Hold on, they do. Barbie G, they need a bit of finishing touch, but no, see you soon. Are you kidding me? They just would not go down.
Oh, I'm holding my breath this entire time. Neha was indecisive in that situation. Not sure whether to hit the Lord or start hitting the heroes, but see you soon.
Oh my goodness.
Make it happen with Merps dying way too early onto the line. Break Even trying his absolute best to stall everybody else, but Hiroski and Merps dying pretty much at the same time. And because of this, see you soon will be able to bring it to a game 3.
We said that this series deserves the full distance, and we have gotten it. See you soon. A comeback that they didn't get to achieve in Game 1, they did it in Game 2. They needed a hero, and the hero showed up. This carry, my goodness, just at the very last moment. They will not be denied by a Lord again.
Huge plays coming out from CU soon, and once again, they're so good at just denying space and time, but most importantly, when it comes to that down to the anti-engagement or the re-engagement coming in from the side of CU soon, it is just very well thought of.
It's the immovable object, right? They were able to really, I wouldn't say necessarily stifle the pressure of Sway Esports, but they held back the full weight of Sway, and all of this came down to micro moments, right? Solo kill onto Merce by Trabat, taking the Lord for themselves, and man, this final hole, something that's worth replaying multiple times.
Yeah, oh my goodness. Like, everybody was on top of the Crystal at this point of time, but they end up losing Moskov in the middle of the madness. Like, they kind of forgot what was their main goal at the end of the day. Once they realized that it was too late, CU soon beat them to the gun.
And I just caught that moment, how Moskov went down. That guy ate a full appraisal wrap in the face and just vaporized. I mean, Merce having a rough game too.
Yeah, he was having a bit of a rough game, but overall, it was just a tough battle, a back and forth between these two teams. Sway Esports as well as CU soon definitely want to tighten up their gameplay a little bit more so they can win more convincingly. If not, it is this type of back and forth that we should expect.
At the start of this series, you did say that CU soon, this team has the best chance to go up against, the regions of the Philippines and Indonesia. So far, we're getting exactly the fight that we're looking for. Everyone on CU soon really just pulling their weight, doing almost the same thing as Game 1, but had a better early game and a better late game hope.
Absolutely, and I think, their early game went very smoothly. Their mid game got a little shaky with Sway Esports realizing, like, hey, nothing is going to happen unless we make it happen. Let's utilize our comp to the fullest. They tried, CU soon responded, and it failed, but it doesn't mean that Sway Esports can't turn it around in the late game.
Yeah, and the farm is, Call Alta very early before the fight started.
Oh yeah, that was very nerve-wracking.
Yeah, that was like, okay, so you lost one out, but they won. And that is the most important part for CU soon. It's a crucial game for them as well. This is a boost of confidence. They held back Sway Esports once, lost to a Lord Call, and now they were able to hold back the full weight of this Philippine powerhouse. And it means we get a game 3.
Yes, it does. It really does. A couple of things that I would expect to adapt coming in from Sway Esports. Again, I think their early game was really, really good, and they should be drafting towards that early sector of the map. CU soon, on the other hand, their late game decision-making, there are moments where you can clearly see them being very indecisive on the call. They want to make sure they have all the information, and towards the end there, where there was just so much chaos and madness, CU soon make the right call just a little bit faster here, utilizing their win condition in carry, in Neha, who happens to be our MVP of this match.
Heroics on the carry, just completely bullying his counterpart in the gold lane, getting support, and only ever dying that one time. In the other fights, even the fights that they lost, it was this carry that kept Seiyusun in the game for the longest of times. This is why, you know, a lot of teams forgot about this hero, but once he pops up and have a good game, this is the results that we get.
Absolutely, and it's what to expect from, you know, any tanks who have to deal with a marksman, especially carry. It's just the worst time in the world. You get chunked down so very fast. Boskov, as good of a marksman as he is, and the added range and mobility that he has in comparison to carry, he doesn't have that sort of true damage.
Yeah, it just feels more vulnerable compared to the carry as well. You don't do as much burst damage, you know, in a short distance. You can't really shred tanks as fast. But I mean, Seiyusun just having an incredible time, and that means Game 3 is gonna happen. But this time, there will be a break. We need a breather after 2 intense games. But the series is not done just yet. One more game to decide who is the winner of this upper bracket, round of 16. We will be back after a short break.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and Kachi Shop.
Yeah. We be hot, mama got game. Check my team, we like the flame. We be bougie, y'all sound the same. We be, mama got game. We be hot, mama got game. Check my team, we like the flame. We be bougie, y'all sound the same. We be, mama got game. Yeah. We be cooking something new. Hear us knocking, coming through. Push the limit on them rolls, cause we don't do it like you do. We be cooking something new. Hear us knocking, coming through. Push the limit on them rolls. Yeah, mama got game. Mama got game. Yeah, mama got game. Yes. Yeah, mama got game. Rockin' be rockin' the game. Hear them screaming, they screaming my name. We be up on the fame. We be all of the power, we reign. Rockin' be rockin' the game. Hear them screaming, they screaming my name. We be up on the fame. We be all of the power, we reign. We be cooking something new. Hear us knocking, coming through. Push the limit on them rolls, cause they don't do it like we do. We be cooking something new. Hear us knocking, coming through. Push the limit on them rolls. Yeah, mama got game. Mama got game. Yeah, mama got game. Yes. Yeah, mama got game. Mama got game. Yeah, mama got game. Yes. Yeah, mama got game. Taking my time, up in them clouds, rocking them shades, we rolling. Look at them moves, yeah, we can dance too. Yeah, we be tip-tocking, body rocking. Check my clock, we ain't stopping till the sun comes up. Till the sun comes up. Taking my time, up in them clouds, rocking them shades, we rolling. Look at them moves, yeah, we can dance too. Yeah, we be tip-tocking, body rocking. Check my clock, we ain't stopping till the sun comes up. Till the sun comes up. Hey, 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 hey. High class, up in stacks. We be changing systems, we be Gen Z flash. High class, face with masks. We be changing systems, we got Gen Z cash. Took my time, up in them clouds, rocking them shades, we rolling. Look at them moves, look at us too. Took my time, up in them clouds, rocking them shades, we rolling.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to rock and roll in this last game of the first best of 3. See you soon against Sway Esports. Both games have been gut-wrenching to watch at least, man.
Hey, and so far, our predictions of a 2-1 in favor of CU soon is getting closer and closer, but honestly, it could go either way. Both teams just cleaning up their gameplay overall, and I think we'll have a more convincing game here in game number 3 of this best of 3 series. And I'm a little stressed here. I'm a little stressed.
I am as stressed as you are. I mean, after watching game 1 and then game 2,
yeah, it's a very different way of kind of thinking about it, right? Because both teams were basically essentially playing a very similar style of composition. Unfortunately, for the side of Sway Esports, there's just a couple of better things on the side of CU Soon's overall arsenal. Hopefully, we get to see something a little bit different. It's 1-1, neck and neck. Anybody could get sent into the lower bracket from this point on.
And do you think after those first 2 games that we would see a bit of change in the drafting phase?
I would imagine so. If I was Sway, definitely I do think there is going to be a lot of angles to actually punish the draft. However, CU Soon, I'm not entirely sure the entire hero pool just yet. And I think that's the one big concern, whether or not you're going to be sticking to that meta, whether or not you're going to be defaulting to that 4 protects 1 sort of composition with the carry. So it's something to keep in mind.
Yeah, and they have been prioritizing the Kaja a lot, Kaja and the Fredrin, and when those 2 have a good game, it just feels unstoppable. And I do wonder if Sway Esports will now look at the Kaja and perceive it as a threat, because there's so many moments where LaFlame just was able to get a good divine judgment and really punish, Sway Esports playing a fast game.
I think definitely they should consider getting rid of Kaja, but then what does that open up for the rest of the draft, right? You still have Arlet that you have to consider. There's still Joy that they have to consider. It does get banned out, but then those assassins, something has to go. Unfortunately, you can't ban everything you ever wanted. Let's see these 2 teams make the best out of the situation.
Honestly, I just want to make a quick note of how relaxed they kind of look. Even after playing 2 extremely stressful games, there's no worries in their face at all.
Look, they're taking it seriously, man. You can see them. They literally have hand warmers ready to go for these players. They are not messing about. So you soon going to be on the blue side of the draft with Sway Esports. On the red side, Wan first ban, Hayabusa the follow-up. I don't think Sway Esports is going to deviate from what their drafting bans and picks are going to be.
Does seem like that will be the case. Joy getting banned out by CU Soon, and
therefore this is late.
I'm expecting the Fanny or the Ling to come out for Sway Esports. And I feel like if you are CU Soon and you have that Kaja option, that Fanny could be something that you let through, since they have found ways to re-stabilize that early game for themselves.
Yep, there we go. The Ling's already getting banned out. CU Soon, won't be too surprised if they ban out the Fanny. We come back to Sway Esports. Who do they ban out? Is it going to be...
They banned out the Claude in the previous game.
They did ban out the Claude in the previous game, and they haven't deviated from their drafting style, sorry, not drafting style, but drafting patterns we've seen throughout the series so far. I don't think it's a bad idea actually letting go of Claude. I do think that there are some other priority picks. Number 1, more importantly, hey, if we are going to play Fredrin, do we just ban the carry out early and just make sure that she's not even a threat? Or do we come up with a solution in the picks itself, maybe something that outranges her? Farsa, usually a good option.
And both teams have very similar first phase picks, right? We see Sway Esports basically coming out with the same first 3 picks, the Glue, the Valentina, and also the Martis. Now the Kaja gets banned now. That was what I was looking at as well. So Esports really don't want to deal with it.
They really don't. They absolutely don't. But it does mean that CU Soon will have access to Claude. And if they want to first pick the Claude, and I feel like the players are all looking at this like, hey, Claude's open. Claude's open. He's looking at the coach. Do we get to play it? Do we get to play it? Yes, no, yes, no. Get some confirmation. 30 seconds left on the clock.
Yeah, waiting for the approval. But Claude isn't... I feel like compared to a lot of marksmen, is not the one that you first pick often.
Oh,
right?
Absolutely. Usually you don't.
There we go.
Yeah, usually you don't first pick it often, but teams who do confidently pick Claude mainly want to say, hey, Claude is always going to be relevant in the game. He is the Swiss Army knives amongst the marksmen. He doesn't lose very bad. He doesn't win very hard. But in team fights, he makes that difference. So Fredrin first lock-in for CU Soon. Sway Esports on the other side. Yves, I think this is pretty straightforward. They haven't really changed their plan at all. But now that they don't have to worry about Kaja, it only leaves CU Soon with Franco. Do Sway Esports even care about it? Are they going to lock in the Grok once more?
Or maybe we would also see the Arlet coming up from CU Soon, right? Arlet is let through. Now without the Kaja, Arlet seems to be even more integral if you want to stop the Eve out. a carry getting picked up. There we have it, the Claude. And I think Seiyusun just feels so much more comfortable after seeing the carry getting revealed. Now the Arlott comes through. So far as what we predicted.
Yep, so far as what we have predicted, Arlott is a little bit of a concern, but it doesn't mean that they can't, you know, technically sway esports. Their support pick is going to be by far the most important one here. And from this position, is there anything they really care about? I guess they can still play Glue. I think Grok is a much better pick in this situation. Mardis is going to get locked in. They are not deviating at all from their plans in the draft. They just wanted to make sure they have the carry. They don't mind if they don't get Grok later on. That's fine. Let's see how they play the second part of the draft.
And this time, Seiyusun don't get to see Sway Esports reveal the XP lane for the first time in the series. And I think that would be very important as well. I feel like if you are Sway Esports, you are looking to save that XP lane for last.
I don't think the EXP lane matters that much. And here's why. I think that even if they're not going to ban anything from the EXP lane, I think it's pretty straightforward that it's going to be Arlott into the EXP lane. So therefore, mid lane is going to be by far more important. Get rid of the Valentina. Respect it. Don't steal my ult. I'll force you onto Farsa. And if you do lock in on Farsa, that's even better for us, because then we can start taking Lapu Lapu as well as Yuzong and actually be a threat, not only in lane, but also have a bigger contribution to team fights.
And that's where the Yuzong gets banned as well. And Seiyusun is getting a great read on that. We're kind of heading towards that Farsa direction for Seiyusun.
Oh yeah, I think Sway Esports just get rid of the Farsa. Works totally fine. All right, they're willing to deal with the Farsa more than they want to deal with the Farmers.
I mean, the Farmers was a big factor Seiyusun won game too.
That is fair. That is fair.
Just get rid of the guy that stops all our ultimates. He has been a pain in the backside for Sway. Seiyusun right now, I think Lapu Lapu does feel like a hero that they can consider, but I think the Glue to them is a bigger threat.
Yeah, Glue is just so annoying. He's just so
I'm gonna give Arla a better matchup, I suppose.
I don't think Lapu Lapu is any better in the matchup. I think, you know, once Lapu hits 4, Arla kind of struggles with the anti-CC from the Bravest Fighter. But therefore, Sway Esports, they lock in their EXP now. I don't think Lapu is that bad in this position. But is there something better? I feel like Grok is still good here.
Yeah, I honestly think that he is. Now that you don't have the Farmers, no the Kaja, there's a lesser element to worry about. You can actually properly run into Seiyusun.
Yep.
I mean, the XP laner isn't the best at stopping. Oh, we forgot the Kadita got through.
That's so greedy. That's so greedy from Sway Esports. Like, I was expecting Sway Esports to either go for Grok in this position or, at the very least, Lolita, because that gives you that engage and disengage. But Sway Esports, they're like, no, we're going to play for this early game. We're going to make sure mid is locked down. We will always push faster. We will always have more kill threat.
Yeah, I mean, we've done it correctly in game 1, and it wasn't the cleanest game 1, but I think that gave them so much lead. And now Kadita adds an extra layer of threat on top of that.
I like it. I like it.
I like it as well. What's the response though? Seiyusun still need Roma, still need that mage, but this Kadita is kind of takes away a lot of that options that you normally feel comfortable with.
There we go. The very typical options here. These are very simple answers to deal with the box, and not to mention having a disengage tool, which is really important for the side of Seiyusun, because there's going to be a lot of times where they can't do anything about the box, and therefore the Numenon Blast will get his entire team out, and the Black Shoes make sure that Lilia is self-sustainable. So I think this is not a bad comp overall. 2 enablers for the Arlott. They basically have a really quick way of clearing that mid lane, and I think that's the most important factor here, that Lilia will make the difference in the early game.
And also, at level 4, it negates a bit of that pressure from this Kadita when you have the Black Shoes. So with Sway Esports already revealing the Kadita, I think the last one is definitely the XP lane. They have made up their mind is the Lapu Lapu. I feel like there's not much other choices.
I mean, there's Benedetta, but like...
Edith, right? There's those two, but... Well, if they are greedy, they might as well go all the way.
I wouldn't say Edith would be a greedy pick. I mean
Lapu, right?
Yeah, Lapu is like the most stable. It's like you want something that's kind of like Benedetta to rotate fast. It kind of wins her lane sometimes. You want Edith to kind of brick wall the lane until she hits level 4. Lapu is like a good in-between.
So yeah, we just get the balance. Just balance on both sides. So, as what we discuss about, by the end of game 2, there will be a change of what these two teams are looking for in this game 3. What are those conditions?
Well, number 1, the conditions for Seiyusun is definitely having that mid control and They want to play around Neha, of course, but they can kind of split up the roles. They don't necessarily have to send both the mid laner as well as the support into the same side of the map. Lilia can easily transverse the map as well, and is very safe to do so until they hit level 4. And that's when Sway Esports, as soon as they hit level 4, they're looking for picks. Immediately with the Kadita, that's going to be their biggest issue. But let's jump into it with See You Soon on the blue side, once again, versus Sway Esports on the red side.
Bit of a switch up. Kadita is going to kind of patrol that mid lane. They're putting a lot of pressure on Arlot very early on. Just Trabot getting pushed back. Tank Arlot again, but in this case, they're just squishier targets on the side of Sway Esports for him to comfortably jump on.
Absolutely, and they want to make sure that Breakeven at least gets level 2, and they abuse the fact that, hey, if Barbie Cheese shows up in the EXP lane and absorbs the wave with MHRLK, they are both going to get level 2 straight away. So, little losses on all sides.
Yeah, Kyrie gets a little wonder as well, and Breakeven shows up the top side. Neha getting completely pressured, but able to actually win out the trade nonetheless. Just good support from LaFlame.
Yep, this is what you want to see coming out from Sway Esports. They want to break the team apart. Even though mid lane is being highly contested over between Barbichi and as well as ASCII, the supports can kind of do whatever they want. They can kind of split off into different factions. They can split off to actually help get lane advantages, which is something that we didn't see previously in game number 1 and game number 2, where there was a high priority on the gold.
And we're seeing something happen in the XP lane as well. Trabot won that initial trade. MHRLK kind of behind and experienced just a bit, forced to reset early on. But Gyome shows up to the top side, gets the grab. Now they are ready for that turtle fight. This is the level 4 spike we're looking for, but Breakeven isn't there yet.
Wait, Barbichi isn't level 4 as well, and MHRLK, I don't think he can afford to start sharing the EXP in this sec. Actually, no, he can with the next wave, but will he walk into this? Don't touch the grass, my guy!
And ASCII get a little bit of poke. No level 4 for a lot of these heroes just yet. So many contests over XP.
They have to force it. They have to force that wave quick.
Both Gyome and Kyrie on top of the turtle, but of course Gyome, he needs help right now. Turtle dropping low, down to the threshold. Kyrie wins the retry war, but now real world manipulation is out, forcing out 2 flickers. Kyrie in the midst of things that brings the rev into a Numenor blast.
Oh,
Trabot straight to the back line. Breakeven forced away, first blood achieved. MHRLK taunted up, and he needs help from his friends, but his friends have abandoned him. ASCII not able to get the kill. MHRLK walks away.
Oh my goodness. I can't wait to see the replay of this because so many little things happen. And number 1, I'm just a little disappointed that MHRLK didn't man up and jump right into the middle of the fight to start baiting out spells. Like, look at the way this occurred. Bottom side, they hit that level 4s. MHRLK delays his jump in because he doesn't know where ASCII is exactly. And once he spots him out, it's way too late. The damage has been done, and Kyrie is still alive. Trabot was able to actually, use him as a skipping stone to get into that back line as well. So I would have liked to see that MHRLK actually took the initiative to jump in as soon as possible to try to either zone See You Soon or at the very least trade his life for hire.
And with how Arlot works as a hero, Numenor blast, the taunt from Kyrie is just so beneficial, right? Sets up easy dashes for Trabot. Obviously, it's just a first blood, not too big of a lead, but we're seeing kind of how See You Soon wants to take these fights, and MHRLK just a lot more hesitant than he was when he was on that glue.
Yeah, definitely. He's not feeling as confident here, but I definitely understand. As a Lapu Lapu player, it's like, you can all in, but you end up dying in situations like this when you know a dive is going to come. Maybe I shouldn't have traded at this point in time, but at least I shoved out the wave.
Just getting completely pressured, and Kyrie would just cut the wave. They will crash. See You Soon able to crash that bottom tier 1. Merp getting gone on, but able good punish onto the flame. Neha straight to the back line with that blazing duet, but yeah, he is gone. Well, okay, pulls out a magic trick, but just no way out.
Yep, absolutely no way out. A successful dive on the top side of the map. However, the turtle will be spawning there soon, and they're not going to have some important ultimates. MHRLK, wow, he didn't die, and look at him absolutely winning out these trades. He knows his item power spikes. Well done, MHRLK, building back that confidence, and this turtle should fall into the hands of Sway.
The flame just got back, does have the Numenor blast and the flicker. Will this fan prediction give them the second turtle? It's dropping very low. Retry too early from Kyrie. Gyome just takes it and runs.
Gyome didn't even have to use this retribution as well. A little unfortunate at the end of the day, but don't worry about it. See You Soon. They can scale here. Oh, man, it annoys me that Kadita Roam is so effective.
Yeah, you just have a free get up Joe button.
Yep, a free get out of jail button. She
Run
can
petrify.
one-shot you.
Yeah.
She's always relevant. You think you have an escape mechanic? Don't worry, you're stunned up because I petrify. Oh, so many good things about Kadita.
That's it defies everything that a mage should be.
Yeah, when you say enchanter mages, Kadita doesn't pop up on the list.
Kadita's an assassin. They need to relabel her. Categorize her as an assassin. No longer a mage.
The top assassin picks in the support position. Selena,
Magic
number
version.
1.
Destroys your health bar, you know.
Selena, Natalia, Kadita. Now the rest of the team is actually trying to control this mid lane. I don't expect much to happen from this stage onwards. I feel like, for the most part, the EXP lane is pretty much set. Trabot understands he can't really contest Haroski unless he builds full damage, and the fact that he took Concussive Blast, he's technically an emblem down.
Oh, now they get a petrified burst damage onto Kyrie, but he just dashes out. Build for manipulation also used as well. Neha coming in from the side. They have nothing to stop him. Kadita is down. Merps get away, but that top lane opened up.
Oh, you hate to see a break even, like, sets it up perfectly. Doesn't one-shot Kyrie. Unbelievable amount of health that he has to cut through. Ends up dying because of the Noon Mob. So, at the end of the day, the death doesn't really matter, but that turret does. So, indirectly, her death caused top tier 1 to break.
And it's not an easy target to go on as well, right? Break even doesn't even have his first item yet, and Kyrie, yeah, he already has the Molten Essence. It's kind of building up on magic resist as well. So I think that is kind of the last one you want to go. I feel like they're banking on bursting him before he gets any of his combos out, but he just dashes out of the Eve ult.
I mean, that would be ideal here, but at the end of the day, Sway Esports still has Merps, and he's going pretty toe-to-toe against Neha as of right now. Haroski did get that Bloodlust Axe, so it means that he should honestly take the initiative because of the Bravest Fighter.
I'm looking for the third turtle of the game, and Gyome, well, wins it again.
I guess they didn't want to take the fight at all. How so? I guess they understand that Kyrie is a little too far ahead of Gyome to actually contest for it, or they should make a decision to actually take fights based on the kill potential that they have. Wow, Merp's actually taking a lot of damage from that Blazing Duet.
Part of me thought that they would try to contest because Merp didn't have Purify, but
yeah,
just came back up. The most even game we've had so far.
Very.
First 7.5 minutes, no one in the lead.
Yeah, and you can tell that like both sides are really highly prioritizing the laning phase because they're contesting for priority to get that first push, to get that very first move, and if they don't have that priority, they basically just give up on the objective altogether.
And the lane swap also happened as well. See you soon, threatening a dive in the bot side. That tier 1 is definitely gone. Luminum Blast, channel up just to zone away Sway Esports. Now they'll get the tier 1, petrify into an ult from break even, just no damage. Kyrie stood there and took it like a man.
I guess they're trying to bait something out there, but the rest of the team should back off at this point of time. They don't have any of their big kill spells just yet, and even the Black Shoes with Purify have been utilized, so Aski, he doesn't want to go further than this.
And LaFlame now just going to wait for this Numenon Blast to come back up. Still has the Flicker. I thought that they would threaten a dive, but See You Soon has demonstrated immense discipline. Sometimes a bit too safe, but it is what they're comfortable with.
I will say that Sway Esports is kind of playing it dirty, right? Like, Kadena clearly spotted out the dive happening from a mile away, but both Gyome as well as Merps just hovered around their turret to try and get something out of See You Soon, knowing that the reinforcements will be coming in about 5 seconds or so.
Uh-oh.
Oh, Bravest Fighter.
Forced to use that ultimate. Actually, Flickers, okay, gets the stun. Tries to go for 1 versus 4 outplay. Doesn't get it.
Okay. So he commits to an all-in to make sure that Sway Esports will get bottom tier 1 and a very good position. I don't think the Flicker was necessary. Maybe just the ult if he really wanted to sacrifice his life in that spot. But now Sway Esports in a one-man down situation. They still need to buy at least for, I would say, about 12 seconds worth of time so that we see Haroski actually participate in this upcoming fight.
I honestly thought he could have gotten away, right? But he just, something flipped. He was like, you know what? I'm going in, guys. Lord down to 40% health. Can Gyome make the steal again? This time they go on him. Gyome is still alive. Has the Ashura. The Lord. Oh my goodness. Gyome, you thief in the night. Double for Merps. Haroski now in the front line, getting chunked down by Neha. LaFlame in also throwing his body in front. It's going to be Aski dealing the damage Sway Esports walks away with 3 kills and a Lord steal.
Oh, huge Lord steal. Huge play coming in from Gyome, who was a full level down on Kyrie at that point of time. Oh, it should not have occurred like that, but Sway, they're still pulling all the stops here. Now, Merps, he's playing very, very carefully. There was a very good opportunity for him knowing that Neha didn't have the Blazing Duet anymore, and he couldn't actually burst him down. Just look at the position of how Merps is playing it, right? He cannot reveal himself first. The steal happens. Kyrie is relatively nearby. He sees the Numenon Blast go down, holds his position here. It's looking good. He should actually press his advantage even further, but he realizes that Aski is a threat, decides to take the least aggressive route possible, backs out of the fight, and then re-enters the fight. If he just kept pressing his advantage while he still had a spinning light wheel, it could have been a double, maybe even a triple.
And they just lost the Claude. Finally, Break Even finds an assassination. Gets rid of the gold laner, so 20 seconds without Neha. Even as a Purify, didn't get to use it either way. So Esports having a commanding lead, sieging this mid-tier 1. Of course, Kyrie coming in from the side, Break Even can go on to him, but no burst from this Kadita at this point.
Yeah, and let's keep in mind that it's still a very difficult maneuver to actually do. When Break Even jumps on top of you, he could delay the Petrify, he could put the Breath of the Ocean preemptively, so it's very difficult to time your Purify at the right time without getting one shot.
Kyrie getting absolutely shredded by Merps. Compared to Game 2, Merps is so much more comfortable, and the Flame even used the Numenon Blast just to kind of threaten and push back any potential dive.
Yeah, but no real lead on either side. It's a 2K lead for Sway Esports, and it's at the 32K mark, which means that they should be getting their third items already coming for their carries. Yep, carry already has 3 items. We're looking at Lapu Lapu, 2.5 item, 2.5 items, Kadita with the Genius Wand, as well as the Glowing Wand. I'm surprised she was able to cough up that much money without having Magic Shop, so that's interesting. Gyome, on the other hand, we're looking at his items. He's got 2.5 already completed. The Antique Cuirass is going to be coming in real soon.
Next Lord up in half a minute, and Sway Esports have already gotten control of the Lord Pit. Gyome putting up a show of a lifetime. All these steals, starting with the turtle, 2 turtle steals into a Lord. And see you soon, they don't have enough damage. Even if they commit onto Gyome, they just couldn't burst him down fast enough.
I mean, based on the items that we see right now, we're just missing a third item coming out from Neha. Like, yes, you know, having the Golden Staff is already a powerful tool, and as well as the DHS or Demon Hunter Sword. But I'm trying to think of a situation whereby he can actually go in freely. Because the more I think about the Blazing Duet being the answer to dealing with Sway Esports, there's just so many ways to actually cancel him. Break even with the Petrify, Breath of the Ocean even, Gyome as well, Hiroski. There's just a lot of answers, and unfortunately for See You Soon, they have to bait it out somehow.
See You Soon, they have Arlott coming in from the top side. There might be a chance for pincer maneuver, but yeah, I mean, Prabhat revealed himself. Hiroski gone on. Okay, Numenon Blast onto 2. This is the opportunity to get the taunt up. Hiroski flickers to safety, and now the counter engage. The Kadita has found the target. Kyrie is dead. Aski not in the fight, but able to get rid of Hiroski at least. But they lost 3, and this Lord is gone.
It's so tough. It's so tough. Neha is just trying his best to stack up and look for a beautiful Blazing Duet. Like, look at their life totals. This is like the perfect situation for a Blazing Duet, but it's so difficult to get in on. And now that Merps actually has that Winds of Nature, 3 items plus a Winds of Nature, this game is going to get even more difficult for Neha to actually play, and has to depend on the 18-minute mark to make it happen.
And when we look at this replay, this is probably one of the best scenarios that they got, but once
even.
more, I mean, just the engages you see from Sway Esports, just beautiful.
Really, really well thought of. They understand the shape of the fight before it even happens. They're thinking of different angles, and See You Soon is really tunnel visioning onto, man, that's a lot harder to say, tunnel visioning on towards the wrong things in the game. And I mean, it's a small screen. I can definitely understand, but they have to understand where Break Even is specifically.
Yeah, this is so hard. You have to worry about the Kadita assassinating your core. You have to worry about all this crowd control that puts you, in the same spot. And Break Even always going in. Not able to get the assassination this time, but he walks away with his life. And Hiroski right into the thick of things with that ultimate, and even gets rid of Kyrie. But can he get out though? Have Sway Esports push the luck too far, and I think they have. They lost 2, only got the top inhibitor. The mid one still stands.
Yep, they definitely push their luck very, very hard there, but they don't mind giving these kills back. Number one, Sway Esports understand for a fact that they are in the 43k mark territory, so they know for a fact that they've hit their item power spikes first. They force it. Unfortunately, they still lose the trade, and they invest a lot of resources into the wrong guy. Kyrie can take hits like no other man could.
Yeah, and Kyrie, he gives up his life, but he ate every single spell from Sway Esports. And it's one of those situations where, I mean, Sway needs to start understanding that these guys are good, and sure, they can afford to give it up, but you are giving CU Soon just that little breath of life that they were looking for. So we get this soft reset.
Yeah, we get this sort of reset, but I think more importantly, like Sway Esports needs to recognize that Merps needs a little bit of time if he's working on Kyrie specifically. Everybody else would pretty much go down very, very quickly. It's just Kyrie who's a bit of a problem.
Just don't get caught out. Merps was kind of in the face of CU Soon.
I mean, he tried. He was like, I'm gonna kill Kyrie whether you like it or not.
That's commitment.
That's commitment. You don't take one of the best junglers in the world's name and not be Filipino. That's the main issue.
That's true. That's true. There's no argument against that.
There's definitely no argument.
They can just show us the M-Series trophy. That's it. That's all they need to do. You cannot argue against these logics.
Truly, truly. But I think Sway for now, before they start taking their revenge here, they have to really plan out the way because their Lord control is very smart. They give up space on purpose to allow Break Even to get into better positions to actually flank. And I think Siyusu need to start recognizing if Sway are just backing off on purpose, where could they be? Tri-Brush? You should start thinking about lane bushes as well.
And it's so hard to get on top of Barbie Chi. He just sets up the kill zone with that ult, and everything from Sway Esports just connects, right? You get this Gyomei counter engage, you get Hiroski just diving in with his ult. So tough. The Lord again getting juggled left and right, and look at Break Even. He's looking for an assassination.
Yeah, he really is. He's playing like such a rat.
This guy, man.
I'd be so furious. I'd be so furious. But now they have... Oh, okay. So they have all the information they need. They know where everybody is. They're just not 100% sure where Neha is as of right now because he's not revealed on the map just yet. But it's getting close. Look at this flag from Break Even. Oh my god.
Hiroski, you cannot go down right now. Oh, Neha. Oh, he misses the ultimate. But they get the Petrify nonetheless. It's just immortality. Kyrie, he's slaying the flame. Can't get on. Domino Blast even cancel. Oh, Sway Esports. A beauty. And this should be it. Game number 3 dominant as they intended it to be.
So disgusting. Sway Esports playing it so nastily. Delaying the Lord on purpose. Getting that information. Making Neha feel so uncomfortable. He is scared to jump in that fight.
The unstoppable force now charging in once more. Trabot sweeps them all aside. Gyomei in the fight, but with Trabot gone, it's just Neha against the entire world. And this is not going to stand. Sway Esports finally have a conclusive ending to this upper bracket best of 3.
Let's go! Sway Esports turning the tides on the talent as well as the audience predictions. The 4% that believed in them get to walk away as victors.
Yep, the faithful always gets rewarded. In this case, Sway Esports coming in from the Open Finals and able to really put up a show against CU Soon, who did qualify directly from the qualifiers. A show of strength.
Truly, a true show of strength here. I think, both sides are extremely disciplined. They cracked out of their own game plan once in a while, but just look at the way that they maintain these fights, right? CU Soon is very comfortable and understands, very simple logic. If they walk up front to front, we're generally going to have a much better advantage in terms of our front lines. However, Sway Esports, they fought a little bit differently. They didn't tunnel vision too hard on their overall game plan. They're still looking for these hard flanks, still looking for Break Even specifically. And this is where CU Soon learned, oh no, the game plan isn't just the front to front. We have to start thinking about Break Even. And it really got into Neha's head. Like, look at this fight in particular. You could see Break Even make the entire loop. Neha is like, I don't want any part of this. And he wants to get into the middle of the fight, but he just can't.
And he was even threatened by Hiroski, right? This Lapu didn't use his ultimate the entire sequence, knowing that he's gonna get out. And of course, Sway Esports with a good closure to the series. Wasn't the cleanest, but Game 3 did prove something that Sway Esports had. It's just the composure in these clutch moments. I mean, you gotta give it to Gyomei. This guy has perform out of his mind in this jungle role.
He is cool as a cucumber, my guy. He just does not sweat. Level down, like they've got the dances ready to go as well after the win. They should be very proud of themselves with that victory. Very convincing, and not only that, tactically played well. Definitely have what it takes to start going up into the professional scene.
If I steal 2 turtles and a lord, I would dance. I would celebrate.
I would celebrate if I'm a level down and both of us have Demon Slayer. Even more reason, right?
Yeah, just a bit of a jungle gap moment, but overall, Sway Esports is able to just had more conditions, some more win conditions, right? The switch up from how Break Even plays, from that frontliner to this assassin roamer to Merps just generally having a smoother game tree.
Very smooth game 3 as well. I mean, there were moments where they did actually make mistakes, unfortunately, but hey, nothing that they can't recover from. Some of those deaths did end up giving neutral objectives or turrets over to See You Soon, but at the end of the day, they understood when it comes down to team fighting, Sway Esports' formula just works better.
And in a deciding game, they gave the Claude away as well. So a lot can be said about Sway. They gave the Claude, they gave the R-Lot away, and See You Soon, at least for game 3, not able to find as much window as they would like to, but Break Even will be our MVP for game 3. Just perfect performance on Candida.
Absolutely. An annoyance in the lane. Mid-game, he's getting picks. Late game, he's looking for hella flanks. Like, this man does it all at every phase of the game. He should be his team should be proud of him before becoming our series MVP with a kill participation of 91.2%.
This guy's the all-rounder for his team. He played a utility roamer in game 1.
Yep.
He pulled off 6 engages on the Grok in game 2. In game 3, he's just an assassin.
Yeah, game 3, he's just an assassin. He's just like, I don't need this anymore.
Yeah,
I see opportunities, I take them, I kill. That's what I do.
I will do it myself.
If y'all can't do it, I'll do it myself, guys. But yeah, I think he's really good. He's not only a good mechanically talented player, but he has an eye for things, right? I don't know whether it's his team that's telling him, hey, walk in this particular pathing, but he finds great opportunities and recognizes bad behaviors from his opponents.
Yeah, and of course, with the first series gone, that means we have more to come. The second series will be another banger, GameLab against EGOIST. I'm really looking forward to this. GameLab have established themselves to be the strongest team in the Open Finals. Now it's time to put that money where it's worth.
Yep, they missed out on actually qualifying, but it doesn't mean they can just wreck their path all the way to the finish line. Like, GameLabs is a team to look out for, but Ego is the one who has to deal with them for the time being.
And I think there's going to be some extra pressure on EGOIST simply because GameLab felt like the crowd favorite. I mean, a lot of Filipino fans watching, and I can assure you that they are really in on this GameLab hype train. But of course, while the train gets ready to take off, we will take a break, recharge ourselves, and we will be back for the second best of 3 of this evening.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and Kachi Shop.
You already know what time it is, right? It's your boy Eclipse Darkness. I do this for my people. How I like that. I'm a black, strong man, they can't tell me nothing. What I represent, they try to keep it from me. I done turn a lot of nothing into something. And I'm still out here pushing all they buttons. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. So I'ma stand up. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. I'ma stand up, yeah, for something. Cause they can't hold me down. I done seen it all. Came up from the gutter, baby, now I'm here to ball. I've been talking in my ear, so now they wanna call. They got my line tap, oh yeah, they tryna take it off. Oh no, here we go again. Pull me over, let me guess, it's cause my melanin. Asking questions, me and you both know irrelevant. But I stay cool and collected cause I'm heaven sent. They hate it, I love it, they know that there's no one above it except for God. Steady be coming with negative energy, I gotta move and die. Give me that back, can't touch my crown, I'm a king and yeah, you know that. Talk about giving it back, I'ma come and take that. Yeah, I'm a black, strong man, they can't tell me nothing. What I represent, they try to keep it from me. I done turn a lot of nothing into something. And I'm still out here pushing all they buttons. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. So I'ma stand up. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. I'ma stand up, yeah, for something. Cause they can't hold me down. Yeah, they know I be about it. I don't do a lot of talking, try to keep it from you so you don't know about it. I'm a young pharaoh, pick it up and read about it. Here's your opportunity. Telling stories, yeah, to make sure they remember me. Can't hold me down, cause I leave behind a legacy. And don't believe them when they say they who they claim to be. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. Yeah, for nothing. Stand tall, stand tall, stand tall. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. Yeah, for nothing. Stand tall, stand tall. I'm a black, strong man, they can't tell me nothing. What I represent, they try to keep it from me. I done turn a lot of nothing into something. And I'm still out here pushing all they buttons. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. So I'ma stand up, so I'ma stand up. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. I'ma stand up, yeah, for something. Cause they can't hold me down.
Few will rise and many shall fall, but a real conqueror will stand tall amongst them all. Hey, boom! Put your lighters up, represent it where you're from. If you're a child of Zion, marching forward till thy kingdom come. To all the old and the youngster, if nobody can put you under, stand up then if he's a fighter, show them you're ready to conquer. Make them know that you're a conqueror.
And we are back with the Snapdragon Pro Series Mobile Legends Bang Bang Season 1 Challenge stage. This time we have EGOIST going up against GameLab in the second best of 3 of the evening. My name is Husky, and as always, I'm joined by Gideon Q.
Yep, once again, guys, this second matchup is going to be quite interesting as we're going to see who can actually take on the fan favorites of GameLab so far. They've been crushing it in their own personal MDL in the Philippines. They continue to crush the tournaments they've been a part of ever since. We'll see whether or not Ego has what it takes to knock them down a peg.
If Indonesia is represented by Tiger WONG Esports in the Open Finals, Philippines definitely represented by GameLab. But obviously GameLab does have a bit more of that advantage just because they were so clean that gameplay.
They were very clean that game, and I think we can expect a lot coming out from any Filipino team that we've seen here in the tournament so far. The question is whether Ego has the tactics, and more importantly, because we do see GameLab having their own, playing in the MDL Philippines, there's just a lot more games they can research from.
We talk a lot about GameLab, but first of all, we need to take a look at their opponents for this best of 3. It is EGOIST. And of course, EGOIST represented by these 5 players: Vendetta, JH, DYY, Pingu, and Azura Rio.
Yep. I want to see what they have in store this game. They refuse to show their faces, and therefore we haven't seen too many of their games even, which makes them a very big question mark in terms of what kind of entities are they? Are they truly humans, or are they super?
I have this very interesting approach to being able to see the player portrait. Is that you unlock the portrait if they win the game.
You unlock the portrait if you win the game. All right, fair enough. But let's have a look at the fan favorites here all the way from the Philippines. It's going to be GameLab. Let's have a look at their lineup so far. If you haven't known them, get to know them right now, because we have Xbox, Takadaga, Aizawa, Yuktizi, and as well as Dokman.
And all 5 of these players have been sublime. Even in, I think, the grand finals against Tiger WONG, it felt like a walk in the park for them. Takenaga has been, I believe, to me, one of the shining stars of GameLab. Not to take away anything from the rest of the players, but Takenaga has made a huge name for himself.
Absolutely, and I think, the whole team has made a huge name for themselves. Definitely looking more and more MPL-like as the games progress further, and every tournament they've been winning so far. They definitely set themselves apart from the rest.
And of course, when we look at all these games that they win, it's always a landslide. I think that's the most dominant factor that GameLab has brought into this tournament. They are just so clean, so confident, and they are just mech checking their opponents at every turn.
Yeah, I think, they've learned a lot from their Cebu qualifiers when they were doing team selections for the SEA Games in the Philippines itself. And I think they took a lot of experience from that and are motivated more than ever this year to make sure that they don't experience a loss like that again.
Yeah, and I think GameLab are more than ready. If this challenge group stage, if anything, this challenge group stage, it is the perfect proving grounds for GameLab. If they come out on top of this, I think, if you haven't already done it, it's time to really pay attention to this team from the Philippines.
Yep, so that's why Ego really needs to come up very prepared in this matchup here. I would expect them, I do think that their level of mechanics are on par with GameLab, but do they have that same level of instincts here? Because you can just see the movements coming in from GameLabs across the map, very macro-centric rather than just hard pub stomping like we've seen previously. They've definitely grown in that sense.
And they are one of those few teams that has high die percentages, but both of those dice come out with good results for them.
Very good results,
Very
as a
good
matter of
results.
fact. So, I don't know about you guys, but I gotta let you guys in on a bit of a secret. If you guys don't know, we are streaming on Twitch, and more importantly, you can cast your votes there on the Twitch chat itself, which will be projected onto the screen in the middle of these games, so we know where your minds and hearts are going to be.
Yeah, we saw a landslide in favor of See You Soon.
Yeah.
In the first series, they had like 97, 92, 93%. They didn't win, but you can really see the fans are very dedicated to their favorite teams. In this case, I'm expecting a bit more of a even distribution for both teams.
Well, we'll see. We'll see what it's going to start looking like as we get in towards the games. But let's have a look at our predictions for this particular game. And it looks like, you think it's going to go 2-1 in favor of GameLab. I'm going for the 2-0.
You gotta understand that I have built a reputation of predicting every single series wrong, and so far I've not gotten any right. And I want to get at least one right, but I want to get it right in a dramatic fashion.
In a dramatic fashion, okay. It might be a very long day today, boys and girls, ladies and gents. It's I don't know, because I do feel that GameLab is really good, but to get to a series of 3, Ego is going to have a lot of work. I feel like GameLab has kind of set themselves apart from everybody else in the tournament so far.
Yeah, and when you don't have a team that can really keep you on a leash in that open finals, there's a lot of expectations for EGOIST. But perhaps I have just the solution that they need, which also happens to be one of our sponsors, Monster Energy, and all they need is to take a swig from the green can and they will start running green in their veins and unleashing the beast within them. So if you want to give it a shot, check it out at www.monsterenergy.com/gaming.
You guys know what to do. Take off those collars and just unleash, let loose, be the monster that you want to be. Especially in this game, because I think, for a lot of these teams, that prize pool, right, is a considerable amount of money, especially for the fact that it's in USD as well. We're not talking about, regular currency for locals. We're talking about USD. That's a significant amount.
Yeah, it's mouth-watering and very attractive if you are in that Tier 2 scene and you're looking to break into the big boys club, right? But we're gonna take a short break. When we come back, we will kick off the second best of 3 of this evening, EGOIST against GameLab.
Meta heroes.
Meta hero.
I would prefer to choose my favorite hero because when you have confidence, there's nothing that can stop you.
I prefer meta hero.
Favorite hero.
Favorite hero.
Meta hero.
Favorite hero.
Five miss.
5 mage.
I make in my team.
5 mage in a team.
5 mage.
5 mage.
I think no kill but win the game because in the current meta, the kill doesn't really matter now, and it's discipline that wins the game.
No kill but win the game.
No kill, but win the game.
No kill but win the game.
No kill but win the game.
Of course, we will pick no kill, but win the game.
Get carry to mythic round. Get carry to mythic.
Play rank with 4 warrior players.
Play rank with 4 warriors because in low tier the game is more fun.
Play with 4 warrior rank.
get carried to Mythic rank.
Get carried to Mythic rank.
Playing with Euphoria players.
Half defending bonus the good right. And then half the Croc do his job. And look at this, wall shot connects until it's huge, but the instant re-engagement with the Black Dragon repelled by 3 men as well, and it's gonna be huge. Arrow 4-4 will try and turn the tide, but they do trade a 1 more as well. But finally, when all the dust settles, this is where the Google comes in. He's gonna try and finish him off. He only gets 1. Rexy, he tries to engage, he goes for the catch, but Blood's onside won't disengage from the fight. They're going for the pick up, but the retribution will be stolen from Tiger Wong Esports. But the real elimination comes in, catches in the play, they're going for the petrify play, and it's all a blood brawl right now. And PBN's try is Nami going for the fight. They finally take him down, but guess what? From behind, Yuji, Chenko, and Raizo, they want more, but they do not know! From behind, Tyler's revenge, catches onto, saves the day, turns the tide, sacrifices life, they get a double. The Numenor Blast comes in, kills off Rinse. First item coming from Blood side, but middle lane, they get the dive on towards Aizawa. That's huge for them. They called in Xbox, so wants to join the fight. They are going to go for the stick. They get the catch onto the side as well. They get the chain stun on Raizo. 2 deaths in a row on this jungler means it is going to help them scale into the turtle, but it seems like the fight is going to go on a little bit long. Linny getting kited with the crew for a bouncing ball, and that's going to be another one that falls, and GameLab takes 2-0.
Proactive moves across the map, and now they can go in for a little bit more of a split now that the Lord is slowly marching away. Oh, Biston, he's in trouble.
Thought he could get out. Danny Dunado from the corner. And we are locked and loaded, so buckle up, Buttercup. It is EGOIST against GameLab in this best of 3 in the upper bracket.
Yes, and now we're going to see whether or not EGOIST has what it takes to take on GameLab in this best of 3 for the round of 16 upper brackets. Whoever wins this will move on, and the loser will have to drop down to the lower brackets. And I think that's going to be, for a lot of these teams, is going to be a scary thing. They want to maintain the upper brackets for as long as possible, and ideally all the way to the grand finals.
Easier way to guarantee a prize pool, easier way to reach the end of the road, and of course, the main goal is to reach the challenge finals. You want to hit that top 4 spot and guarantee just a sweet chunk of that reward, that money, but having the prestige to call yourself the top 4 teams of SCA, at least in Tier 2, Tier 3 scene. Absolutely,
and more importantly, I think it's more concerning for teams in the lower bracket because that just puts them at odds. It's like, at least I can make it into top 4, but let's remember that it's going to be the bottom 2 teams that are going to get eliminated before they go into that next stage.
Yeah, honestly, I see the lower bracket as kind of like a boss rush, right? You are taking out boss over and over again, but without respawn mechanics.
Yeah, it's one of those
permadeath mode.
It's permadeath mode. Yes, that's exactly the term. It really is going to be a difficult situation, and I would hope that at least EGOIST is able to try and take on this game. It's not going to be easy, but I think one of the things they have to consider is, do they take away Assassins from GameLab?
Yeah, and that's a really good point because GameLab have been incredibly comfortable with Assassin picks.
A little too comfortable.
See them flex the Fanny, they play a lot of Ling. I don't think they picked Hayabusa yet, but the main point is they are just so confident in their mechanical prowess that they generally can play anything they want, despite having 6 bans in the first phase. It just goes through.
It just somehow they'll make it happen.
They'll make it happen.
I think Fanny is definitely not going to get through this particular game. I'm not sure whether tank junglers are going to become the option for the side of EGOIST, but I would hope they would consider it.
And if you are up against a team like GameLab and you've seen their previous VODs from the Open Finals, picks like Franco and Kaja become so much more alluring, right? You need someone to lock down those assassins. That was what we kind of saw in the first series, where just assassins getting banned out through and through out. I'm expecting EGOIST to take the same approach, eliminating the Ling, the Fanny. I think these two are very, very crucial to
force Takenaga into like a different jungler.
Yeah, to make him feel a little uncomfortable. At least you have to deal with one. At least you have one less problem to deal with. Now you have to start thinking about the side lane matchups, and I don't know how both of these teams are really gonna, what their outlook on Arlott is. Some people think like, hey, he's just too snowball heavy. It's really hard to actually make him work in a team composition, especially at this level where you get punished for pretty much anything you do. Or do you have to design a very CC heavy composition that's dependent on the gold lane, but Arlott is to supplement it.
Yeah, and I think we saw both Arlott games in the first series. Arlott took the flicker. I personally take, what is it, Petrify. I think that does give you an extra layer to go for those burst trades, but of course there's a different approach. He was the tank Arlott.
Yep.
Though one player I think can really punish his opponents in that XP lane, Havos. This guy not talked about enough, but Havos has been kind of a brick wall. It's very, very annoying to play against him. You don't want to play into him, and he makes the XP lane look like an actual carry, and I don't know how he does it. But
well, hopefully we're gonna get to see more of that later on into this particular game. Number one, hopefully they get like really explosive EXP laners, and it's not just like a boring not like a boring tank v, just clear waves, and then after that we would you know, bugger off, go somewhere else, and deal with the issues with the rest of our team.
Does today feels the same as yesterday when we looked at all the drafts all the heroes that have been drafted?
I would say that, you know, at least Fredrin is getting to see more play rather than like banned out in the second phase. I definitely think, you know, it's a lot more, I would say, not so one-sided, but that's only because of the very first series of the day. This is only the second. We don't know what it's going to be looking like. For all we know, it could just be stomps after stomps after stomps from here on out.
Yeah, my body is ready for a long night. Please do not disappoint. And I don't know if it is a good thing, but all the times that I've been on this desk, regardless of who I'm paired up with, I always get a full series.
You always get a full series?
I always get a full series.
All right.
Well, we're in for fun games.
Oh,
I know, you know, that's not what you want, but we gotta suck it up.
Well, let's see.
Good games, you know.
It will be good games.
At
least that's what we're guaranteed here. And with 25 seconds left on the clock, and based on what we've talked about so far, we haven't talked about how GameLab could actually approach the draft against Ego. They could still be playing for their own kind of synergies, their compositions, but if they do a little bit of research, I'm pretty sure that, hey, maybe EXP is something to take a look at.
And so far, I wouldn't say they have been disrespecting but the enemies, but they have been so confident that they know what their enemies are good at, but they just play their own style, right? There's not much concerns that GameLab are considering, but this time, maybe it will be a bit different. Starting with EGOIST on the blue side and GameLab on red.
All right, let's see how this is going to play out for both of these teams. No bans have been coming out yet.
There we go.
There we go. Instant fanning coming out for the side of EGOIST. Definitely giving some respect over to Takenaga. Let's see how GameLab wants to approach it. I would expect like things like Joy to get banned out relatively early, or Wanwan even. Yeah, Wanwan's already gone. And at the very least, you know, hey, we're getting rid of these typical, really, really difficult to deal with heroes.
Yeah, and I think EGOIST can also opt to just let the link go through. There are options, right? Being in the first pick, I feel like EGOIST is a bit more comfortable if you want to take something like a Kaja, something with hard lockdown for the assassin. They can definitely go down that route. But so far, the bans have been almost similar to the first series. Kadita getting banned out by GameLab, Arlott being taken up by EGOIST.
Okay. So alright. So we're getting Kadita bans, we're also getting Arlott bans. Things are going to start to slip through the cracks, right? I'm expecting, you know, I don't know whether Ling is worth banning out at this point because, again, most assassins are already out. You might as well have them all up on the field unless they are setting, or GameLab at least, are setting up for a Melissa. I don't know. I do personally feel that the Kadita pick is rather, the Kadita ban is rather interesting. Most teams would rather just let it through and let it be flexible more than anything else.
And Kaja is the instant first pick from Egoist, just very safe pick. Don't need to think too much about it. Secures your roaming role. Got a good pick off. I think Egoist just having this as a kind of a scare factor to threaten if GameLab ever goes for the assassin.
Yeah, for sure. Not just the assassin, but also considering whether or not they're actually going to pick up things like artillery mages. And I think, you know, GameLab took a much safer option in saying, hey, if you want to try and double down and play an artillery mage, that's totally fine. But having a Valentina steal those ults gives GameLab that flexibility. I think the Moskov pick this early on rather interesting, because if they were really that worried about that Kadita, probably could have set up for a Melissa to get more of a lane bully. But hey, it's GameLab. Never know how confident they're feeling that day. Fredrin coming off inside of EGOIST. Like it. I like it.
Very classic opening for EGOIST. And there it is.
Yep.
The link. Slip through the crack. GameLab just directly challenging EGOIST.
I like it. I like it. This is what we expected to see from GameLab, them kind of playing their own strategy, playing towards themselves, Egoist, you know, taking their time to be like, hey, let's think about the draft. More importantly, let's think about what deals with specifically Takenaga.
And so far, Egoist, from the first 3 picks, they don't really have anyone to really pressure Takenaga in that jungle yet. So I think GameLab, at this juncture, does expect Link to have a decent early to mid game. Ego is now looking at those roamers, taking out Ruby, taking out anyone that's hard crowd control in their kit, and something that Fredrin hates to deal with.
Yeah, I think, alright, GameLab decided to ban out Claude. They also ban out the Farsa. I think these are very smart options here, because now, when you get rid of Farsa, it's like saying, hey, we're willing to give you Yve, but we also don't want to compromise our EX peer to always have to jump and dive for your life. So I think that kind of relieves them a little bit more. Egoist, on the other hand, the fact that they banned out the Ruby is kind of interesting, because they want somebody who can dash around, I would assume. But in terms of who can actually do that, I would have expected it for an Arla, maybe even a Lancelot, arguably. They ban out the Yuzong, so it seems like they want to be able to pick up a marksman rather than just a mage gold laner.
I mean, there is a carry. I mean, Melissa is still up. It's one of those few heroes that can at least keep these assassins at bay, right? You have a second layer with that ultimate. Benedetta comes up from GameLab.
Okay.
Just, I mean, show of confidence at this point.
Yeah, Benedetta, I'm totally fine with that. Overall, doesn't really do bad in pretty much any matchup. Always is going to be relevant in the game, especially when you take Petrify. Egoist on the other side, this is where it's going to get a little interesting, because now they have to reveal their entire comp to their opponent. And based on what we're seeing so far, you also don't want to give them like high value ultimates either, to try and mitigate how much you're getting out of the IMU from Valentina.
And I think one thing that we can at least look at GameLab and figure out is that this draft has speed. They just play at a faster tempo. You have Benedetta, you have Ling. Generally, just maneuver around the map faster. You can kind of create space first. Something that Egoists don't really have. They prefer to stick together. Maybe you have this Julian and Kaja pick of target, but GameLab finished the draft off with this Lolita. Just a good frontliner for the team.
Yeah, I like this. I like this composition a lot. From both sides, they play this draft really, really well. I think, you know, Egoists, they have a good amount of self-sustain. They have good ways of actually getting in and out of fights, especially for their carries. In this case, it's going to be the Julian as well as the Melissa, who are generally self-sustaining. GameLab, now it's like, oh, we could dive hard, but we need a way to get out of fights. They lock in the Lolita. At least they now have the defensive options, or ways to kind of stop Kaja from pulling key targets away with a Divine Judgment. At least with the charge, you can buy a little bit of time.
And this draft also not only gives GameLab kind of this cushion to fall back to, but they also have to worry about this Lolita being out of position and getting dragged back, because there's no one on GameLab side that can effectively protect the Lolita if she gets isolated. I think that's something that GameLab needs to worry about, but overall, it's GameLab. So confident as always, just throwing in picks, even though there are threats on Egoist side.
Yep, confidence is extremely key for GameLab here, but it's going to be a tough one because Egoist's composition on the Blues side, it takes some time, but once it's online, it's so hard to cut through. GameLab have a lot of work to do on the red side of the map.
See if Egoist can at least get that stable early game. So far, you have this Julian, he's just going to be looking for that level 3 before he really gets access to his full kit. And GameLab, they are trying to delay that as much as possible.
Yeah, they're trying to punish... It looks like Egoist is trying to punish GameLab on the bottom side of the map as much as they can. They are expecting JH at the very least to just try and invade. So if they could steal a camp away from him to even out the score for Takenaga, that would be ideal. And in this case, they do. They got the Lethal Wanderer for him, so now he has a bit of an EXP lead. He can play on the opposite side of the map. Oh my goodness, Dogman just jumping way further than I was expecting.
Okay. A boss?
Okay, that shouldn't happen. Let's see if Takenaga is able to pick up the kill.
And Egoist, well, Vendetta dropping low, but yeah, Takenaga gets the kill, hits level 4. Now has access to that ult.
Alright. So, Vendetta unfortunately doesn't have his flicker. For the side of GameLab, Vendetta doesn't really care overall because she is still going to be relevant in this game. She is a little bit behind on goal, but as long as she hits level 4, the Petrify plus the Electro Final Blow, I don't know why it works, but it's so good. It's such a wide area for engagement.
The boss just slightly out of range.
of the chains from DYY, but he's still dropping low though. Does not have the ult yet, but that's gonna create a lot of space for Takenaga to just drop right down with the ult, taking another kill for himself.
Yep, taking a very good kill. JH's life. So that does mean that Takenaga is going to have the level lead, and with this turtle, he basically secures that level lead. If they're able to get the purple buff immediately afterwards, that would be ideal, but here comes Numenon Blast.
They're going to try. Numenon Blast has an engage, but the backline completely accessed. Azurio is already gone. Takenaga killing spree. Meanwhile, on the top side, Dolman getting stuck on by Vendetta. Lewis needs a bit more to get the finishing touches, but not going to find it. Dolman just walks away.
Yep, confidently Dolman realizes that, you know, Vendetta just doesn't have the damage just yet. Not this soon in the game.
Yeah, at least not in this stage, but GameLab, just dream start for Takenaga.
Huge.
We talked about how there's no one to really pressure this Link in the jungle, but the fact that he got 3 kills and a turtle, this is exactly what GameLab is good at.
Absolutely, and I think, you know, it's because they're willing to push the envelope. They want to be able to test their mechanics out, and they're willing to die for it, knowing that the rest of the team has the game sense to kind of pick up on these trades. I think, you know, Takenaga is in a phenomenal position.
And we also got to see a bit of that fast-paced gameplay from GameLab, right? The way that they dive the backlines. It is very, very hard for EGOIST to respond when they do not have items to fight.
Absolutely.
It really felt like EGOIST, they were trying to put their hand out and reach out for something, but there was just nothing.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult to force. I think the people we need to keep our eyes on for the earlier stages of the game, obviously, is going to be Vendetta, of course, but also DYY, because, again, the buffs on Julian has been really good. The enhanced sights does so much damage, which is something that you need to keep in mind, because if you pair it with Azura, you could get some very good one-shots.
So far, EGOIST not able to get much, at least out of this. This is a team, you know, from Singapore. We don't get to see too much teams, but this is one of those that qualify from the open qualifiers. Dolman flickers forward, Numenon Blast, instant dive on the backline. Pingu uses that ultimate, pushes Takenaga and pins him against the wall, but then he damaged though. Takenaga, Tempest of Blade, dashes away with the recess. GameLab out.
Huh? How does he get out of there for free? No. Get back in the middle of that fight.
And then try Aizawa taunted, but I mean, look at DYY. He's already out of the fight. They cannot get anything.
Okay, alright. First of all, oh, okay. Potential disaster there. Potential disaster. Oh, wait, actually, Vendetta actually gets a free Petrify out of Benedetta. Huh, I wouldn't have expected these situations, but overall, I would expect that EGOIST is playing a little bit more passive here overall. Oh, he's gonna die, isn't he?
Yeah, Voss gonna give his life up. Give Takenaga the lead. Kill number 4 for this Link. JH just too late to the party, misses the taunt, and that's it. No more engage for him.
Yeah, no more engages, but
no way he dives this, right? I mean, backup is coming.
He lost a good amount of health there. Takenaga lost a good amount of health. He does not have his purple buff for the next 6 seconds. The turtle is up, but nobody is there to actually do anything about it. And I think, you know, for the most part, if you are in JH's position, you just have to keep on mirroring Takenaga.
Yeah, it's a bit late, but so far, Ego is able to keep up. I mean, considering how Takenaga has all the kills on the side of GameLab, they are not really far ahead in terms of goal.
Yeah,
just shy of 1,000.
They may be shy of 1,000, but let's see who's all Aizawa is going to steal.
And Dolman in the front line. Vendetta dropping very low. Turtle secured by the Fredrin. GameLab not really fully committing, but they might have to though. They've already lost Dolman, and EGOIST pounces onto Yuktzi. Get rid of the Moskov. It's a double kill for the Melissa, and he is still alive. Takenaga not finding anything.
Really well played coming in from EGOIST over there. They sacrifice a little bit of farm on the top side and end up losing their tier 1, but they got 2 kills, and not to mention a free turtle off of that as well.
And Pingu was the one who got the kills. He is 3-0, you know. It's a fantastic game so far for this Melissa compared to Yuktzi, who completely got jumped on.
Yep.
No way for him to get out.
Feels bad. It does feel bad, but
Looking for JH. Good taunt, still keeping himself alive. Aizawa flickers forward, okay. JH is not gonna go down from that, but Vendetta, he's gonna show up. The rest of EGOIST, they're gonna pounce in the mid lane. GameLab, is this worth giving a life out for? Takenaga needs to escape, and he will. But Aizawa fed to the Sharks. EGOIST with 2 kills, this time going over to DYY.
Right now, GameLab, they're playing way too confidently. They are trying to make crazy things happen against EGOIST, but EGOIST slow and steady, getting free pick after free pick.
Dolman, I know you have a big out cancel.
by the knockup. Dolman forms to go, a domino effect. And EGOIST gets a free mid-tier 1.
Yeah, EGOIST is barely playing the game at this point. They are just making sure they are covering their corners, checking their angles, and GameLabs can't do much if they keep on making these aggressive.
Okay, forcing out DIY's flicker. Havos looking for a window, but couldn't find any. Meanwhile, Aizawa is getting gone on. Vendetta sticks onto him. Aizawa, what are you doing in that fight, buddy? Well, 10-4 so far. EGOIST in the lead. Didn't see this happening 2 minutes ago.
Hey, look, the way the GameLab is playing, I mean, they deserve to get kind of pounced on. EGOIST, they don't have to do anything too crazy. They just have to be aware of the situation. They just have to rotate in time. They have to just focus on their fundamentals, and they will deal with GameLab no problem.
Yeah, you can't really be too overconfident. This is a challenge group stage. You gotta understand, EGOIST qualified from the open qualifiers.
Absolutely.
There's a reason that they are the first 8 teams.
Yep.
Turtle getting gone on. Oh, okay, I mean, JH just steals it. Numinal Blast on the back line. They're gonna pounce. TZ doing a lot of damage with those piercing arrows. Takenaga is unstoppable. They get rid of the Fredrin. DYY is gone. GameLab getting a good trade.
Yep, unfortunately for Takenaga, he does lose a turtle, but at the end of the day, they just got 3 kills for free to kind of even out that score, and you can tell by the gold leads, they are dead even. If they can get more turrets here, and I'm pretty sure they're going to get bottom tier 1 off of this too, this should put them in the lead.
Oh, and just like that, GameLab undid everything that happened in the last 1 minute. It's definitely a strange game.
It is a little bit of a strange game here. I would say that EGOIST unfortunately wasn't expecting it to get hit and actually rushed upon from a 3-man Numenon Blast, but I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know if Herbo wants to get back into that one. I was thinking like he's going to turn around, right?
Yeah. The boss wanted that purple buff.
Havos definitely wanted that purple buff. But the rest of the team, you know, they're backing off. GameLab is realizing, okay, we are going to slowly build up to critical mass. Let's start taking control of the jungle. But look at this. Dokman once again finding 3 in the middle of it. 1 unintentionally. But more importantly, just keep in mind who dies first. Instantly, Pingu is going to be shut down. But a fight is happening before our very eyes.
I mean, Kaja Azur didn't even get to use his ult. Couldn't find a target, and he was concealed as well the entire time. Oh, the bot tier 2 is gone. GameLab just instantly reclaiming the map for themselves. They would trade the top tier 1 willingly. EGOIST, as fast as they got a lead, they lost it, you know, in a blink of an eye.
Yeah, but it's not that much of a loss as well. Look at them, they're going for the tier 2. They also have DY nearby Azura as well, just to make sure. Oh, Glue ends up dying on the bot side of the map, and the tier 2 is going to get claimed back. So GameLab is still ahead, but with 10 seconds left on the clock for this upcoming Lord, are they just going to wait it out? I feel like if you're in EGOIST's position, you're probably going to wait it out.
GameLab just checked the entire jungle on the top side, so they completely just walk up onto the Lord. I feel like Azura is really waiting for the link to show up, but he just cannot be too patient, right? You need to drag and isolate whoever you can find. Havos, okay, JH spotted out. Azura really trying to get into the thick of things, but they're getting zoned out, and now Lord getting rushed down by GameLab. Can the JH get there in time? This time he cannot. Takenaga gets the Lord to kill. Havos straight into the backline, causing absolute chaos to allow Takenaga to pounce. They get rid of the Fredrin, and now Vendetta is also completely destroyed by Yuktizi. This fight pretty much done.
Pretty much done, and very fast indeed. It hurts to see because Glue is trying his best to zone out as many people as possible, but right now, the members of GameLab are very far ahead, and this Moskov, especially when the split comes through, the extra Pierce is going to start chunking out his little globules, and there's nothing much you can do about that at the end of the day. But with Lord already crashing, GameLab just waiting for another opportunity to pounce. They've hit the 33k mark. Ideally at 32k, their carries would have 2 to 3 items already complete. So let's see whether GameLab can actually utilize this slight item power spike.
Yeah, Havos is doing a fantastic job. The Petrify, the Electro Final Blow, just you see the amount of chaos that Havos created just on his own. With this Lord pushing in and the wave for the mid and top lane synced up, EGOIST might be pressured to make the final stand, and the Mineral Blast connects, and that might just be the final blow. Tempest of Blaze used as well. The members of EGOIST all dropping low. They lose the top inhibitor. EGOIST keeping their members alive, but maybe not for long. DYY, do not do that. Yuktizi almost gets 2 for 1. The Lord finally goes down. EGOIST holds on to the other lanes, but main damage has been dealt.
Yep, the main damage has been dealt indeed. Oh, is he gonna get caught? No, he does not get caught. They back up for the most part. And again, Pingu is in a good position to try and carry this game. As soon as he has Inspire, he definitely has an opportunity to start taking people out. And now that he has the Demon Hunter Sword, that's going to start adding on even more. By now, I'm guessing he's already got the Golden Staff as well as the Corrosive Sight on top of everything else. So plenty of utility. It really boils down to a battle of whether or not Yuktz has the Inspire or Pingu has Inspire. The secondary effects is whether DYY actually gets a pick off or decides to go for the knockup. Here we go.
Oh, they pull Havos back. You're too far forward. Havos, no way he gets out. And he does. He is out. The rest of GameLab are in. Vendetta trying to get away. Yuktz onto this glue, but he's far forward. No threat to this Posca. I mean, Havos, what are you made of?
Yep. They're playing really, really well here. And I mean, wait, man. Havos, he shouldn't be getting away with this. He obviously shouldn't, but the fact that he's built a little bit more tanky and he's playing Vendetta is a miracle of itself. The eye for an eye, very powerful tool.
He has been dancing with death, literally.
He's been walking a very tight rope.
He has. This is the GameLab, but at least this is what the draft can present. Being faster than your opponents, they are pressuring the side lanes and really just pulling Egoist apart. One of those triangle graph where if you want to beat a team fight comp, you pull them apart with a split push comp and all of that. Now with that top inhibitor down, Havos is just constantly shoving the wave in.
Yeah, they learned well from Pythagoras. And I think, you know, for GameLab at this point of time, want to bait out the fight against Egoist. They know they have the item lead, they know they have the gold lead, and that's going to be more than enough. They can bait something out, especially from... Oh,
he's going to try. Yeah, no, they pushed him away. GH, no more dash, can get in. Takinaga just gets his Havos though. Okay, Petrify straight to the back line. He's getting away with murder. JH, he goes down. Takinaga drops Tempest of Blade, but Dogman channeling out that ultimate connects onto Pingu, and that should be it. Nothing left in the tank. A 4-man knockout from DYY, but there's no damage.
Unfortunate. I mean, the team broke apart very fast. I mean, Frederick was trying to go for a flank to actually try and steal away the Lord. Unfortunately, GameLab decided to push him away, send 2 members to hound him all the way down into his own jungle while the rest of the team continues, and especially for Benedetta, getting that engagement and zoning the rest of the members from their jungler made all the difference.
Alright, 3 versus 5 situation. Egoist, do we have enough to at least fend off GameLab until the team comes back? They might have though. Okay, Azura real. There's a Divine Adjustment. Yuktz just teleports away. GameLab looking straight at the Crystal. The Lord is doing the work. They have lost Yuktz. Dolman also will be a goner soon. But the Lord is doing its work. Not enough to break the Crystal yet, but damage has been severely dealt to the base.
Yeah, Egoist again, I've noticed, like, the Singaporean playstyle overall is very, very textbook. They're not going to go too outside the box. You maybe see 1 or 2 players try to make something daring happen, but as a team, they understand they have very strong fundamentals, and GameLab is meeting a lot of resistance because Egoist continues to play through those fundamentals time and time again, which nets them these free kills onto Yuktz and as well as Dokman.
And it's just those situations where, like, you don't see much flashy plays, right? It's like very by the book. 1 + 1 = 2, 2 + 2 = 4. We are seeing a very polarizing playstyle from both teams.
Yes.
On one side, you have GameLab, who just does whatever they want, and Ego is just trying to play by what they know. Like you said, textbook.
Very textbook indeed. Vendetta.
I mean,
he should be able to get out of this, no problem, but what's about to happen?
They steal the Divine Judgment. Well, they kidnap DYY, and that's the end of him. Azura also gone. He gets Takinaga in, but Takinaga happily just lets himself, gets dragged. Get rid of the immortality though. Can Pingu at least keep his team alive? They need a hero. JH misses the taunt, and now they go on to him, and they all line up for Yuktz, and suddenly Pingu lost all of his health. Gotta get back to the fountain though. Mid-wave crashing in. Takinaga just doing whatever he wants. Egoist can still hold on, but it's gonna be a mountainous fight. Havos once more, this time getting taunted. Yuktz! Oh, he finds Pingu right into the crystal, and that would be his final resting spot. GameLab done with playing around. They kidnapped the Kaja again. GameLab with a convincing game 1.
Yep, very convincing game 1 here. Nicely played coming in from GameLab. They understand when their power spikes are, but more importantly, they understand how to punish their opponents. Hey, you don't have a Winds of Nature? No problem. I'm going to all-in you here with your Inspire. Even with your Inspire, it's not going to be enough. Hey, Benedetta is already looking for an engage. However, if you start looking at Valentina, what ult did she decide to take? Divine Judgment, instant punish every single time coming in from GameLab. Very good game senses overall.
GameLab just completely thriving in chaos. This is kind of what started to pull GameLab back into the game. In a sense, you know, Egoists enjoy a lead just for a minute or two. But from this fight onwards, GameLab has not let their foot off the accelerator.
Absolutely not. And I think, you know, Egoists, they definitely have some really good fundamentals and have punished GameLab for making, like, you know, uncanny moves or more aggressive plays that come at an unnecessary time. But at the end of the day, GameLab has very solid mechanics. Egoists, as of right now, need to make faster, quicker decisions because, again, you're seeing people come in and out of the fight. They aren't coordinated on that re-engage. And I think with a cleaner re-engagement, definitely it's going to look a lot better for Egoist.
And, I mean, yeah, it's definitely a tough one. Again, Havos, just the creator of chaos. Him and Takenaga, a lot of these moments, it's just them really splitting Egoist apart, and then Dolman finally shows up, gets a good Numenon blast. And it's just all the cogs coming in together. And I really feel like Egoist couldn't kind of decide on one move that they can all do together because GameLab are just tearing them apart.
Yeah, they're getting torn apart, unfortunately. I think GameLab, they played to their win conditions. They started opening up the map. The way they maintain their control over the map is actually very impressive with the wave control that they have, and not to mention just the movements and rotations that they get access to because of their heroes. Really sets GameLab apart. But for now, it doesn't mean that that Egoist is completely out of the fight. It just means that they've only lost 1 point in the series. Hopefully, they're able to get one back.
Egoist have been introduced to the world of GameLab. Enter another world.
It's not easy.
It's not easy.
Life on hard.
And I honestly, we you know, a part of me at least expected Egoist to put up a good fight, but definitely not in Game 1. I feel like Game 1 is a litmus test. We see GameLab limit tests as well. They're making all these, you know, ballsy dives that gets them killed, but they just come back anyways. And that really demonstrated something, right? GameLab just knew what they are capable of, and they're not afraid to show it.
Absolutely. I think, you know, Egoist needs to start disrespecting in the earlier stages of the game and then fall back to the fundamentals in the middle as well as the later stages, because GameLab, unfortunately, they're basically doing what they want, and they have some great game sense. So at least when they do something, oh, let's dive that top side, they set it up. They make sure that they have the right ingredients to make it work out. Egoist, unfortunately, sometimes when the situation gets too fast or it gets really, really chaotic, it's hard to get the full picture. So they fall back to those fundamentals.
And a lot of things didn't really fall in place for Egoist. You know, JH just not able to function as a Fredrin. You can see that he has decent durability, but with all these chaos going on, there's not a single target that he can stick on. You have Herboss just kind of basically just disrupting the backline. Azura trying to catch the Ling. But then you have this Benedetta running around, and he wants to catch the Benedetta, but then he gets kidnapped by Azawa.
It's just like a never-ending cycle.
It's like Ouroboros, right?
It's like Ouroboros. That's exactly that is the perfect term for this. But our MVP of this match goes over to Takenaga, once again having a 7-0 and 7, perfect KDA overall, farming well with a good average GPM of 8, 9, and 9. He has just been, again, picking up the slack for whenever his team makes like, oh, I'm just going to ego challenge this. Oh, I didn't win? Don't worry. Takenaga has got you covered.
Yeah, you can't kill me. He's like a ninja. And I think a lot of these, well, a few of these early kills were also set up by Herboss, right? Herboss, sure, he got solo kill, but all those kills translated into Takenaga getting a trade back. And he was just so far ahead at one point. And it was impossible for Egoist to take him down, and not to mention there was no one from Egoist to challenge Takenaga in the jungle.
Absolutely. I don't think they wanted to really try. Well, considering how the early game went, it was not going to happen whether they liked it or not. They lost way too much in the earlier stages of the game, even though they had good opportunities at level 4 to look for those punishes. So I think definitely Egoist, it's a bit of a warm-up game for them to really start tightening up their overall game plan, but their fundamentals are extremely solid. So even though this was a warm-up game, we definitely see what their default looks like.
Yeah, they stuck their foot into the pool, but they just get dragged down by a whirlpool. It's straight into the deep end.
Straight into the deep end here against GameLab. And honestly, if this was a best of 5, we would probably see Egoist slowly get better throughout these games. But I'm expecting this is the make it or break it one, because GameLab is at game point.
Yeah, it's a very brutal series. We already set this up from the beginning. But if there are a lot of factors, a lot of forces that EGOIST need to kind of tweak going into Game 2, but what is the most pressing one that they need to attend to?
I think the pressing matter, the most pressing matter is just opportunities being let go by Azura. I feel like at the end of the day, it's like, yes, these are opportunities that you may not necessarily get again, but you have to capitalize on them. Like on the bottom side, where there's 3 members and he still had the Divine Judgment, he probably could have secured at least 1 kill for his gold laner.
Yeah, it's definitely a tough one, but of course, series not over yet. We will also take this opportunity to thank those who made this happen, starting with Snapdragon Elite Gaming when winning matters. And they have been with us since the very beginning of this journey. It's been, I believe, a year, which is crazy. And all your phone chips are powered by Snapdragon themselves. This is why you get to enjoy the best gaming experience.
And speaking of about phone chips here, let's not forget that the Snapdragon Pro Series is also brought to you by the Samsung Galaxy S3 Ultra, S23 Ultra. Man, I am just looking at numbers like acronyms. So share the epic and level up your own game. It is quite the chonker, but the camera, you'll understand why once you start getting into it.
Yeah, just to give you an idea how long they've been with this. Last time it was the Z Fold 4, now it's the S23 Ultra. That is how far we've been with them. It's an honor having Samsung Galaxy. But it's also great having Monster Energy to continue to allow everyone to unleash the beast within them. So check them out at www.monsterenergy.com/gaming.
/gaming. Make sure there's also one more place that you have to stop by in case you want to get the greatest deals and as well as some of the greatest top-ups for your favorite games. Check out www.cashishop.com and check out what they have to offer there, because again, you'd be surprised at the amount of great deals they have.
Yeah, they have a lot of great deals. I personally checked it out, absolutely adore what they offer, and this is it's my go-to pit stop. But with that being with that done and dusted, game number 2, you mentioned how EGOIST needs to really be more decisive and pounce on those open opportunities, but I would also argue that GameLab, even though they are giving us opportunities, they are really mech-checking EGOIST by leaving very small windows, and if EGOIST miss that, GameLab just punishes them for it.
Again, I don't expect too much when we start thinking about the Tier 2 scene, about being able to kind of fill in those windows, but it's definitely a skill that is required if they want to go above and beyond, especially making it to an international stage, or better yet, even just for the Snapdragon series, making it to that top 4. Again, you'll see that teams in that top 4 will not miss those opportunities.
Credits to EGOIST though, there's not many Singaporean teams that can even be here and compete with the best of Southeast Asia outside of the MPL. So this is, I wouldn't say it's a rude awakening, but it's definitely kind of like the exposure that you're looking for, right? If you want to move up the ladder, and unfortunately for EGOIST, they have to face off against one of the strongest Tier 2 teams from the PHMPL. It's definitely a brutal one.
Yeah, it really is brutal, but at least we know that EGOIST has some really good habits. Like, fundamentally, they are so good. And we honestly, we wouldn't even have them if it wasn't for Snapdragons. Once again, thank you so much. Check it out. Boom! We've even got the sides coming out with the full stage together. Snapdragon Elite Gaming, when winning matters. Hopefully, it's what is needed for EGOIST to take it to that next level.
Yeah, they've given all these teams opportunities to showcase what they're made of, and without them, we wouldn't even be here to talk you guys through all these long but amazing Mobile Legends Bang Bang game. They've just done so much for us.
They've done too much in a matter of fact. Too much. But I can't wait to see who that top 4 is going to be throughout today, and more importantly, throughout the weeks to come.
Yeah, we have so many series. We even have our first 4 teams that drop to the lower bracket and are at risk of elimination. So there's a lot on the line. And just to give a bit of context for viewers who weren't here at the start of the show, Malaysia will lose one of our representatives very soon.
Yeah, very soon. I mean, the lower brackets is a painful place to be. So we're keeping it nice and light up here in the upper brackets where there's not too much to lose. But let's have a look at the draft so far, with EGOIST opting to actually stay on the blue side of the draft. GameLab going to be taking the red.
And I think this matchup is one of those few that if you are GameLab, you are not too bothered which side you take. You kind of make priority for yourself anyways. Game 1 was kind of a complete mech check, a complete outclass by GameLab. But like you mentioned, EGOIST have some good habits, and now we're just looking for them to polish it a bit more, right? Pounce on GameLab's mistakes, and GameLab disrespects you, you punish them hard.
Exactly. That's what I'm expecting to see from EGOIST, and at least, you know, they're a little bit more awake. They're like, okay, let's sharpen up, let's tighten up our gameplay, let's follow our good habits, but most importantly, just identify the opportunities and not tunnel vision on it too hard. Now, again, the draft is going exactly how we expected. Same bans all across the board. The Hayabusa actually getting banned out this time by EGOIST.
Kadita getting banned last by GameLab, so not much deviation, only the Ling being the outlier. Previously, EGOIST banned Arlott, but now they would take it for themselves in the first phase. So it's too early to say whether this would be kind of like the tank Arlott or the usual snowbally Arlott, but
we'll see later on.
We'll see later on.
Yeah, and especially when it comes down to like emblems, I think that's the biggest giveaway. Now, the fact is, GameLabs, they're not going to have Arlott. They're like, okay, whoop-de-doo, no big deal here. What are they going to start locking in, right? How do they actually deal with the Arlott? And a lot of it comes down to anti-CC, so Martis is already immediately a good pick. Do they care how much that Arlott can actually jump into the backline? They could technically go for Akai if they even wanted to displace him after he dashes, because you can't, apparently you can't, you know, displace him during the dash. Makes no sense, but that's the situation.
Or you can just take the Grok and fire miss.
That works too.
Completely negates what the Arlott wants to do.
Exactly, and I think, you know, GameLab, very good ideas, but EGOIST, they are fast on these picks. They know exactly what they want to play.
Definitely rehearse to a certain extent what EGOIST, right? I think they came in with a game plan and they recognize that, you know what, guys, let's just commit to what we want. So far, it's been going good. They get the Valentina and Claude for themselves this time, but GameLab has that Beatrix. Ooh, big late game carry.
Yeah, very big late game carry, and I think GameLab is even more confident to actually play it now because, again, you're playing Claude? Okay, great. I can actually do something. Beatrix has a very good matchup against Claude in this particular situation. Will you expect Beatrix to get a kill? Probably only at level 4, but even then, Claude has a lot of useful tools to get in and out of fights, or just clear the way for the Blazing Duet.
If we want long fights, I think we're definitely going to get it because Valentina can also steal the Call Altar. Hanzo getting banned. EGOIST at this point are just eliminating assassin junglers.
Yeah, I don't think it's that bad of an idea. GameLab even, banning out the Akai, making sure that there isn't, and right now, we're missing an enabler for the Arlott from the side of EGOIST, and I think, you know, GameLab is taking the initiative to be, hey, let's first get rid of Kaja, super annoying, at least we can play, you know, maybe a Yve, but I think they just locked in Fredrin. They technically still can play the Yve if they wanted to, but Lancelot as well, so it's going to be 5 assassin bans for the side of EGOIST.
Really want to shut down Takenaga, and I think the game caught up halfway through the draft. While the Barats go through, and Estes, okay, well, a bit of a pseudo Ube strat. I was looking at EGOIST and thinking maybe the Martis will be an Walk, and Martis feels like the one they can kind of cut through GameLab, ignore the crowd control, and set up the passive. But EGOIST, what do you think about this?
I think, this is really interesting. This is really interesting because it felt like GameLab wanted to eventually lock in the Yve. They saw the Valentina and all of a sudden they're like, wait, hold on. They even have the Ube going with the Estes, so might as well get into Xavier because they want to clump up anyways. We might as well try and punish them for clumping up as much as we can. So expect Beatrix to be doing a good amount of damage in this particular game. I think, you know, the Grok is rather interesting to set up some interesting angles. However, EGOIST, Arlott, there's not too many enablers on the team. 2 forms of CC, one with the missiles coming in from JH and DYY with the Terrify, but even then, they're not very reliable to get off. So, Vendetta, he's got a lot of work on his hands.
I suppose if you really want to invade the jungle and put pressure on Takenaga early on, this is one of the ways. Just pick up Barats, have an Estes, just run in and
just walk on in, you know, hit me, I don't care. I'll build up stacks regardless. But so far, GameLab on match point here in our upper brackets, round of 16, match number 7, with EGOIST on the blue side, as GameLab is going to be on the red.
A lot of focus to really get JH ahead. Just get this Barrage as far ahead as possible so you can at least have a pivot point. But it's a Havos on the Grok XP lane. So there goes Vendetta's lane.
Yeah, I mean, it's really sad. It's really sad. As soon as the Power Nature comes up, the Demon Mark disappears.
Yeah, can't out-damage him, can't out-trade him. Though Vendetta is going for the Assassin Arlott, so that's kind of what we talked about earlier on. JH though getting pushed back, rooted down as well by the Xavier. And as for his blood, complete disaster. DYY also
gonna get one more.
Gonna go down. Oh, dashes away. Okay, Vendetta, can you get something? Oh yes, he can.
Petrify coming up, good use. 1-for-1 trade.
Yep, overall, it's looking really, really good here, at least for Vendetta. He gets a kill back, so it does mean that he can actually, do some work here. He took high and dry as well as Petrify, so he wants a snowball out of control, but it can be a little difficult against Grok overall. Just high base damage, and it's just, he can cleanse the mark technically. It's so annoying.
There's too many get out jail free card for Grok. Though I would say Martis has a better version of that.
Well, I mean, Martis does have a better version, but let's see how UTZ is going to be playing this out. He sees Rio, he dashes backwards. Okay, really good. But this is, like, really sad for specifically JH, right? JH and as well as Takenaga. Because of that overall interaction, Takenaga will be able to invade first, so he will get the EXP lead, while JH, fortunately, even though he died and got an assist at the end of the day, will be behind ever so slightly on EXP.
All things considered, both of them have a equal net worth, right? Despite JH did going down, it might. Nah, they're not gonna concede this turtle for sure.
As well.
JH walking in, he's gonna get dragged away from the turtle. Not gonna be able to get it. The stolen call altar keeping him alive. But GameLab now also pops their own call altar, and they just slaying the dinosaur. Takenaga stands his ground and fight. Dortmund flickers forwards, drags 2 members of EGOIST back. Vendetta, he's in the backline, but he's in enemy lives to sweep onto 3 of them, but where's the damage? They need a bit more. Takenaga gets taunt off. Hervos walking out of it slowly, but surely the reset for Vendetta. My god, this guy queues back up, and they get 2.
Oh my goodness, what a... Alright, good outplay coming out from Vendetta. That Petrify really making an allowing him to enable himself in that fight with the help of Azura, topping him off each and every time. Unkillable for the most part of this early game.
You'll get a bit of that extra goal from that turret shield. And Hervos comes back up. DIY actually doesn't have mana, so, well, the dash just came back up, but forced the flicker anyway.
Yep, forced the flicker, which is really good. I mean, GameLab, I don't think they were expecting an outplay like that to actually occur. They had everything going for them at that point of time, but Azura, woo, keeping his team alive in that situation, even though it was about to hit the fan.
The only one having a rough game is definitely JH, right? It's that 0-2 on the Barats.
Yeah, it's annoying because he has to keep on restacking the Barats every time he dies. He becomes a little dinosaur and then has to try and do something, but the top side is like always compromised because of Takenaga.
Oh, here he is, Vendetta. Can you get an angle? Has the Petrify. He's coming in. Good flank angle. Sweeps 2 of them aside. Forcing the flicker from Aizawa. Her force now caught in the thick of things, but GameLab just re-engages. Call Alter. Appraisal's Rebel. They hit on the tree. EGOIST getting a good counter engage, her force dropping low, Vendetta getting the slam of the spear onto Dogman, and now Dogman's gonna get gone on, but he's just gonna phantom dash over the wall. Doesn't matter though, Vendetta follows up, killing spree for the Arlot.
Oh, once again, Vendetta is still alive. The disrespect coming out from GameLabs finally getting punished with these big plays coming from Vendetta. Vendetta. I keep trying to call him Vendetta as if it's Vendetta. It's a bad habit. Vendetta continues to show that he is doing a lot of work with this Arla as long as he finds that good counter engage.
JH contesting this turtle, loses it.
What?
You don't see this every day.
I don't think JH was ready for Yuktz to actually spam it down. His retribution, he is still like, what just happened?
Rough game so far. Dogman, oh, it's terrified. Drag DIY, not under the tower range. Tower range though.
I think for the time being, GameLab can kind of take their time, right? Because they're not really getting too far ahead against EGOIST, and it's really hard to punish them because EGOIST are defaulting on their fundamental strengths. And when you're playing something like Estes, for an example, it becomes very easy to recover from bad positions.
Yeah, you have a free fountain.
Yeah, you have a mobile fountain.
You do. Definitely a bit of responsibility on the Hervos to perhaps get that flicker engage, take out the Estes early on, but well, again, jungle getting pressure, DIY drag back. Forcing the flicker out, DIY getting away. Takenaga though, in danger. They build a wall, Hervos is there, does have his ultimate wall, they gobble Takenaga out, spin him into a wall. Do they have enough damage though? They all get knocked up by Hervos. Oh my god, Dogman just comes in clutch with the ult. Vendetta is gone.
They threw everything to kill this Fredrin, but they end up losing anyways.
The disrespect on Fredrin's aim. Like, I'm surprised Vendetta actually chased him so far. Rio, Azura ends up going down. GameLab making a name for themselves.
Dortmund, absolute savior for that skirmish. Of course, just nonchalantly walks away. There's no one that can stop the Grog, honestly.
Dude, here's the thing. Vendetta tries to actually commit this kill on towards Takanaga. He's just waiting for him to try and use his the Appraiser's Wrath so that he can cancel it with his own ult, but he just holds on to it. Like, Takanaga just holds on to his ult for so long and waits for Vendetta to actually run out of dashes so he can't dash behind him to get the full Appraiser's Wrath damage. That is just, like, disrespectful.
That's the mind games.
It's the mind games.
They have stopped the snowball from Vendetta. Almost a 3k goal advantage for GameLab right now. Uh-oh, Dortmund. Yeah, it's gonna get punished. Vendetta getting a bit of a revenge. They do lose the bot tier 1, but now they can contest this turtle. Does EGOIST get it? Oh, Takinaga wins the Retrify again. Havosh just gets away. Takinaga also walks out.
Yeah, now the marksmen are getting involved in these overall team fights, and that could be a scary thing, especially for GameLabs here, because again, Pingu has the overall AoE damage that EGOIST has been lacking in these 4v4s. Oh, Vendetta!
Oh my god, Yuktisi almost just snipes him, and DYY goes down. Bit of a desync. Dortmund is just gonna run to the jungle, or almost connect onto Azura, but her force can definitely contest this.
Oh, they're gonna need to clean up comms. Oh, he runs out of power nature!
Oh, and the powers are used as well. Her boss still alive. It's gonna be suppressed, and now uses it all to dash away. Vendetta cannot follow up.
I get what you mean when you say desync, because right now EGOIST kind of look like they're all over the place. And that was like a really big missed opportunity to actually kill Xbot, try to kill, Havas at that point of time. But again, it feels like right now only Vendetta is playing the game. Everybody else is kind of just walking around and struggle to decide what they can do. And unfortunately, JH can't give that sort of leadership because he himself is significantly behind in comparison to Takanaga.
DYY, can you at least find Dortmund? No, can't do it. I think the initial idea is very clear-cut, right? Stick to the barrage, keep him alive, dominate the early to mid game. But Azura has to make a choice. Do I top Pingu up? Do I give Vendetta the HP so that he can snowball? And so much decisions to make. EGOIST, they are just desperate to get something done, and with Vendetta going down, DYY also getting sniped from downtown. This game is clearly going off the ropes. They just lost Azura as well.
Yeah, they are not sure what they should be doing at this stage of the game, and especially with the way that they need to play defensively. They're just handing over these kills. GameLab just taking full advantage of the situation and the disorientation that EGOIST is currently experiencing. It's tough to make a call in this spot because it feels like every move you do, you get punished for it, and you're not getting away with as much as you'd like to. However, EGOIST needs to start thinking about team fights in the bigger sense. The main damage dealers here, Yuktisi and as well as Aizawa, need to go down at the very least.
If you want to keep everyone safe, you end up losing everyone. Right? Someone has to be able to take the beating. But the sad part is they cannot get any exchange. Havas isn't a good target, and during the draft, you did mention that EGOIST doesn't have much lockdown. That is a big problem when you want to deal with someone like a Fredrin or a Graf. They do terrify him. They lock him down with the Petrify, they gobble him up. Dortmund comes in with the Cult Altar again. They just cannot get rid of Takinaga, but a good blazing duet. Is this enough? Yes, it is. Whoa, the Daunting Light piercing through all 5 of them, and this is Yuktisi's turn to shine. The barrage of bullets just overwhelms EGOIST, and through all of that, they still lose.
I respect the call coming in from EGOIST. They found the opportunity to actually fight. They get an initial good fight as they take down Takanaga. Unfortunately, they just don't have the resources to deal with GameLab, and especially with the amount of battle spells that they have, they continue to press their advantage.
Oh, Vendetta? No outplay. So close.
He misses the dash on Aizawa. Oh, that's so unfortunate. And now Lord's coming in as well.
In an even game, EGOIST would have been able to hold on so much better, right? This is definitely kind of that resource deficit that is hurting them a lot.
Yeah, they're just feeling that 8k goal differential, and that's an unfortunate thing because previously it was only 5, and you can recover from a 5. However, you need to know when your item power spikes are. GameLab, as soon as they got their item power spikes, they immediately started to run at EGOIST, hoping that they would fight.
Oh, boss, you don't have to do them dirty. They have lost Azura, no more Fountain, and then
Well, good attempt from Pingu, I guess.
And they're trying their absolute best here, but GameLab has got them beat, pulling them back with a Shadow Stampede, and it's not. Oh, there we go!
What? Yuktezi just walks under the inhibitor, gives his life away. They still lost DYY. Vendetta and JH is up to both of them now. The GameLab still deciding to hang around a bit more. They are confident that they can do more damage to this base. Of course, being kind of that brick wall, Azura is back. Naizawa also just poking from afar. This is GameLab putting EGOIST in a chokehold.
Yeah, it's a pretty nasty chokehold as well, because by the time the Lord spawns, GameLab technically would have already made it to the no, they lose everything.
Oh my goodness.
They get the orange buff as well. Aizawa, well, he's doing him real dirty, but now revenge! Vendetta, the only person who has the farm and the items to take these carries out.
And you're starting to see kind of like the lack of attention to detail just because of so much pressure, right? JH has, Red Tree has enough cooldown to get the orange buff, doesn't secure it. And just so many micro moments. And with Vendetta going down, they have lost the ability to properly fight. Takenaga, he just runs in. Oh, Azura getting sniped from afar. Immortality pop, Takenaga still in the front line, still holding on to that ult, doesn't even need it. He is just showing EGOIST that he doesn't even need to do too much. JH taking the full brunt of GameLab. And this is as clean as it can get. GameLab still unchallenged. Throughout their run from the Open Final to the Challenge stage, the first best of 3 was a clean 2-0.
Yep, they played a solid game. The Ego challenged the EGOISTs themselves and put them down to the lower brackets. Well done to GameLab.
This is why MDL has to fear them, right? They have been dominating Tier 2 scene for so long, and here they are, just keeping that streak going, just uncontested. Sometimes I find it's hard to comprehend how good some of these teams are.
Hey man, it's the Filipino dynasty for a reason. Their region is strong, and unfortunately for EGOIST, they lost all direction in this particular game. GameLab took full advantage of it, and this was off of that one decision, right? At the 27k mark here, you can immediately see that, hey, one of our teammates hit an item power spike. We can actually go for this. GameLab again does the same thing in this situation where they realize, hey, this is the first time they're actually willing to fight. How do we control our resources? Wait for Aizawa and instantly get to punish them again and again and again. Yuktezi gets even more confident with some nature purchase, and at that point, the game just went downhill.
And also the call altar from Dortmund, right? There's so many moments where EGOIST threw everything from the kitchen sink. They catch Takenaga out. They catch her Voss at one point, but Dortmund just shows up and completely negates all the effort.
Yeah.
So frustrating when you have invested everything and you get nothing.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, GameLab really know how to identify and start picking apart teams, especially when members are falling behind, or members who are just, again, really out of position. Well, even slightly out of position, they're still able to capitalize on those situations. And I think, hats off to GameLabs. They're looking like very promising talents all across the board.
This is like that, what's that reference I want to make? It's like those Sekiro sword fights, right? You cannot just let your foot off the gas. Hesitation is defeat. That is my favorite quote.
Yes, hesitation is defeat. If you miss a parry, you die. And that's just the way GameLab plays, man. I mean, they're looking so good in the upper bracket so far, and they're going to continue to move on in this series. Now, looking at the items so far, nothing too out of the ordinary. Grok naturally going to go for full damage with Blade of Heptases overall, and I don't...
He's the only guy that does it, I think.
He's the only guy. I mean, it's his passive, man. You can't really blame the guy.
In the Open Finals, this is the guy that just runs Grok XP lane and somehow just beats everyone.
Look, Grok is a pretty good matchup against Arlon, surprisingly enough. You win a majority of those trades.
He definitely has. He won all of it. I mean, he's 3-0-7. And not to forget, and this is under the condition that he has been caught out multiple times, but EGOIST just does not have damage nor lockdown to finish him off. But overall, you look at the scoreboard, you look at the entire series, it's just GameLab walking over EGOIST.
Yeah, unfortunately, EGOIST, I think with the lineup that they have, the detriment of this lineup is if JH falls behind, the whole team suffers in their position. So they really needed to get him ahead. But let's have a look at our MVP of the series. Going over to Dogman once again, absolutely crushing this game. His plays do not fail.
Just finding opportunities, saving his team, just creating all these small windows that just cascades into so much more for the team.
I don't know what else to say. Dolman, GameLab, is a phenomenal squad. We have yet to find a team that can challenge them, push them to the limit, make them sweat. GameLab just had a very, very fast evening, as always.
Hey, who knows? The only way to beat a Filipino is to get another Filipino. So I'm guessing EUPHORIA might have a very good chance up against GameLabs, considering their series yesterday and the way that they looked. But hey, who knows about it, man? It's tough. It's not easy at all. Oh boy, just the dynasty that has been set. They are just so good at the game. Why are they so good at the game?
It's hard to understand. Like, being good is a good thing, but I struggle to comprehend, you know?
Dude, their base level is so much higher. It's just there's so much quality in it. It's ridiculous.
It's like your first day of learning piano and you have to play Bach. Or Beethoven.
Yeah, or something
Or
crazy.
Rush E.
That's the first one you gotta pick up. Rush E. But yeah, overall, just great games coming out from the Filipino teams, and especially from GameLab. They're looking very, very clean and, you know, taking the opportunity. If they don't get challenged, they'll challenge themselves. They're mechanically talented, and more importantly, they are very, very disrespectful when they come down to those one-for-one trades.
They actually just do it, right? It's a team, well, it's a region that has a lot of personality, and they're not afraid to show it. We're gonna have an interview this time with Havos from GameLab, the XP laner, who has a bit of a spunk, but deservingly so. So, Havos, welcome. It's another clean series for you guys. How does it feel to keep winning?
Again?
How does it feel to just keep winning these games because you guys are so good?
We feel really good because we have our win streak here in ESL, so we're just gonna keep winning throughout the tournament.
Honestly, that's not the only win streak you guys keep on winning with, but I wanna talk about, like, are there any teams here in the Snapdragon Pro Series that you guys are keeping a very close eye on?
I think EUPHORIA, because they are a really strong team, and they are also from PH.
Understandably so, understandably so. With that being said, I asked EUPHORIA this exact same question. I'm gonna ask it to you. I want to see whether or not you're brave enough to answer this spicy question. If you keep on winning the way that you guys are, there's a good chance that you can take a spot in the MPLPH itself. Looking at the teams at MPLPH, which team would you like to take?
I think it should be Echo, because they are also on win streak. They haven't lost since week 2 and week 1. So yeah, it should be Echo.
I'm telling you, GameLab has confidence.
They go straight for the champs. I love this. I love this confidence.
I love it indeed. But hey, for all the fans out there, for everybody getting to know GameLab, do you have any words of inspiration? Anybody you want to shout out to? Now's your time.
I just want to thank our supporters for keep supporting us throughout all our tournaments, and also to our families and friends, and yeah, also to my girl Alicia.
That's sweet.
Also to our sponsors and boss. Yeah, thank you guys.
Good save. We got you.
Lovely. All of them would be happy to hear that. But thank you very much, Avos, for being a part of this. Keep doing you, keep winning, keep cooking up those spicy games. All the best for the rest of the challenge group stage.
Thank you guys. GG. Putangin na niya.
Love the guy, so much personality on and off the camera. I'm just gonna put it that way.
Yeah, I don't wanna highlight the final moments, but I just want to say they have already captured my heart. But GameLab aside, they will sign off. Philippine fans can sign off, sleep happily for the rest of the night. Coming up, A8 against Aero 404. Another matchup to behold. This time Indonesia takes center stage to close out the evening. But for Laos and Cambodia, they have one more chance to put something on the table.
Absolutely, and remember, all of these teams who are playing in the upper bracket only get knocked down to the lower, so they're not eliminated just yet. With that being said, this is Snapdragon Pro Series brought to you by ESL, and hopefully you guys stick around for our next series of the day. We'll be back in right a bit.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming. Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and Kachi Shop.
I'm a different berry on the plate. They've been slipping on me in the late. Got a juice to communicate. Small in size, heavy in weight. I'm not a bitch, I'm a daughter of king. No compromise, cause I know what I bring. I stand for love like a stone on a ring. Shining bright when I rap, when I sing. Black gem, high refractive index. Reflecting light, that's a princess business. My fate is strong, standards are high. My crown so big, I'm a blast a lot. They don't know, no. What I do. They don't know. You a crew. Match 100%, for sure 100%. Proud 100%, you a 100%. Match 100%, for sure 100%. Proud 100%, I do 100%. Мы з України, братям привіт. Ми з України, сестрам привіт. Воля і сила, це наш спірит. Ми без обмежень, sky is the limit. Були білі, милі, жовто-сині кольоро. Ми це рили, хвиля, сила, наше слово, то є флоу. А над нами тільки Бог, лише з ним ми до перемог. Інший світ то є фрод. Богу слава, лише аплоз. Благословіння, мій word. Наші люди, наш support. Squad game, with the Lord, most high, word. Match 100%, for sure 100%. Proud 100%, you a 100%. Match 100%, for sure 100%. Proud 100%, I do 100%. For sure 100%, proud 100%, you a 100%. Match 100%, for sure 100%, proud 100%, I do 100%.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. The night is still young because there's still one more best of 3 in the Snapdragon Pro Series Mobile Legends Bang Bang Challenge Group Stage, and you guys are here with us, Husky and Gideon Q, bringing you guys to the last series of this evening.
Yep. I can't wait to see what we are going to see from the Laos region overall. Let's see whether they can actually take down the Indonesians this time around. And, you know, hello to you, Wolf, just in case you're still watching the games. I know, you know, Filipino team ain't here right now, but I'm sure he's here for the entertainment. For the point being, overall, the Snapdragon Pro Series so far has been looking really good for these Tier 2 teams to actually showcase what they have been doing.
Yeah, we've been seeing a lot of fantastic gameplay. Just great show of talent. But let's look at the team that is going to take center stage. The first one, A8 Esports, one of the teams from the region of Indonesia to directly qualify from the open qualifiers. You have Fondir, Ozil, Richie, Arfi, and Kesu.
Yep, again, one team that I'm very excited to see. Actually, how much have they grown for that time period, right? We've seen a couple of these teams who actually started off from the open qualifier, not actually doing as well compared to people who actually made it through, getting second and third place, having to play through an entire stage of their own before we got to this point.
Yeah, and you know that has been proven by GameLab winning their series just now, and also I think Tiger WONG winning their series yesterday. And in this case, you know, for A8 Esports, one of the advantages you get as a team that qualifies directly from the qualifiers is that you get to have this period to really observe what the open final teams have to bring upon, and that team is Aero 404.
Absolutely, with Natsu, Lord Riki, King, Force Secret, and Yamikaze to round off the lineup. Again, Laos is one of those regions where it reminds me a lot about Malaysia. They're extremely aggressive. They've come up with a couple of weird picks. However, they figure out the science behind the violence.
This is the mad scientist of MLBB. Aero 404, they have pulled out some very, very interesting stuff. Even in the open finals, the Johnson Gushin is one of those classic. I believe that region also put out like the Minotaur jungle and all these kind of funky stuff. But they did have some pretty good moments.
Yeah, they have a formula behind every single moment of aggression or small synergies that they like to abuse a lot. It does reflect that, hey, maybe some of their macro play is required to actually make this successful, and you can see in a lot of their games when you are looking at Era 404, they are looking to out-mechanic their opponent, but more importantly, when they initiate hard.
And I just love the fact that it's a team that doesn't really care too much about how complex it is to pull off a play. They just make it simple, quick and easy. They just execute it.
Yep, their game sense is through the roof when it comes down to these team fights. So it's something to keep an eye out for Error 404. They're not looking to play the conventional style.
In the open finals, they definitely fell very early on, but just enough to make it into the challenge group stage. And this is, I would say, one of the first true tests in how they stand up against the second best region that we have, and also the team that directly qualified from the open qualifiers. There's a lot of record that A8 can look back on regarding Aero 404.
Absolutely, and based off of these games, you can get a general idea on maybe some of the pieces, combo pieces that are required. For all we know, A8 has, you know, Johnson bands ready from the get-go. I don't know.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, I wouldn't be too surprised too, but let's see how much respect A8 is going to be giving on towards Aero 404's name.
And Aero 404 is one of the few teams in the open finals that really prioritizes that Brody pick. Force Secret loves that hero a lot, and it has worked pretty well overall for Aero 404. And I do wonder if this hero still fits into what we've been seeing in the challenge group stage.
Yeah, well, I don't know. I think it's going to be maybe in a series of a best of 5. It'd be a different story for Era 404, but I would expect A8 to actually take the first series, no problem. The second series is where we're going to see Era 404, I don't know, shake things up. If Era 404 takes game number 1, I would expect the momentum to swing in their favor.
Oh, definitely. It is. We just saw that happen in our first series today, right, where we went to a full 3 games. I think See You Soon has set the bar for what the region can put on forward, and even though we say See You Soon is the team that has the best chance of taking down the other regions, I think Aero 404 can take a page out of that.
Well, let's see whether or not it's going to be the case in their drafting phase, which is going to happen very soon. Oh, I'm excited for this because I want to see how much science they have developed from their violence.
And honestly, today we have witnessed a lot of different Mobile Legends games, right? We have a very standard textbook Series 1 where it's just long drawn out 5v5 team fights. The series just now was just fast against slower team comps.
Textbook against the bad boys.
Against the bad boys, yeah. That's the term. And
yes.
for this series, mad scientists against the commoners, it's not a good word. Do not
definitely look. I would say definitely not the commoners. But when it comes down to Indonesia, they need a plan. They need a they come up with very solid protocols and as well as plans. I would say like military style sort of combat. You know. They take it step by step. When they see an advantage, they press that advantage. They don't see that advantage, they set it up. They set up those traps almost instantaneously. They have very good protocols and procedures throughout each phase of the game.
And it comes down to whether A8 can set those up in time before Aero 4-4 runs through them, right? It's one of those few things that is worth looking at. But again, just another different atmosphere for this third series, just because Aero 4-4 is playing in it, is something that I'm very excited for. I kind of feel like since they have done this in the Open Finals, they won't be afraid to do it again. Just your Johnson tag, your Brody first pick, just have a lot of weird stuff.
That's the thing. However, despite all of that, you guys at home, who are you supporting? Cast your votes in the Twitch chat to show who your favorite team is going to be, and it will be reflected later on into the game for the Snapdragon match predictions. But here's the thing, right? When it comes down to Indonesian teams, especially with A8, the protocols that they put in place, it might not matter against a team who plays a little unorthodox. So therefore, the real test is going to come down to adaptability.
Can you play against a team that just doesn't do the normal stuff, right?
Doesn't follow the rules necessarily. They understand the rules very well.
Yeah, and definitely excited to see how this is going to pan out. I mean, Aero 4-4, once more, I'm just looking forward to them playing how they have been, just the creative method.
The creative method. They're playing a different game here. They really are. Ah, boy. Honestly, so far, based on what we've seen, our cast of predictions for me and Husky is going to be 2-0 for A8 here. However, I wouldn't be too surprised if, Aero 404 have some, like, wacky, well, I can't say necessarily wacky, but maybe some calculated compositions for the future.
It's one of those scenarios where your opponents come up with something that you just haven't seen and don't expect to see, and they just outplay you because you don't have a solution to it, right?
Well, let's also not forget, like, some of these odd picks, if you haven't played against it in a while, there is that bit of, like, unfamiliarity compared to, like, playing against things that you regularly find in scrims, for example.
And that's what the region in general has always brought to the table. I, for one, am a fan of getting proven wrong. I love an underdog story, and in this case, I think it's fair to say that Aero 4-4 have a lot of proof against A8. There are a lot of Indonesian fans in the chat, and very, very lively. They're keeping it very lively.
Very, very lively indeed, and I'm for sure in the chat, the Indo prides are definitely coming out. But for the most part of it, we'll see. We'll see how innovative this team, Aero 404, actually is, because for all we know, A8 themselves might be testing out new strategies.
I wouldn't be surprised, honestly. I think when you are A8 and you're up against a team that you feel confident enough against, kind of like GameLab against EGOIST, right?
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
You're just gonna try out new stuff, you're gonna win anyways, but guess what? If you want to win in life, and you want to show off something that really is awesome, we have Samsung Galaxy as our partner with their new product, the Galaxy S23 Ultra. Great cameras to take photos, even in low light settings. Great processor to play games. Just great everything.
Yep, anything that you could ask for in a phone, the Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra has you covered. And for the most important part here, I think, people who need a statement piece, they're like, they're getting all dressed up, but they don't have that one big piece that kind of pulls it all together. Consider the Samsung Galaxy.
Yeah, you can dress nice, but if you don't whip out the S23 Ultra, you're gonna fall behind a bit.
Hopefully we don't fall behind for the draft. So in the meantime, guys, don't worry. We're gonna go on a break, and when we come back, the draft is already gonna be on its way. So stick around for this upcoming match.
And then have the Croc do his job. And look at this, wall charge connects until it's huge, but the instant re-engagement with the Black Dragon repaired by 3 men as well, and it's gonna be huge. Aero 4-4 will try and turn the tides, but they do trade a one more as well. But finally, when all the dust settles, this is where the Google comes in. He's gonna try and finish him off. He only gets one. Rixley, he tries to engage, he goes in for the catch, but Blood's Ansai won't disengage from the fight. They go in for the pick off, but the retribution will be stolen from Tiger WONG Esports. But the real manipulation comes in, catches into play. They go in for the petrify play, and it's all a blood brawl right now. And PBN's try is Nami going for the fight. They finally take him down, but guess what? From behind, Yuji, Chenko, and Raizo, they want more. But they do not know. From behind, Tiger's revenge catches onto, saves the day, turns the tide, sacrifices life. They get a double. The Numenor Blast comes in, kills off Rinse. First item coming from Blood Ansai, but middle lane, they get the dive on towards Aizawa. That's huge for them. They called in Xbox, so wants to join the fight. They are going to go for the stick. They get the catch onto the side as well. They get the chain stun on Raizo. 2 deaths in a row on this jungler means it is going to help them scale into the turtle, but it seems like the fight is going to go up a little bit long. Linny getting kited with the crew for a bouncing ball, and that's going to be another one that falls, and GameLab takes 2-0.
Proactive moves across the map, and now they can go in for a little bit more of a split now that the Lord is slowly marching away. Oh, Biston, he's in trouble.
Thought he could get out. Danny Duneno from the corner clips it. And Evo Esports already losing that marksman. This is pretty much a done deal unless Zanmi can save the game, able to knock them back. I mean, your name doing his best, but it's a wild Moskov coming in from behind, and then Appraisal's Rave almost killing the Martis. I think Era 4-4 could not do anything in this situation unless Swasingo gets to the late game, but oh boy, you are so out of position, my friend. Mingugu just shouted the Tempest of Blade, knocked off 3 people. It's on a monster kill streak. It gets out. They lost 4 Secret, they lost Cloven, and now everyone is getting gone on that last man alive is Paquito. He's also no more Tiger WONG Esports, gets a wipe out 7.5.
Meta heroes.
Meta hero.
I would prefer to choose my favorite hero because when you have confidence, there's nothing that can stop you.
I prefer meta hero.
Favorite hero.
Favorite hero.
Meta hero.
Favorite hero?
5 mage. 5 mage, 5.
I make in my team.
5 match in a team.
5 mage.
5 mage.
I think no kill but win the game because
And we are back and ready for the final best of 3 of this evening. A8 Esports against Aero 404. I'm excited.
I'm excited too, and I mean, I don't know what to expect from Aero 404, of course, but A8 Esports is what I'm used to, you know? The style of play that they've been showing so far in the tournament, and more importantly, just the Indonesian, like, perspective on the game. I like it. It makes sense to me, at least.
It definitely does. It's a very meticulous playstyle, right? It follows all the procedures. It has such a clear blueprint. It's actually very satisfying to watch when things fall into place.
Yeah, it's just like you're watching Tetris and people are like setting up for lines. You just know when it's about to hit real good to get that 5x multiplier. But overall, I think, you know, that's the big difference between a lot of these regions where we have the Philippines who are they have better instincts overall and game sense. If you temper it, it starts looking real good and you get world champs. But if you look at Indonesia, they're really good at setting these procedures, identifying problems to fix on themselves, but just not that split decision. The game sense of making those split decisions.
It's like the primal instinct, right?
Yeah, the primal instinct, that's the word. That's what they're lacking, and that's what I'm hoping to see coming out from A8.
And I think that is also very true because in the Open Finals, the Indonesian teams in general have just higher average game time. They are the ones that played crazy games that had miraculous comebacks. And
yes!
It's all Indonesian teams.
Yep, all of them. They know the textbook through and through. They know how to implement it. They know how to build upon it. And I think that's what sets them apart from people who default to the textbook similarly to Singapore. I would argue Malaysia as well, but we have a completely separate problem.
Yeah, we fight too much.
We fight way too much.
We fight way too much. And this has a good precedence. Have a textbook team and a team that doesn't follow the rules, right? And I think
this really puts A8's, the region in general to the test. And how do you adapt and how do you identify all these problems that you're probably seeing for the first time?
Absolutely, and I think, you know, that's why we saw a couple of upsets coming into like MSCU previously, where, you know, teams like, you know, Falcon Esports or even CUC themselves have caught teams off guard if you are not prepared for this type of playstyle. A8, they have plenty of material to go through. I'm expecting them to be prepared, and 404, hopefully they have a plan in mind to take place.
The bans would definitely tell us a lot. You say that you went up on a limb and you were like, I want to see a Johnson ban. Honestly, wouldn't be surprised. I mean, if 404 first face a Johnson, this would be the only time that I am okay with it.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense, and I think
it makes sense.
I feel like A8 would rather, you know what? Let's take away your unorthodoxes. We'll just play meta, and we'll make it work. Because at least we're comfortable with that.
Force you to play like everyone else, right? That kind of takes away the magic of Aero 404, but that's also partially the weakness. You just get out-mech checked by many teams.
Many teams indeed. Hopefully the stats are going to be enough on Aero 404's side here to take on A8, as the draft will be beginning very soon.
Yeah, I love this team huddles. You don't really get that years back then, right? There's 5 guys with mobile phones sitting together, being able to play a game. Comms are so much easier.
Comms are easier, and fist bumps as well. I remember, dude, I remember quarantine where fist bumping was like almost illegal.
Honestly, fist bump existed because of the pandemic. We used to shake hands. Do you remember that?
Oh yeah, the good old days of shaking hands.
Who shakes hands nowadays?
Nobody does that. They just give each other like elbow bumps.
A8 on that blue side, Aero 404 on red. And of course, looking at A8, this is...
Dang! Look at their room though! They got the logo, they got like the wall postings as well!
So I see... I don't even... What's that hero? Is that Mia? I don't know, I only see like lower half of... That could be a Leomord, and okay, never mind, I'm gonna stop guessing. I cannot make out any of those heroes.
Look, A8 looks like they've got some funding, but I love their background. It's already very inspiring here, but more importantly, let's see how the bans are going to come through. Valentina going to be the very first ban here for the side of A8 Esports. Farmis is the follow-up for the side of 404. So I think 404 have identified, hey, if we're gonna team fight, let's make sure we take away some of the best team fight heroes there are that basically gives you a second life in Farmis. And A8 Esports says, I'm going to take away your flexibility.
Yeah, and it's definitely interesting, you know, A8 getting going for the first phase Valentina ban, and on top of that, Aero 404 just responds directly with Farmis, right? Because the hero that has the power to copy all has been taken away, but Aero 404 still decides to not let it through. Kind of really speaks a lot about how they want to approach this fight, this game.
Absolutely. And the Fanny gets banned out as well. Definitely understandable in a region that plays super aggressively. It feels like everybody who comes into tournaments all know how to play Fanny. It doesn't matter what role you are, they just know how to play Fanny at a high level.
But against a team like Aero 404, you know, picks like Gushin has a higher priority overall.
Look, any mechanical hero, in a matter of fact. Let's just put it there. Cho, definitely a problem. Gushin, definitely a problem to keep an eye out for.
Definitely. Joy, banned out. Very standard.
All right.
I don't think we'll ever see a Joy in the entire tournament at this point.
Well, it really depends on what gets let through. Because the annoying thing about Joy is the fact that CC doesn't really bother her unless it's Kaja or Franco. If you have one of those two, then Joy has a potential issue, and then you have to deal with, oh, I have to wait for the CC to go through, and then I have to wait for the Vengeance to finish. It's just a whole lot of problems nobody really wants to deal with.
It's just one of those, like, we get rid of the main problem, right? We don't want to invite problems. That's the proper term. Grok getting banned out by A8. Completely different set of bans, at least in the overall sense, for the first 6 bans from both teams. We say this series will be interesting. The bans themselves have already gave us a good hint. Valentina first phase, the Grok as well. And I think these 2 picks are, I wouldn't say necessarily staple for Aero 404, but they are just very safe picks.
Yeah, I think they're very safe picks too, but it does kind of tell me if Grok specifically gets banned out here, I feel like A8 Esports are considering the 2 artillery mages, right? We're talking about Yves, we're talking about Farsa, but then the second problem comes up, but what about the EXP lane? What does that matchup look like? Are they even considering Arlet? I feel like A8 Esports might consider Arlet depending on what the first 2 picks from Aero 404 is going to be.
They have a very good chance to take the Arlet, but Kaja just has so much more value. Generally a safe pick right now. If Aero 404 doesn't get the Arlet and A8 will have the window to do so.
Yeah, they can absolutely do that, and I think Aero 404, let's see how much they actually respect the Kaja here. They could technically go for Yevon as well as Arla if they want to. I was feeling like A8 Esports was trying to open up the draft as much as possible, and knowing that they're going to get the first pick, securing a Kaja at the very least is great for them, because it doesn't matter what artillery mage they use at this point, they technically have counterplay.
And I think this makes a pick like Eve a bit more favorable over the Farsa to a certain extent. But Aero 404 starting off with that glue, most teams will default to the Fredrin if they want to. I think the Martis is also not too bad of a pick if Aero 404 wants the jungler, but they stick with the Fredrin.
Okay, so they got 2 really, really tanky heroes on the side of Aero 404. So A8 Esports need to start considering options like, hey, because Farmus is already gone, we don't have a counter to glue at this point, at this stage of the game. Maybe we want to pick up carry. Maybe we can pick up somebody who actually abuses the DHS, and that, as well as the Golden Staff, and that's going to be Claude.
Yeah, I was thinking of the Moskov to do with the goblets, but Claude does exactly the same, right? Not easy to catch if you are the Fredrin or the glue. He's just way too slippery. And the approach from A8 Esports is very, very confident. It's just first phase the Claude. You don't see that too often, at least not for Claude.
Yeah, for sure. I think, a lot of it comes down to how comfortable can they actually play this game. Arlott gets picked up for the side of A8 Esports. I think they're very happy with that, but it does beg the question, what are the enablers? Like, it cannot just be Kaja. That is one form of CC, and that's only 1 extra dash compared to someone like Akai, who can get multiple forms of value.
And Akai, with the Fredrin gone, Akai, I think Martis is still not too bad of an option. You do have some form of crowd control. Aside from that, if you are looking for a mid laner that has that, the Xavier feels like kind of the default option, right, that you can opt for.
I would agree with that. I personally don't like it as much as I used to, mainly because of the way that they've kind of nerfed and patched him a couple of times over his time of being around. But Aero 404, where do they go here? They could mirror A8 Esports. Lock down. Oh, no, they decide not to and lock in the Kadena early.
That means they're not too worried about the marksman, right? A8 Esports can now start targeting the marksman pool. I wonder if they are looking at Force Secret and thinking to themselves, well, this guy plays a lot of Brody and potentially Moskov, we're gonna get rid of that. But Aero 404 really just kind of frontlining these 3 heroes and showing that, A8 Esports, you have a brick wall to go through.
Yeah, they do have quite the brick wall, and not to mention that the Kadena already is saying like, hey, you could try and play Claude if you want to, but if I touch you with Petrify, that Blazing Duet is over.
You can say, to a certain extent, it's the same for Arlott, right? If this Arlott doesn't go for the tank build, we see what Vendetta did just now, then it just makes him a very easy prey. Generally, you don't... I mean, you can dash in, but if you get hit by Petrify, it negates everything.
Yeah, and now we see Aero 404 just getting rid of the Yeve. They don't want to give these artillery mages. They don't want A8 Esports to actually set up a box to actually fight around. And I think that's a very good option here. However, I'm very curious of how A8 Esports is going to play this out, right? Because Arlott doesn't necessarily have to go into the EXP lane. He could technically go into the jungle as well. And maybe they can throw Akai up into the gold lane to just try and hold out for as long as possible.
A part of me feels like Aero 404, if they are considering the only artillery mage left, the Farsa, they can let it go. They have first pick after this second ban phase. You can start looking at the jungle pool of A8 Esports that can set up for team fights.
I want to be behind that, but Kadena has already been shown for the side of Aero 404, so it feels like A8 Esports is not going to touch the artillery mages overall. I could be wrong about this, but let's just see. Edith gets banned out, really good option from A8 Esports, gets rid of that like flexible pick that you can just throw in there, especially since they can't reveal their full composition just yet, and Aero 404 will have first pick in the second phase.
I don't know, we saw how Break Even played Kadena on that roam, right? There's still a spot for perhaps the Farsa, but we keep that in view for now. I think Aero 404 just wants to really get an advantage in that mid lane. I think with this E-ban, it does force A8 Esports to really start thinking what other options are there, right? I mean, Farsa, Xavier, probably 2 best choice, but we saw the Lunox, right?
Yeah, Lunox is definitely an option here, but they banned out the Ling instead. I would have imagined that they wanted to play against the Ling. I would have imagined Era 404 actually banning out the Farsa to force A8 Esports into either Xavier or into Lilia, which would have been a pretty good matchup overall if they wanted to put Kadita into the support, regardless of what it was.
I still feel strongly that this is setting up for potential Farsa pick, Aero 404. They're probably not too worried about the marksman at this point. I mean, AA has already shown theirs, so there's plenty of choices left on the board. And Melissa, For Secret has his Brody if they want to pick that for him, but Aero 404 is taking it slow and easy.
Yeah, I think they really need to take their time here because A8 has already revealed, hey, I banned out carry, therefore I want to play a tankier front line here for the side of A8. So Aero 404 need to take that into consideration. Yes, lane bully into Brody. I like that very much. Even if they lock in an assassin, they do have single target lockdown with Brody's quick stun to help him reposition for the rest of the team.
And just give For Secret one of his favorite and most comfortable hero. He has been running that Brody, rain or shine, win or lose. It is always a For Secret Brody. Aero 404 basically sticking. This is a more standard draft compared to what the impression that we have about Aero 404 and ESPORT. They go for the Martis. Now you have a way to set things up.
Yeah, you have a way to set things up. The real question is, who is going to be their mid laner, right? What do they want out of their mid laner? I feel like if they're looking for ways to peel, Kagura and Lilia are both very, very good options. Farsa could be a little detrimental on their side because Aero 404 can technically switch things up. They can be like, okay, I want Glue to go into the support position, Kadita be the main mage, and Aero 404, even if they don't want to opt for that option, they've got plenty of answers here. What is this last pick going to be? Are they just gonna go with like Lilia here? Do they
take the role Lolita?
Lolita is not bad as well. You generally want something that can actually start messing with the Farsa. Is there anything else? Farsa and maybe get a quick cancel and a follow-up. Kufra isn't that bad, other than the fact that the anti-CC coming out specifically from Martis is annoying, but Arlet actually goes through the bouncing ball because the animation can't be stopped. Yeah, Fun fact.
It's a pretty. I don't know. I just find it very interesting.
It's more like why you get the one guy who's supposed to stop you from dashing.
There it is. We completely forgot about the Johnson tag.
I like it.
I like it. Johnson Kadita. Who would have thought?
This is what my girlfriend has been waiting for all her life.
Oh,
she's a very big Kadita player, and she's been looking for a Johnson all this while. And I think Aero 404 might have just granted her her wish.
Yeah, I've been threatened to play Johnson in public. Okay, I need to learn from Aero 404. This is a very important match for me. We might not be able to see this after game 1. This is it. Johnson Kadita. What a way to start off the last series. I expected nothing less from Aero 404.
Absolutely, and I think it's really smart of them. You can definitely see the thought process, the formula, the science behind the violence that they're about to inflict. And A8, on the other hand, they've got standard lines of play, plenty of different tools to actually abuse. But the problem is that Kaja will not be able to just face check a Johnson.
Honestly, I don't think there's anyone that can confidently just face tank a Johnson Kadita.
Martis.
Probably the only guy.
That's the problem. Martis has many things to worry about. It's like, I gotta secure this objective, and I gotta face tank the Johnson.
Yeah, I gotta make sure that he probably is gonna come to his team. Just don't get run over by a truck. That's it. Your job this game is not to get run over by Johnson.
Guys, just don't become roadkill. It's that simple.
Yeah, just look left and right before you cross the road.
Yeah, and the rest of the A8 members is like, easy for you to say, Ozil, you have anti-CC.
Yeah, we don't.
It's gonna be
3 petrified, 3 purify, by the way.
Yeah, there are 3 purifies, but also notice that immediately they knew that For Secret was gonna have a good matchup against the Claude. Instant first rotation, clear mid, Farsa shows up.
I mean, I love what Aero 404 are doing, and yeah, I mean, Loriki having just a standard jungle moment. I don't expect to see much action. Honestly, if you're Aero 404, it's level 4.
Yep.
That's it. Level 4, start driving around, getting those early kills. All things considered, For Secret, he is just not bothered. There's nothing that RP can do.
I mean, he's got the Johnson on his side, and the majority of their players are showing up here. So Secret can actually get a really good trade if Amikaze can actually land a stun. Ozil shows up.
Ricky level 4 comes in, gets a knockout to Kesu, a taunt as well. He's only level 2, they jump on him. First blood for Arrow 404.
Nicely done by Arrow 404, telegraphing the entire movement, knowing how the jungle path was going to look like, especially from the information received by Lord Ricky. The vertical jungling was happening on both sides of the map.
Arrow 404 just breaking the rules already. Up against any other team. By the way, 85% in favor of Arrow 404.
What?
We said that the Indonesian fans are very active, but man, the Cambodian fans is something else.
Yeah, Cambodian fans are coming to show some support. Oh, wait, what's happening down here by the river?
Fontier just using everything. Gonna dash away to safety. Considerable amount of chunk damage. They flicker forward into the Feather Airstrike. Lord Ricky completely caught out now without the Fredrin. They can't really contest the turtle. But King hits into deep. He's gone. Decimated by Ozil. This turtle should be an easy one for A8.
Ooh, oh, look at Fondir. He wants it and gets the kill as well. They're going to be starting this game off 2 minutes and 30 seconds. 3 kills to 1 against Arrow 404. A quick response by A8.
Gonna be that guy who goes, yeah, you can get all the lead you want, but remember, Johnson Kadita.
Johnson Kadita. Just remember that.
That thing exists.
That thing
there it is.
It begins.
It begins right now.
Who's gonna get hit? Who's your money on to get hit by the Johnson ult?
I feel like Richie might get hit. He's just gonna go straight into the jungle. Oh, okay, never mind.
Misses it, checks out. Nobody wants to show themselves, and Kesu is the one who takes it.
Yeah, takes it, able to just dash away. Escaping for now. Like someone has to sacrifice their life for this.
Somebody is going to. Wait, what's happening outside?
They get the drag, force secret, force the flicker. Lord Ricky not able to cancel the Feather Airstrike, unfortunately. And King, out of position, forced to use the ultimate to get out. Force secret, channeling the torn apart memory, but Kesu survived. And he eats the blazing duet in the face.
I'm not sure what the call there was for Arrow 404. I mean, King tried to go for something here, but Lord Ricky should have followed up.
Fondia getting control. Petrified. And he's going to go down finally to Arrow 404. At least they get something. And now they start driving again into their own jungle. Going to send to Ozil. Yeah. It's a Martis. He takes it.
Ozil, very, very sharp, very ready for when Arrow 404 decides to start using or utilizing that rapid touchdown. However, Force Secret just having a really rough game.
Yeah, they are just completely shutting him down. And that has been the modus operandi for a lot of teams that went up against Arrow 404. Oh, it's not too hard. There are 5 targets. You cannot hit one of them, but there are 4 available targets for Arrow 404.
Yeah,
but Yamikaze is fine.
Yeah, but that's the problem with A8's control over the gold lane and as well as the top side of the map overall. Arrow 404 are unfortunately for Secret, there's not much they can really do because Lord Ricky, he has to farm on his side, the bottom side of the map. And even for Natsu, he's going to have a good matchup, but at the end of the day, they
touchdown right onto the Kaja. Kesu is down. Got the Feather Airstrike as well. Oh, King X executed, unfortunately, by the Decimate. They also lost for Secret. Fondir just goes on top of him and gets the kill.
Yeah, Fondir is looking really, really good. I'm not gonna lie. He's kind of flashy with it.
He just goes over the wall, challenging 2 members of Arrow 404. Meanwhile, AA Esports just got the turtle. Not looking too good so far with Johnson Kadita.
Yeah, it's not a good time right now. It is not a good time, and unfortunately, Force Secret has to pay the price for the rest of his team wanting to play this particular style of comp. But I think, you know, A8 Esports, the protocols that they put in place, hey, we're going to be playing for the gold lane. If we can achieve vertical jungling, we basically get through the hardest part of this game.
And it doesn't help that Arrow 404, the longer that they spend driving like this, the lesser XP and resources King is going to get, right? You're really banking on these one-shot moments.
Yeah, and hopefully they hit it. Topside is looking kind of isolated here.
Not anymore. He's gone. Oh, they found him.
Oh, they do find him!
Fondia, petrified. There's no way he wins the 1v3, right? No way. Fondia, I refuse to believe that that is going to be the case. It's not going to be it. Natsu gets that one, but they just lost Lord Ricky down bot.
Yep. I mean, honestly, it's not the worst trade in the world. Unfortunately for Lord Ricky, there's nothing much you can really do about that situation because Force Secret is so far behind. And again, that's why you see the Johnson compositions really struggle. Yamikaze, hello?
Okay, flicker forward, Force Secret. A lot of stacks. Total apart memory for a double. Just sheer confidence.
Yo, honestly, I didn't think it was gonna end up like that. I thought for sure somebody was able to would have been able to lock down for Secret at the very least, but I was completely wrong. He was able to actually pull it out and clutch it, getting 2 kills off of it. Let's look at the items. Let me just double check. Yeah. Oh, he got the Blade of Heptases already. That's why he was confident.
They just straight in their face. Uh-oh, they also caught Fondia again. There was no chance for him to get out of this one. The rapid touchdown finally showing some returns.
Yeah, we're getting an ROI indeed here, but Air 404 gold lead difference between them and A8 is only 2K. And I think A8, they just have to maintain this lead, if not try and start pressing it forward.
As long as Yamikaze is on the map, AA Esports will get a bit of a sense of security. Feather airstrike cancel very early. They try to drag Yamikaze back, but yeah, with a rapid touchdown away, and they might lose Kesu underneath the tier 1, and they will. It's going to be King who gets that one.
Yeah, Arrow 404 understand, like, hey, we're not going to be touching this neutral objective. Let's get a free kill. Let's continue to start pressing our advantages elsewhere and catch up against A8, because at the end of the day, the turtle only gives a very minute level of gold, but the most important thing is that EXP, which they are going pretty even with.
Fondia has no idea the danger that awaits him, but both of them are baiting for something. Who is going to bite the bait first? Richie has shown his face. King is so patient. He is not moving a muscle. Oh, he's waiting for Yami. He's waiting for his right. Uh-oh, they see an opportunity down bot, but it's actually Ozu. Cancels the rapid touchdown. Yamikaze is going to get absolutely bursted. Fondia looks for the backline, couldn't find it, but they find Force Secret. And that will be Kesu taking that kill away. Nasu forced to use that ultimate to get out, but unfortunately you can't say the same for King, who gets taken hostage and taken out.
Hella good protocols coming out from A8. They see right through the strategy of Error 404. Are they gonna? No.
Yeah, we're going to get Richie at least. And they get out though. Ozu is very fat. Loriki is going to tank up the damage. Nasu tries to fight this one. Gotta watch out of this. Martis not to be trifled with. Rapid touchdown coming through. Missing the mark. Yamikaze shows up. Loriki is still in the fight. This is so drawn now, and Ozu gets the return. He's still alive. Ozu, what an absolute madman. Finally, they put him to rest.
Dude, Arrow 404 really likes to fight, man. They're just trying to smurf on A8 right now, but A8 is making it as difficult as possible.
Can Force Secret get away? So close. I mean, Arlie punishes him for that. Loriki sticking on top of Kesu, the taunt off swept to the side by Fondir. This fight is never ending.
It just doesn't end. Fondir likes fighting too. And Arrow 404 is like, yes, let it happen. Oh, they missed it. No, they didn't realize that he was in the bush.
Can't make the sharp turn. Not sharp enough.
Oh, not sharp enough indeed. Lord Ricky comes back to full rapid touchdown.
Fondir takes the hit, but it's under the tier 1. They actually don't have King with them. He's out of position, so no burst for Arrow 404 yet. This is going to be a trend for the entire game, as long as it takes.
As long as it takes. Wait.
Lord Ricky is very far forward.
This is an interesting. Oh, dude. Well, like, I'm trying to figure out what's the thought process of these players right now.
If you keep punching a brick wall, it eventually cracks. How it is. Lord Ricky again. You cannot disrespect the Kaja like that. You can form and taunt, but there's no follow-up. Nasu, well, he just showed up to the party in Yamikaze. He's like, alright, what's up? Maybe Force Secret can do something, but he gets swept to the side and underneath the rug. That's 2 weird kills for A8.
Yeah, I think there, I was looking at the minimap, Yamikaze was actually trying to go for a quick flank Karuni with a rapid touchdown with Kadita, with King inside of him. Unfortunately, he collided with the wall, realizes he didn't have enough time, so they just decided to back off there.
It's a cascading effect. Lord gets taken, they get pushed out of their own jungle, and now it is really danger zone for Arrow 404. 10 minutes in, and A8 have gotten very firm control.
Yeah, they do, but it's only a 3K gold lead. It's nothing that Arrow 404 can't come back from. If this rapid touchdown lands on Richie, it might be over. Oh, they don't cancel it.
Uh-oh. The guy's very out of position. Richie finds Natsu.
Oh,
because
what?
No, what? How did he not hit that? King takes the full brunt of the blazing duet. The fight breaks out. Can they get rid of Kesu? They will. Force Secret finds that kill, and maybe it's a fight that Arrow 404 can win, but Force Secret just flickers forward into Fondia. There's no way Force Secret gets this one, and he does with the help of King. A double for Force Secret. Arlie takes care of him, but they also lost Richie thanks to King. Arrow 404 winning that one.
Oh, they lost mid tier 1. It's not over. Still, Lord Ricky is just falling around with Ozil. And you can see that even Arlie is just like, nah, I've had enough. Please stop chasing me. I got your turret. I have the Lord. I just need to get a purple buff or something to get my mana back up.
Honestly, this is Aero 4's way of winning, right? Just tire you out by constantly fighting. You're eventually gonna make mistakes. They are built to fight.
They are truly built to fight here, but do we expect an engagement here on this side? No, they're just gonna back all the way to the inhibitor turrets.
Oh, Lord Ricky engages. Okay, there is a flank angle for Nasu, but they're taking so much damage on this Redrin. He is already out. The Rapid touchdown, point blank. Good opportunity. Ozil getting traded back for Secret, doing a fantastic job. Now better airstrike. Snipes King from downtown. Fonte has just shown up. No entry though. Maybe For Secret is a target, but it's too dangerous. And I just want to say For Secret is 6 and 6. This marksman is a... he is something else.
Truly, like honestly, all of these fights that 404 are initiating and purposefully dragging out is allowing people like Forseeker to actually keep up with Arlie. Like he is trying his best. He's 2k down and he's like, nah, I'm not done with this yet. And let's not forget about Fondir, who just loves to fight.
Now, this is one of those few moments where, you know, my marksman can die 10,000 times, but he's getting something done.
Oh, he's so low. He's so low. Farsa's making it really difficult for him. Somebody has got to... Okay, first of all, I think Aero 404 are hyper-focusing a little too much on this Johnson combo. Like, it is really starting to hurt. Like, at this stage of the game, it's totally fine, but during the mid-stage and as well as the early, way too much priority on it, and it really hurt for Secret.
Yeah, the Purify also made it a bit harder for them.
Of course.
As well. It's such a simple but effective battle spell. Ozzy actually finds Natsu. I'm trying to get out from this, and maybe they will commit. Yamikaze. What?
That doesn't connect.
Kessler is a bit too thin. Oh, Ravani intercepts it. King now put in a rough spot. Don't get swept to the corner. Fondia was prepared. One Purify was all that he needs, and A8 finds 2 kills.
Well played.
Just fantastic.
Well played. Like Fondir, he realized like, I'm sick of this. I'm done with these with this road tax that Aero 404 is putting on me. I'm tired of putting the sticker on my car. I'm gonna show you. Dives right into him, uses his Purify to ensure that he doesn't go, breaks them out of the combination. Now look at Lord Ricky. He can't do anything about it.
For Secret, he just jumps in. What are you looking for? I mean, For Secret just threw his life for that. Now this Lord is truly gone, and Natsu is in no man's land. It's just a very, very odd game of Mobile Legends. Entertaining, but very, very chaotic.
It is very chaotic. That's what you can expect when you see 404. They like the chaos. They like to thrive in it. They're waiting for A8 to break from their procedure, to break from the code that they set in place. And if they can do that, and if A8 lose composure, Aero 404 might come up with a really insane comeback here.
I'm going to be witty and say that, you know, For Secret can also consider being an assassin player, because this guy does not care. Just does not care. This guy just jumps in. I've never seen a marksman that does it. Okay, Yamikaze, can you find a target? Your King, he overshot! And he just goes down.
You have to admit, it's kind of funny. It's kind of funny when
honestly,
it happens.
you gotta give them credit for the sheer commitment, you know?
Yep. Oh, the commitment indeed!
They're gonna go in for the engage. Feels like a one last attempt. They're gonna drag back onto Ozil, but Ozil just fights it, and Fondia once more catching the backline with that ultimate. This is definitely going to be an A Esports game. Very bloody though. 3 down on the side of Aero 404. King is coming back. Better airstrike use again. For Secret. What just flickers into the face of A8. And they cannot close it out fast enough. King, can you do anything? He gets slain. A8. 43 total kills. And a game 1 for A8. Unbelievable.
Really nicely played from Fondir, who decided, you know what? I'm going to break from procedure. I'm going to make this play happen. Nicely done coming in from A8. Purifies, making all the difference towards the later stages of the game. But the tunnel vision, just very evident for Aero 404.
I can't imagine playing against Aero 404. They are just so persistent. This is tiring me out. But watching it is exhausting.
Just just watching Yamikaze just drift around the map. Like, look at it
Look
there.
at what?
Like, how does that not connect? To be fair, and then Fondir, genius play, boom, takes it, purifies out of there. Done deal.
I mean, King didn't even bother to try and burst him. He was like, all right, this is not the plan. I'm out. And I just realized how big of a radius the Arlott ultimate is. I didn't expect it to catch the Kadita as well.
It's huge. It's really huge. But to say that King didn't make an attempt onto Arlott, I mean, he used the Petrify at that point of time, and Fondir just timed his Purify way better. You know, he took all that CC, he purified out of the most important ones, and still managed to get on out of there. Not a very difficult thing to do, but Fondir's got the mechanics and has got the timing down.
They caught up to Force Seeker's habit as well. I mean, Fondir is... You would expect Ozil to be the one that, you know, makes these plays, but it's Fondir. He is taking the rapid touchdown in the face. He is finding the backlines. His sweeps have been on point. He's catching out, you know, he's catching out King. He's catching out Force Secret just because Force Secret likes to be on top, in their face. It's such a tough match to play. 2 for Error 4 Force credit. This is just sheer persistence.
Yep, sheer persistence.
They failed. They've they failed many times. They just kept doing it. You know, just kept doing it.
Yep. I mean, the draft forces them to do moves like this all the time, and man, I really wish. If only Lord Ricky was able to get an Appraiser's Rat there, that could have been like a quad kill right off the bat.
He just gets melted so fast.
He does, he does. And I mean, to be fair, it was very rough early stage of the game, but I mean, that's the thing. When you are playing Johnson Kadita, you lose a lot of your priority. You lose a lot of pressure in favor for having kill pressure across the map, right? And if A8 Esports can identify where Yamikaze is going to be, then they can push and pull accordingly. But the most important part, Ozil just so aware.
Yeah, Ozil and intercepting Yamikaze, and there's Kesu, who somehow just cannot be hit.
Yeah,
I don't know.
I don't know if Yamikaze knew he was in that bush and purposefully went out of his way to get to dodge him, because again, Kesu is not the most important target in the world. He's looking for Arfi, and Arfi, he's just got some fast movements, man. He is making sure he is not getting hit.
He's 4-0 and 16, untouched the entire game. Oof, I mean, now they're just 29-9. No, it's 29-17. Okay, that kill scores are a bit iffy.
Hey, look, Air 404 just living to their name. They're living up to their name. It's even affecting our graphics here, right?
I just want to say the numbers don't match up.
The numbers don't match up. They definitely lie in this particular case. But so keep your software safe when you're watching Air 404. You never know when they're gonna strike.
The most feels bad moments for Fredrin are just when you play Fredrin and you just cannot move.
Yeah, you're just permanently stunned.
It's so like, yeah, Appraiser Wrath, great spell, but if you can't move, doesn't matter.
Yep.
Arfi 4-0 and 16 on the clock, just clean KD in game 1, just untouched. I feel like it's so chaotic, you don't really feel that this Cloud is doing much, but he is doing quite a lot.
Yep, he is chunking out a lot of people, especially when the spells are down. And that's the protocol that A8 Esports have put for themselves, right? We need to get rid of the big spells, and once the CC is down, we can allow Arfi to actually jump in towards that backline. If you don't get like 5 people, that's fine, but if you could chunk out 2, that'd be really great for somebody like Arlott, for an example, who really thrives at jumping on people.
And a bit of a headache. You know that sensation, like you feel like there's this tingling.
You're lightheaded, like you have a concussion.
Yeah, you have a concussion.
Your brain just slams to the back of your skull, and all you hear is just that white noise ringing.
All I hear is just all I can see in my head right now is just Johnson driving around. It's exhausting.
It really is exhausting.
It didn't break A8, but it broke me.
Hey, it just shows the resolve of some of these players. As annoying as it is, and as persistent as Error 404 has, it seems like the Indonesian protocols are still going strong and very well embedded in this team.
Now with that aside, is Error 404 going to default back to a more standard matchup? Dude, they set up the entire draft just for that last pick gotcha moment with the Johnson. I feel like it's just a one-time thing, you know?
I definitely think it's a one-time thing, because you can definitely see the patterns of what they're trying to set up for. You don't see it early on, but as soon as it's done, it's like, it makes sense. And now you just memorize that pattern, and then you'll have a good idea. As soon as you see Kadita, expect to, and start considering Johnson. And even if you do consider Johnson, just have the right heroes and the right battle spells to take care of him.
If you have been struggling with Johnson, just remember Purify is a great battle spell.
Great battle spell. Very short cooldown as well.
One of the best. I mean, so AA in the lead as expected. Honestly, what I want to ask, what can we make out of game 1? But before that, what I can make out is that without these guys, our sponsors and partners behind our back, this would not have been possible. I'm gonna start off by thanking Snapdragon Elite Gaming for making this a reality. When winning matters. And yeah, when winning definitely matters. And what matters is the persistence you need, as shown by Aero 404.
Especially when you have their processors in their phone, it just feels like you can just do it again and again and again until you get that winning moment that you've just been dreaming of. But that's not all. Let's not forget about the Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, who has brought this entire show up. And not to mention, man, just absolute beasts of phones.
Yeah, thank you very much to Samsung Galaxy, the latest addition to this entire family, but they've been with us for a long journey. We started with the Z Fold 4, and now here we are, Galaxy S23 Ultra, so very grateful to have them. But we also got to thank Monster Energy, because without Monster Energy, I wouldn't have been able to survive getting hit by Johnson so many times. Check them out at www.monsterenergy.com/gaming.
And not to forget, in case you were wondering, where should I go to go top up some diamonds? Kashi Shop has got you covered with great deals and game top-ups. Just head on over to their website, www.kashishop.com, because I'm pretty sure y'all will be looking for some skins after this game. I'm excited to see what Aero 404 is going to do. Are they going to default to Johnson? Probably not, but it doesn't mean that they might not have other weirder picks. For example, something that we have seen today in the bans, Hanzo. Big question mark.
And that was against GameLab, right? A team that is just so confident because Takenaga plays all the assassin junglers possible, and they have so far been unbeatable. I hope Echo gets that message, because I think this will set up a really good precedent for the Filipino scene in general. It's just, you need teams that have so much confidence, then they just challenge the world champions. But my biggest takeaway from game 1 is that too much Johnson gives me a headache. We will not see Johnson in game 2, but what is the actual takeaway from that chaos?
Well, I think, one of the actual takeaways here is that, Aero 404, they understand what they want to play around. If they hyper-focus on it, they can actually get it done persistently. So they just need to find which winning formula they can persistently use and utilize against A8 to actually get ahead. A8 on the other side, really good adaptations overall, really good preparation and really good protocols. And I think that's something to keep in mind for Aero 404, because they can start utilizing it as habits, to kind of telegraph movements across the map.
Yeah, and I think because there's so much records of Aero 404, A8 are very well prepared for how Aero 404 want to break the rules. Aero 404 has not been really able to catch much people with the Johnson-Kadita combo. Well, they did in the early game, but not that it matters too much. With that being said, Game 2 draft coming up on your screens. Aero 404, we're definitely not seeing the Johnson again, but now that this begs the question, what else do they have in the tank? Can they play a standard game if their unique playstyles have been thwarted by AA?
I think they absolutely can. The question is, whose matchup do they want to focus on more than anything else? Like the gold lane, yes, they wanted to they wanted to start bullying the gold lane, but it's not just the 1v1, and I think that's like the biggest problem. A lot of teams kind of focus down on like, yeah, let's just get some good matchups in the lane, and therefore we should win it. No, that's not necessary, and I think A8 Esports reflects that very, very well. Even if it's a losing matchup, macro movements across the map make all the difference.
And I feel like the easiest way to sum it up is just to look for opportunities, right? You have that multiple win conditions. What Aero 404 reminds me of is back in the days, teams like Burmese Gold run their very niche pick. It's like seeing the Jawhead over and over again.
Well, that's because one of their players couldn't make it, but then again, it still caught people off guard.
Yeah, it's like those Johnson gotcha moment, but Jawhead can actually solo kill you, right? It's a one-man army.
Of course. Self-sustaining heroes are definitely going to be put on the forefront, but Aero 404 this time, they're like, Fondir is too much of a loose cannon. Let's take it out of his hands, and I definitely agree with that right now. And you can see the disappointment of Fondir's face, like, come on, man, I just wanted to play Arlet, yeah.
If I'm A8, I would actually, it would make me really happy. I'm sad I cannot play Arlot, but at the same time, you can see like the impression that Fondir has left, right? I feel like if you are really forcing Aero 404 to ban that Arlot first phase, it really is it's a telling of how much Fondir has gapped Aero 404 in that lane, from the lane matchup to team fights. I personally don't think Arlot is worth banning, but Aero 404 wants to play safe. to even ban out the Kaja, which also has been a big problem in Game 1.
Yeah, Kaja, super annoying to deal with for Arrow 404, and I can respect it. A8 just continuing to, you know, utilize, maximize as much time as possible to kind of talk about the overall draft and what to, and, you know, giving the coach giving their opinions, and more importantly, getting the feedback from the players. What do they feel comfortable with? What are we looking to do this game?
How do you usually recover from such a devastating, I wouldn't say devastating loss, but it's a game where you keep banging your head against the wall and you lose?
My pep talk will be
Your
like,
pep talk.
I'll come into the game room and it's like, yo boys, we kind of trolled that game, but it doesn't mean that we can't recover from this, because again, it's Johnson and Candida. How many times do you think that's going to work against teams who have good protocols? I think this is the expected outcome, and you know, as a coach, forget about that game. Let's continue on and imagine that this is a best of 2 right now.
You set that expectations that this is just a litmus test, right? See
Yeah.
how far we can push the niche, and now we get to play a proper game. Valentina getting banned out again by Arrow 404.
Okay, Valentina taking away the flexibility, the Fanny coming in from AA Esports. All right, now this first pick, I'm very curious to see what it's going to be. Is it going to be Fredrin all over again? First pick Fredrin?
A lot of teams have been very comfortable with just first phasing the Fredrin, right? It's like no harm, no foul. Again, there are a lot of ways to get rid of Fredrin. A Fire Mist does feel a bit better overall, and over time, from the Open Finals onwards, we've seen that, yeah, Fredrin goes through, but if you have ways to displace him and just crowd control him, Martis is a very good example. Ruby is kind of like second choice, Akai to a certain extent. You really just diminish Fredrin's value by a lot.
For sure, especially if you have an artillery mage of some sort, or anything with like just strong AoE to kind of cut them down real fast.
He can't use his ult, he loses so much of his value.
Yeah.
Bit of a shame.
It is. And I think, you know, A8 Esports recognize this, right? Technically, since Kaja is already gone, Eve just becomes higher in priority in terms of what is valuable in the game, but it doesn't mean that Arrow 404 isn't going to just whip out like a, what's it called? A Franco. So at least they're going to set up some safeguards here. They have the Grok, they also have the Cho, both of which do really, really well against CC compositions overall. And at least with Cho, you can kick somebody out of the call altar or put them away, create some space during these neutral objective fights.
Very, very hard to play against as well, right? If you are the Fire Mist and you get kicked, you're forced to use the cult altar. If you are any other heroes that get kicked, Fire Mist now feels the pressure to kind of run up and save you. I do like what AA Esports has in store, and this is kind of the advantage of being an experienced team. You just have so many different archetypes. You show up in Game 2 with a completely different opening, and that is going to throw some teams off their game. For Arrow 404, they're still sticking with the same second and third pick, Fredrin and Glue.
All right, calling it now, Arrow 404 are going to be playing for the gold lane overall. I mean, look at this composition, right? There's no forms of damage. You're hoping, at the very least, you're hoping that this Farmis is going to be able to scale up, and yes, he probably will, but not going to be enough, or not as good as Yves, Farsa, Lilia, even arguably even Xavier. I would say Xavier is kind of fallen off, but AH Esports lock in the Melissa. Love that a lot. Many, many different ways to get on top of her. Hey, get away from me.
Yeah, and the best part is that I was looking at Arrow 404 to consider the Melissa, since there is, you know, heroes like Cho, but AA Esports denies one of the most straightforward options. Arrow 404 kind of.
Well, here's the problem, right? Now, unfortunately with Melissa, when you use the get away from me, anything that either denies CC, you can get right through it. So the Shunpo gets right through it, the Power of Nature gets right through it, the Wild Charge gets right through it. So I feel like even if Arrow 404 really wanted to force out the Melissa, they'd probably just play, like, default back to Claude.
That is true. That is true. Well, that's why Claude got banned.
All right. Claude immediately banned out here. So A8 Esports want to be like, hey, you want to play for the gold lane? I'm going to make it as difficult as possible. And I think it'd be pretty good if they also ban out the carry too.
Yeah, I was also looking at the carry ban, right? What else is left? Beatrix, Moskov. Not much choices, honestly.
Brody's not bad, but like, let him play it. Let him play it.
Let him play Brody. We have ways to catch up.
Yeah,
This time they have actual, well, they have even better ways to catch up to Brody.
Yes, they have very, very good waves indeed. Farsa gets banned out from the side of Arrow 404, so that means they want to get at least mid control. There's a possibility that Farmus might go into the support position just to have a more dominating and more a scaling style of mid laner. Although I would prefer if Arrow 404 is just like, you know what? I'm just going to play Lunox. I'm going to play Lunox gold lane. You can try and get me. It's not going to be easy.
With the Cho being shown, I do feel like if you need someone that
can match up to how fast he rotates, Farmus isn't really a bad option, right? Unless Aero 4-4 really wants to bank in on that goal lane. But seeing how A8 is already really thinning down the options, Aero 4-4 need a contingency plan. I think that mid lane has a lot of value that they need to put in. Diggy gets banned out.
That's really smart of A8 Esports. Really, really smart. Making sure that, because they're already showing that they have a lot of like strong AoE CC. The third hit for the Jeet Kune Do, the wild charge, more importantly. Diggy just says, nope, don't care. Doesn't matter what you do. I'm just going to deny it. So it's a good ban. Yves gets banned out for the side of Aero 404. This is to be expected. The artillery mages. So now A8 Esports, if they want to play Kadena, they absolutely can.
Oh,
but I feel like in this case, Lilia is probably their best bet.
Puts Aero 404 in a pretty tricky spot. There it goes.
Ooh,
Xavier gets taken away as well.
I'm fine with Xavier too. It's the same situation as we saw previously in our very first series of the day. Melissa and as well as the Xavier work very well together.
Yeah, there's so many zoning opportunities. It really stops Aero 404 from just getting the engage. And because they clump together with the Cult Altar, Xavier's job just gets 10 times easier. Honestly, everyone in esports is gonna feel very, very happy about this. And we still have, well, I wanted to say we don't know where this Grok is going, but then with the Cho on the table, it's most likely a Fondir Grok. Oh, it could be either way, right?
Yeah, it could be either way. It really depends on what these last two picks are going to be. So it's either he's going to get access to Cho or Grok at the end of the day. And I think for Aero 404, be a little bit unconventional. Brody, okay, that's to be expected. Switch it up. Put blue as your support. I was hoping they would lock him dire off, but hey, Lolita works just fine.
I was thinking of the Yuzhong, honestly.
Yuzhong is, yeah, Yuzhong is also not that bad, especially against Melissa.
Well, that's pretty much that. Aero 404, conventional game. Anything that without Johnson is conventional for Aero 404.
Yep.
Do love the Lolita pick though. You get just we. So it's exactly like you predicted, right? It's a 4-secret game.
They're going to be playing for the gold as much as they can. A lot of focus there to try and isolate the target, isolate the members from A8 Esports overall to make sure that Brody is going to start, or at least try and bully out Melissa, which might be a little bit difficult. Wow.
Wow. Okay.
I respect that. I respect that. You want to play gold lane? No problem. You wanna 1v1 my gold laner? How about I take you out of the equation entirely?
You wanna protect your marksman? I hear. Well, guess what? I'm gonna kidnap this guy. Force him into one. Honestly, even if
they put it on Fondir. He's going EXP with this.
So this is.
Yo, dude, I respect it. I respect Fondir so much.
This is Xavier. What?
I love it.
I'm too tired for this, man.
Okay, look. In the recent patches, Yin did get a bit of a buff. He does have a bit of spell vamp. They
but who jungles?
Numbers. Who jungles? Grok. Grok jungle. Oh,
did
wait,
they switch
hold
roles?
Hold up. Right now, I literally just saw Ozil on the Xavier. That doesn't seem right. That doesn't seem right at all. Maybe they switch roles.
This is like a flex. It's a big flex.
It could be Fondir on the...
Honestly, if Fondir runs a jungle Yin, I wouldn't be surprised.
I don't think it'll be too surprising too.
But okay, yeah, there you go. Ozil jungle.
Okay.
So it's the graphics.
All right. So they changed it at the very last second there. Thank goodness they changed it at the last second. I would have been fuming. I would have been fuming if we saw Richie in the jungle on a Xavier. It would be this poor guy.
I remember the patch notes very clear. We want to give Yin more sustainability or something in the XP lane.
Yep. But he's still very item dependent. Like, do you expect him to beat Glue? Absolutely not. He doesn't stand a chance against Glue. But until he gets like 4 items, he can basically 1v1 for Secret pretty handedly if he doesn't have Winds of Nature.
Do you kidnap Denzo or do you kidnap 4 Secret in this case?
I think you kidnap Denzo, ideally.
Oh, Denzo just dragged Kesu back, but Cho, Shen Post, dashes. Aero 4-4 gets an opening to invade the jungle, take the beetle away, and also put pressure onto Arlie. They stun him, drag him back. First blood opportunity goes over to Denzo.
Buddy. What's going on here? I mean, we're expecting to see A8 at least play towards that gold side. Don't leave it to just be a 1v1. And Aero 404 really changing it up and playing a little bit more I don't want to say stylized or stereotypical. I think, a little bit more standard.
And of course, Aero 404 also put in Switch Out King for Denzo, right? So this is definitely expecting a slightly different dynamic.
For sure.
Can you imagine King is just there so that you can do the rapid touchdown Kadita?
I think King is off because he kept on whiffing his abilities. I think that was the biggest
just
issue.
gets benched.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, he's probably not feeling it today.
Yeah, it's understandable.
Yeah.
Turtle getting started. More Ricky bringing up pretty low. Natsu buying space. Ozil just threatening a potential steal. Nominal blast charge up. Ozil stunned up. Good secure of the turtle by Arrow 404. Ozil forced to dash away. But Nasu sticks onto him as the glue, and Ozil just slowly getting whittled down. Brings Nasu back under the tier 2, but Denzo takes the kill. Nasu gets kicked back by Kesu and goes down, but Arrow 404 coming up with a lead.
Hold up. I didn't expect Fognier to actually walk away with that. I thought he might be able to like secure it and then walk off, but I guess not. But Kesu, hello? Okay, he gets on out of there, and Lord Ricky once again is feeling good.
There it is. What is this game?
These teams are really good at trading for each other. I love it. Good plays all across the board.
Honestly, after watching, those very standard gameplays, it's good that we're getting a bit more of a fiesta.
This is refreshing for me. This is refreshing because most teams wouldn't go for it. And unfortunately for Arfi, that first death, him dying in lane, costed him quite a bit. And then now the solo kill that occurred. Oh wait, hold on, what's going on here?
I have a bit of a theory. I'm gonna hold that for a while. The Dragon, Yamikaze, getting kicked back by this Kesu who starts running. The blast, channel, flicker, forward. Kesu goes down to force secret. Arrow 404 again getting a pick off. And they just lost Richie. Here is where I want to pull a theory out just very quickly. You know what Esports was thinking with the draft? They just want to run a full Jujutsu Kaisen draft.
About it. As the team is already fighting to get away from me, is getting a lot of value. Actually holding out to the call altar. Wait a second!
And they survive and they get.
No.
Blast goes off. And he gets a trade back. Okay. All right, that makes sense. All right, that just happened. That definitely just happened right there. Look, if they wanted to go with the full Jujutsu Kaisen, where's the Julian, huh? Yeah, they're missing the Julian.
Which is a little sad. I am depressed about that, but...
this game, they picked the Grok too early. That's what I will say. They picked the Grok way too early. If not, probably could have slipped the Julian in there in the jungle. Either way.
Yeah, that was the issue. That's the main issue,
That was
right?
the main. It was a drafting issue, honestly. While bottom lane has just stopped fighting, we're looking at the turtle fight right now. Lord Ricky looking to get the second turtle. This time kicked away, so Ozzy will get it. And Mikaze able to at least jump onto Kesu again. They get him under control. Kesu having the shampoo over the wall. Gets dragged back by Denzo. Cancels it with a Chikundo. And a wall from Ozzy saves his buddy Cho.
Dude, these teams are trying to flex on each other. It's so clear that both of these teams are like, strategy, we have a rough idea, but we're going to out-mechanic the boys. We're going to out-mechanic all of them. Yep. They won't even expect how fast my fingers are.
They're just mech checking.
they're just ego checking them. Literally just trying to stat check all across the board. Air 404 playing down towards the bottom side finally, but they did do a quick cheeky lane swap here just to try and get some tempo back. However, A8 Esports, the goal laner has recognized this, but the rest of his team are still hovering around the mid lane. Don't walk up, Melissa. Don't do it.
They do not see it. They're going to check, but they didn't check
the correct one.
The brush, yeah.
He's kind of walking up. All right, I respect it. Yup, this is a good time to do it.
Kesu, that's not the target. Nominal blast, they're way out of range. But it's a good preemptive one. Force Secret just switches forward. Does it again. Absolute madman.
This man has no fear.
This guy does not care. He's doing it over and over again. Now they caught Ozzo. Arlie, can you go ham on this one? Call out the expander. Arlie getting chopped down.
No!
Completely misses. And while Full Secret just got a tier 1 mid.
Dude.
This defies everything I know about Mobile Legends, but it's fun. It is very, very entertaining.
Dude, Arrow 404, I like what they're doing. Ideally, what they're doing is trying to play a little bit more unorthodox. A8 is very cautious and careful, but Arrow 404 is taking full advantage of the situation, right? Nobody showed up. Oh, God.
Yeah, there's no flicker. Get him, boys.
Get him, boys. They got the kill. But look at the wave management. Topside is already crashing in favor of Arrow 404. So while all these chaotic, crazy moves coming out of Arrow 404 are happening, A8 Esports are on the losing end.
Yeah, and they get two-man taunt. Fondia can't get away, forced to flicker. Numenon Blast drops on top of Kesu. Yeah, he is rooted down. He is gone. Yamikaze takes that kill. 8-8, they don't have the numbers to contest this. Can Ozu win it out? Yes, he does. The Retribution just stronger on his side, but now he has to get out of this. Richie trying his best to help Ozu, but Nasu's gonna stick on to him. Can he bring Ozu back into his team? Yes, he can. Denzo even drags Richie back. Now Richie gets taunted. Arlie shows up, but there's a co-alter to keep Arrow 4-4 alive. And meanwhile, 1v1 happening up top lane. And okay, Fondia almost goes down. Didn't even bother using the ult.
Oh boy, this is such
honestly, Force Secret is playing Brody like an XP lane.
Yeah,
I'm gonna put it out there.
He is so dude. The worst part is that he's not even taking killing spree. He decided to take Weapon Master to get more, to scale better into the game. But he's still playing it as if he had killing spree. You know,
he is like, I don't care about not dying. If I can get 1-for-1, that's good enough for me.
That's worth it.
KD is just a number.
KD is just a number. Egoing that somebody is forever.
Dying 10 times isn't a big deal if you win the game anyways.
Look, if I win the 1v1, even if I lose the game, that guy knows that I'm better.
Yeah, it's all about the individual bragging rights.
Oh, the mental game. Oh, dude, he's doing so much damage though.
Underneath the turret, Call also used out Numenon Blast, connecting onto 2. Esports can fight this though. The Donic Light actually misses. Force Secret gets kidnapped by Fondia and he wins!
I can't.
Unreal.
Yo, okay.
You
gotta give it to the guy. He played that immaculately. He dodges the dawning light. He dodges the dawning light with his second ability, repositions, gets sucked into the Yin ultimate, and still is able to pull this off. How does he keep getting away with this?
I don't care what anyone says. By the end of this game, regardless of the result, my MVP is Force Secret.
A8 Esports wins, and it's just Force Secret.
Yeah, he's done more than enough.
He's done. Honestly, he's doing too much. I feel like Yamikaze is on the same wavelength as Force Secret, and at the very least, he's trying his absolute best. And the same goes for Denzo as well. They all know that they want to just enable Force Secret to just start popping off. He's 2 items in. He's about to get his Demon Hunter sword very, very soon. And once he does, he's going to start hurting so much.
It's a game that would leave you scratching your head if you're on the losing end, honestly. Oh, Natsu, you're too far forward. Gets dragged back. Call Alter coming through, keeping Natsu alive. Keep Flicker to safety, and also, oh, you're in grave danger. Fondia shows up, gets instantly crowd control. Force Secret is the target, but no! Gets away again. And just gets another kill in return. I am tired, Gideon. I'm tired of him getting away like this. Denzo somehow makes it out alive. Richie gets 2 in the process. Nothing gets done in this game. And Yamikaze is going to get caught. Triple for Richie. Dawning Light, not able to do enough to catch Denzo.
Wait, Force Secret. Where's Force Secret right now? He's taking mid tier too. He doesn't care. He doesn't respect A8 Esports at all. He's like, you're looking down on me? Come on. Which one wants it?
Who does this on a goal lane?
No, dude, he's been learning a lot from like Silent or something. I don't know, bro. He's playing this game different. But now Lord, who's gonna get it this time?
Oh, Retri on the side of Arrow. 4-4 Fondia. Oh, he's gone for Secret once more to flicker forward. Now backflips on the Ozu, gets kicked, but he actually gains distance thanks to Kezu. They cannot catch him. Force Secret gets hit by the Dawning Light. No, not enough damage.
Not enough damage at all this time, but Lord has been secured by A8. Even though this game has nobody going in any direction with the gold lead, A8 Esports finally have a little bit of breathing room. They've been losing out on these structures overall because of the wave manipulation of Era 4-4 and the constant fighting that they apply on A8 Esports. Now, A8 has the tempo.
No Numenon Blast. It got cancelled by the Grok Wall. Denzo taking a heap of damage, but I mean, Force Secret right now, big threat, gets a chunk of his health taken out. Nasu, he has no help with him. Denzo isn't there. Nasu just
You have to admit, you gotta respect the balls on this guy. Like, he really thought he could get away with it. And plus, he also has the split available. So at some point, you gotta question. Pig diff, maybe.
Oh, Fondia. Okay, he kidnapped Denzo. Alright. Flickers. Denzo is probably gonna go down. Force Alter. Just gets 2-shotted. Fondia finally kidnapping one. Meanwhile, Force Secret just got another kill.
Lord Ricky just went down. Denzo respawned because of the fire miss. They do take care of the Lord up top though, so no inhibitor turrets going down.
Okay, since we finally have Sombra... Natsu, don't you dare. Don't you dare.
Just
stop it. Natsu, stop. Stop it. You don't need to be here. You don't need to take this damage. Back off already. Give us some time to recollect our thoughts. Thank you so much, Arrow404. Now, I'm a little curious on what exactly Fondir's build actually is. Wow, he is significantly behind. He is only 2 items in this game. Hasn't even built into the Malefic Roar. However, it's more than enough damage to deal with someone like Denzo, who basically doesn't have any defense items.
Yeah, he realizes that there is just so much more value to kidnap the Faramis, right? You take the Call Altar out of the fight, just makes it so much easier. And Force Secret, you know, will also be threatened more. Natsu using the split split very early on, but also I think they spotted out Yamikaze. Not able to stun anyone, but Kesu. Gotta be careful though. Luminous Blast is a bit wide. Expanding the flicker from this Lolita. Now there's a chance for AA to re-engage. Natsu protected by the Call Altar, but they lost him. Kesu is still in the fight and getting the kick onto Force Secret, who is untouched so far. Kesu the first to go, but is there enough damage though from Arrow 404? The Fredrin also goes down. Force Secret finally threatened, but this guy is incredibly still alive. Once in the forward! You cannot keep doing this, my man. Force Secret. That's just amazing!
Stop him! Stop him! Somebody stop him! Oh my god! Force Secret just doesn't care!
Someone signed this man. I mean, he has a team, but someone to stop this Brody player.
Oh, he plays so disrespectful.
You gotta learn how he plays, man.
I don't know. Okay, first of all, when we did see Fondir dash at him, even though he had 1 HP, I thought for sure Fondir was gonna get at least an auto attack. When did Force Secret have the time? Was the DHS extra attack speed more than enough to help him win that trade? I don't get it.
This guy just face checks a brush as a Brody. I just want to say this is there is a reason why they just insta lock Brody for the man. It's right there, right on your. This entire game is a montage for Force Secret outplay. I do not. At this point, doesn't matter who wins. You can make a montage out of the amount of outplays he's had. I mean, Kesu helped him out a bit. You know, he always kicks Force Secret away, and then Force Secret is like, "All right, thank you."
Yeah, no worries. And then Force Secret tries to make his montage reel again.
And he flickers back in anyways, right?
I mean, just look at this overall interaction, right? I thought for a fact that Arfi definitely was going to shred everybody. He still has Inspire throughout this entire fight. 2 members die almost instantaneously. Kesu ends up giving his life, and then you see, wait, hold on, Arfi just uses Inspire as well as his Winds of Nature, and then Force Secret's like, hold up, we can actually do something here.
And they are just doing so, they're trying so hard, and Force Secret is like, all right, I'm gonna get the kill, and Fondir, yeah, just out of range. We are looking at a potential game tree. Fondir, can you complete the recall? No, he cannot. Cancelled by Natsu.
I think right now, A8 Esports need to just play together. Like, truly just play together. More so than Denzo. Because even though, like, Richie is able to kind of create that space and buy that extra bit of time, Arfi, he needs to be able to kind of save his abilities for when you expect Denzo to come out with the Call Altar, chunk out the Call Altar as soon as possible, and make for Secret's life as difficult as possible. And if they don't want to chase, that is their main issue. A8 keeps on chasing for these kills.
I mean, as long as you take down Force Secret, life gets
way
infinitely easier.
Yeah, the man is 13K,
He's
12
yes, 12 and 3. This guy has 85% of his team's total kills. Right, this guy he's playing as if he's alone, you know. He's solo playing this game.
Okay, look, we were expecting Arrow 404 to play for their goal lane. I just didn't expect they had to play for the goal lane.
The goal lane plays for himself at this point. He is a one-man machine.
I love it. I love it. These gold laners coming all the way from the Laos region.
Look at where he is. He's gonna challenge Fondir.
Dude, no.
Dude, no way, no. Back off Force Secret. I'm telling you. Get away! Someone stop this man! Okay, well, Natsu gets kidnapped. That's gonna delay it just a bit, but that means Force Secret is untouched. They have no way to crowd control him. Fondir is gonna die in his own out. I mean, this is a rough situation to be in.
Can you imagine the amount of testosterone flowing through Force Secret's veins?
He is a big man.
Dude, that's all I'm thinking about.
I've never been so scared of a Brody walking up to me.
Dude, I think that people who take steroids, they don't realize the steroids were based off of For Secret. Ah, that's what we wanted to see. These are the moments that we want to see from A8 Esports, right? These are the glimmers of hope. Even though For Secret is doing a phenomenal job, Arfi is a significant problem to his entire team. Arrow 404 just does not have the damage except for Secret to take him on.
Danzo, he's already forced very far away. And once more, Nasu, oh my goodness! Just completely shredded by Arlie. Finally, a break in this deadlock. A8 Esports will be able to get this without any contest. Unless Lord Ricky can do something. He's just going to show his face, but I just want to say, For Secret, he doesn't care. He's getting pincered. Surely For Secret doesn't get out of this right.
Oh!
Okay, you rooted him down. For Secret finally in danger. When the Wisdom Nature used gets kidnapped.
Oh!
And yeah, finally someone stop this monster of a man.
Yep, and Arfi on the other hand, the fact that 2 members are down only leaves 2 members to actually deal with, to zone them away from the Lord. Really good call from A8 Esports here. Lord Ricky should instantly die. Kesu, there's nothing he can do at this point as Lord falls into the hands of A8 Esports. This game is about to be closing real soon unless A8 really cannot deal with For Secret in the next 18 seconds.
Let's do it one more time.
Just one more time, send 3 people, utilize a flicker.
Can you imagine fighting for 18 minutes? We're gonna try, okay, flicker forward. Arlie in imminent danger. Uses the always gonna try to fight this one. Inspire Kamikaze. Immortality pop can get back in. Arlie even gets the kill on the way out. Fondia though, give his life away. 1-for-1 trade so far, but watch out, the For Secret is around.
Numbers advantage still. Remember, numbers advantage. For Secret really has to target prioritize to get on top of Arfi. Arfi does not got a Winds of Nature now, so he has it off the cooldown. No Inspire, no get away from me.
No Yamikaze to set things up. They gotta fight this drive. For Secret finally caught out. They kicked him back, and he is gone. No more big man Brody. And this game finally will see its conclusion. It's absolutely bloody, but A8 Esports comes out on top of this. And it worked out. 2-0 is the series score, but let me tell you, this game is different.
Dude, A8, they had a really fun game. You can see it on the faces of the boys. The people who like the chaos, who enjoy the fights, they can definitely appreciate this game. But you have to admit, Error 404.
For Secret is a one-man army.
He is a one-man army, and they designed a comp entirely around him. A8 knew how to pick them apart. The question is, will they let For Secret get away with his ego? The answer is no.
She still has a bit of it, I think. After such a performance, I would feel good about myself. At least, you know, losing the series, as For Secret, you can tell everyone that it's not your fault. This dude is like, what, 16-5? How can it be his fault?
It really can. It really can. But you can definitely see the differences in these team comps, right? Like A8 specifically really good. Really good because of the amount of AoE damage that they get from Arfi as a marksman, making it so much easier to maintain. And with the help of Richie as well, with consistent damage and, you know, really good ways of controlling the choke points of the game, it makes the game so much more difficult for Arrow 404 to play because they want to group up together around Denzo, around the Call Altar. They want Lord Ricky and Yamikaze to find opportunities. But if you have For Secret playing like this, it's just what do you really do? You're basically playing under his rule.
Yeah, he decides what you do. You know those games where you have no choice but to stick to your carry. This feels like one of it, but For Secret is like, no, I will do it on my own terms. If they come for me, make something happen on the other side of the map. He is, I don't know. I don't know how to feel about this, but I applaud his sheer just bravado.
For the man who has just the cojones to deal with these guys. I don't know what to say.
Honestly.
Truly a man who fears nothing. For Secret, I bet the secret is that he's a psychopath, man. No emotions, no remorse, just kills.
Yeah, his whole team is fighting and he's taking turrets. They're contesting for Ward and he's shoving wave. He's face checking brushes. He does all the things that you would deem wrong, but he somehow is the shining star of 8044. Either way, A8 Esports 2-0 over Aero 4-4, but this could have been a 3-game series.
It could have been. It really could have been if Aero 4-4 kept on getting away with the antics that they were implementing. But A8 Esports, on the other hand, really good understanding of their overall team composition. They knew exactly what they wanted to do. The only oddball here was Fondir, and you could tell by the end of the game, he was just laughing. It's like, dude, man, Yin sucks. Like, it's hard to catch people and kill them.
The amount of pain the team was put through just because of one Brody, oof, I can only imagine.
You know, the best part about all of this is that Fondir, despite having such a really rough early game, he manages to get the items necessary to start taking out the big hitters like Denzo and even for Secret, and almost evening it out his score towards the end there. 4-6-0, he got so close to evening it out.
Yeah, he was very, very close. But obviously, we gotta look at Arfi on this Melissa. In the final moments, the final sequence of the game, putting up huge performance. Like you mentioned, no one can deal with him. He is destroying the tanks, and honestly, if it's not for Secret, I feel like this game would have ended so much earlier.
Honestly, in the famous words of the famous anime Blue Lock, Arfi was just devouring them one by one, taking the ego for Secret and making it his own towards the end, where he ego challenged 1v3, being caught out 1v3, survives it, walks away and ends the game after that. Hats off to you, Arfi.
Yeah, and if you are for Secret, I have a good rebuttal. I have a good comeback for that. Well, at least in terms of head-to-head, he has killed Arfi more than Arfi has taken him out.
That's fair.
He will be like,
fair.
Arfi, I'm the one who flickered on you with 1 dot of HP left and still won.
That's the beauty of it, right? I feel like not a lot of players really test the limits when you are playing like Brody with Weapon Master in particular. You actually get a lot of attack damage from your items, like a significant amount. So things like that are very possible, and for Secret, very clearly knows how to play greedy.
Yeah, he is the Brody guy.
He's the Brody guy.
He's the Brody guy. Only guy that consistently picks Brody, and even in games that they lose, For Secret has these moments.
Yeah, it's great. It's great.
It's great.
Honestly, as one of the final series of the day, this has been kind of a good way to kind of wrap up everything. Really washes the taste of my mouth from all the clean, high-class MLBB we've been seeing up until this point.
This is a good full course, right? We had the appetizer is very, very intense, you know, to get us prepared for the rest of the evening, and then the main course is kind of a walkover with GameLab showing us how clean and crisp it is, and then we get served with dessert. For Secret.
Yeah, a messy dessert for real, but a
deconstructed,
good time.
a deconstructed dessert.
Yeah, a deconstructed dessert. These are one of the. I don't want to be. You know what? Never mind. I'm gonna move on from this before I dig this rabbit hole any deeper. But congratulations to all the teams who are going to continue to move on. And remember, after all of these series, they only get knocked down to the lower brackets for the teams that have lost, so they're not out of the Snapdragon Pro Series just yet.
Yeah, and for the teams in the lower bracket, there's real work to do to prevent elimination, because right now if you get eliminated, no prize money. So if you wanna bow out, you gotta do it later.
You gotta do it. You know, you gotta try and make it into that top 4. That top 4 is where the spots that you want to be in to be most comfortable. However, bottom 4, it's like, all right, it's good, but at least you're not the bottom 2.
Yeah, top 8 is like the bare minimum, right?
Yeah, that's the bare minimum right now.
Minimum. For any team watching Aero 4-4 and now has to go up against them, I think there's a lot of lessons to be taken away. Good luck. Ban Brody!
Ban Brody! Good luck!
Ban Brody, you know, just don't let For Secret play that guy anymore. I think he's done more than enough.
He's definitely left an impression on us here at the table. So again, congratulations to all the teams who are moving on so far, but that's not the end of everything just yet. I'm very curious because we have 4 series today. One of them is not broadcasted. I'm curious to see what exactly that score was. Who was the winners? I'm not 100% sure, but we're going to show you guys right here, right now, the updated brackets for the Snapdragon Pro Series.
GPX crushed Team Evo in the 2-0 series as well. And honestly, overall, we have had, well, I mean, this one actually was yesterday, my apologies. So MHRLK 2-0 PBN, it was basically a sweep yesterday, right? Every single series went 2-0, GPX winning theirs, Tiger Wong winning theirs, and EUPHORIA obviously crushing Miracle Gaming.
Yeah, I mean, this was only yesterday. Today's series, however, let's have a look. See You Soon and Sway Esports, the only two teams who actually made it all the way to the best of 3. However, if we look at match number 6, it looks like AES were able to take a 2-0 victory against TD. And of course, we have match 7 and match 8. All of you guys watched it.
Yeah, and this is definitely a good opening, I would say. Well, a good sight to behold, because out of 8 teams, 4 of them are from the open qualifiers, right? But the Drift and EGOIST, they both dropped their series, so we are getting a good power balance from the teams who came in from the open finals and those who came in from the qualifiers. But this is where things get absolutely dicey. Lower bracket, Aero 4-4 against EGOIST, See You Soon against TD, Evo against PBN, and TE against Miracle Gaming.
Yeah, it feels bad that TUPAI Esports has to take on another Malaysian representatives, but hey, that's just the nature of competition. Only one may survive, but in this case, only the top 8. Ah, boy, it's gonna be really sad seeing some of these teams like Evo, for an example, is really rooting for those guys. But then again, PBN was also good. Era 4-4 is going to be going up against Ego. That would be a very interesting matchup, to be fair. It's Chaos versus the people who just default to fundamentals.
And it's the only Singaporean team in the tournament as well, right? They might die in the hands of Aero 4-4. That is a possibility. But for TUPAI Esports against Miracle Gaming, I think that would also be a series to look out for, because they both played in the qualifiers, and obviously TUPAI Esports came out on top. Now they get another chance, kind of a rematch for their tournament lives.
A chance for redemption, and that's what you can expect here at the Snapdragon Pro Series so far. Honestly, these past couple of days, I was expecting like sweeps all the way through, but man, at least we had one series that went all 3 games.
Even the sweeps look, even in terms of sweeps, the games were very, very interesting, just like the one we saw just now. But that concludes this evening. It's been a hectic but interesting evening. This is just the first week of the Challenge Group stage. There's more to come in both the upper and lower bracket, but the stakes have been raised for 8 teams in the lower bracket. That will be happening next week, same time, Wednesday and Thursday, starting at 6:10 p.m. GMT +8. For now, we're gonna send you guys off to have a good rest of the night. My name is Husky, it's Gideon Q, my good friend, and on behalf of everyone, wish you guys a very, very good night. Goodbye, and see you next week.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and Kachi Shop.
Won't stop going till a player on top know it. Rooftop, penthouse suite. If you really want it, gotta own it. Fight through it, we was at the lowest. Blood, sweat, tears, the components. Riding all year, now's the moment. We are not friends, we are opponents. Yeah, I'm coming for mine. Yeah, I'm making a play, the game on the line. Yeah, I've been on the grind. Yeah, jump in the spot, I made it my time. Yeah, look in the sky. Yeah, the stars align, no shade to shine. Can't stop it already. Emotional work and devotion, we put in this time. Look, you won't stop.
While I take my time, whole arena go crazy, look like I'm Hercules in my prime. You follow me, dog, and I make it. I pump too much iron in my grind. So long I've waited to take the night. Got no more patience. I think it's time. The man of the year, I showed it right. I waited all my life and now it's showtime. For no amateur pop stars. Me and my clique don't fear trashing hotels like some animal rock stars. You opened up with a bang up job, but it's time for a real deal headline. Line so big that I can't find the end. I'm gonna kill this airtime. Don't get too comfy. You make the scene now, they gon' love me. I got the keys now, get your own seat. You must be senile if you think you tag along. I'm sorry, my friend, you pegged me wrong. You must be lost, man, your time is gone. If you think I give you the blueprint, you better be stupid or else you're deadly